Testing, testing. Welcome to the November 6th City Council meeting. I call this meeting to order at 9:08 a.m. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Perea.
Present.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Vang. Present. Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Presente.
And Council President Kerbasi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next is invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilmember Richardson. The invocation is by Chaplain Captain Joseph Rios of the U.S. Army. Chaplain, you have the floor.
Join with me as I pray. Almighty and everlasting God, we come before you this day acknowledging every authority under heaven exists by your decree and stands accountable before your throne. We thank you that you have ordained government for the good of the people, not as human invention, but as an instrument of your providence to restrain evil, to reward what is right, and to secure peace of communities. We thank you for the men and women gathered here who have taken up that stewardship for the city of Fresno. Their labor is not light. Their responsibilities are many. Yet no decision escapes your sight. No good work done in faithfulness escapes your reward. Lord, you have revealed in your word that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. In a world filled with confusion and noise, remind these leaders that truth is not determined by the loudest voice, but by the unchanging standard of your justice. Grant them discernment that rises above politics, wisdom that surpasses mere expertise, and courage to do what is right, though it may not be popular. Teach them, O Lord, that public service is an act of love for neighbor, and that love finds its foolish measure in conformity to your law. Let honesty, integrity, and compassion guide every deliberation and vote, that the weak be protected, the poor considered, and the flourishing of all promoted in righteousness. I confess, apart from you, we are prone to pride, self-interest, and division. Yet you, O God, have provided the cure for such brokenness in your Son, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Through his cross, you have reconciled sinners to yourself, teaching us that justice and mercy meet only in him. He alone shows us what it means to lead in humility, to rule in righteousness, to serve in love, having condescended, being God incarnate. May his example of sacrificial service shape the conscience of this council, that each decision be made not for personal gain, but for the good of those created in your image. That is all of us. Bless their efforts in matters of housing and safety, economic stewardship. Prosper every plan that seeks the well-being of families and protection of the vulnerable, and the wise use of resources entrusted to them, to the city. Guard them from corruption, from discouragement, from cynicism. Give them endurance to do good, even when the results are slow to appear. Let your spirit restrain evil and promote good through the ordinances and policies enacted here today. May the people of Fresno see in their leaders a reflection, however imperfect, of your own justice, patience, and mercy. We ask also for this city, bless it. Bless its schools, its workers, its neighborhoods, and those who labor unseen for the good of others. Heal divisions, restore hope to those who are burdened by poverty or addiction, and grant repentance and renewal where there is sin. Let the light of Christ shine not only in churches on Sunday, but in every place where the truth and compassion meet. In homes, in businesses, in classrooms, and here in these chambers. And now, O Lord, as this meeting begins, we commit all that follows to your sovereign hands. May every word spoken and every decision made serve the peace and prosperity of this city under your rule. For yours is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Good morning, Fresno. Please remain standing. Remove any head coverings. Face to your left, my right. Place your right hand over your heart. Current from the military are welcome to present the military salute and salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
Yes, there are, but first a few quick announcements. Online, we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translation available, including ASL. And in the chamber, we do have in-house Spanish translators, and I would ask one of them to come up and let the audience know the services they can provide. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. We are focus interpreting. We are translating today for English to Spanish today. My name is Vanessa Lorenzo, and in back we have my co-worker, Susie Pinal. We are here to help you. Buenos días, somos focus interpreting. Mi nombre es Vanessa Lorenzo y también tengo a mi compañera de trabajo, Susie Pinal, para ayudarle con la traducción de inglés hacia español. Estamos aquí para asistirle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And as for changes to the agenda, ceremonial item ID 25-1513, the proclamation of Central Unified School District, would like to also announce that is recognizing Raj Sekhan Day in the city of Fresno. Also, the 9:25 a.m. joint meeting, that is file ID 1530. There are a few changes to read on that item. First off, Section 3.1 of the DDA will also need to be revised to remove the following language. The title in Section 3.1 will be revised to remove revision of project. Section 3.1 will further revised to remove the following language. However, the parties agree that in the event that developer shall fail to receive all or any material portion of loans as contemplated by developer, then the project and scope of development contemplated by this agreement may, in owner's sole discretion, be renegotiated and redefined in a manner consistent with a scaled-down project and scope of development and the related performance schedule, taking into account the amount of the loan fund not received by developer. Any such change shall be set forth in a written amendment to this agreement if the parties cannot agree on a revised project and scope of development within a reasonable period of time not to exceed 180 days following the close of escrow. The purchase price less the non-refundable initial deposit and any other fees for required land use entitlements, permits, or other approvals shall be refunded to the developer. The purchase and sale of the property shall be rescinded, and this agreement shall be canceled, and the real property shall be reconveyed to the owner. Also, Exhibit D will be revised to change the following outside dates to February 28, 2026. Those are the preliminary limited offering memorandum, provide evidence of commitment on all proposed and conditional funding, and escrow closes, land and project funding. That was very exciting. Those are the changes to that item. And then we have consent calendar item 2O, that is file ID 25-1527, the resolution to support the allocation of both harness and thoroughbred racing dates. Councilmember Vang has been added as a co-sponsor along with Councilmember Esparza. Also, Vice President Arias has registered a no on this item. And now we have several items that have been removed from the agenda. First off, 2J, that is file ID 25-1538, approving the Sixth Amendment to the Services Agreement with Orange Avenue Disposal Company. That item was moved to the November 20th, 2025 meeting per office of the City Manager and City Attorney. We also have 2M, that is file ID 25-1466, that is Bill B46 for reintroduction, amending sidewalk vending ordinance. That item has been moved to the November 20th meeting by the sponsors. We have general admin item 3D, that is ID 25-1544. That is consideration of plan amendment application P23-03006 and related environmental assessments pertaining to 55.31 acres of property bounded by East Annandale Avenue to the north. That was removed from the agenda with no specified return date by the City Attorney's Office. We have consent calendar item 2N, that is file ID 25-1410, the resolution initiating an amendment to Fresno Municipal Code Section 15-2760, subsection B6B, relating to paved temporary parking lots. That has been moved to the next meeting, November 20th. And the last change that I have is consent calendar item 2C, that is file ID 25-1539, actions pertaining to the suspension of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, during the federal government shutdown. That item has been moved to the general consent calendar. So that will be heard under one of the general consent items, and that change has been made by the Council President and Council Vice President Arias. Those are all the changes I have.
Thank you so much. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? We'll start with Councilmember Perea.
None.
Council Vice President.
Yes, Council President, I'd like to discuss horse racing. So I'd like to move 2O to the contested consent.
Okay. Got it. Any others? Okay. Councilmember Maxwell.
I would just like to formally request that we adjourn today's meeting in honor of Howard Foster Gibson. He's the late father of our very own Adrian Kinney. He was a loving husband, father, grandfather, and a noted Rams fan.
That is incredibly appropriate. Thank you for that. Councilmember Vang?
None.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza? Councilmember Richardson?
None.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by the Vice President. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Vang. Any opposition? There being none, that motion passes 7-0. Next, we move on to our ceremonial presentations. Our first is a proclamation of Marine Corps' 250th anniversary, and the sponsor is Councilmember Richardson, who has the floor.
Go figure, right? No. In fact, can you turn this down? I might get loud. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. All right, good morning, everybody. This is very exciting. This is not the Marine Corps' birthday today. Today is November 6th. The Marine Corps' birthday every year is November 10th, and we'll be celebrating our 250th. Now, if you're not familiar with the United States Marine Corps, one, welcome from out from under that rock. We have been America and democracy's 911 force around the globe for the last 249 and 365th years. If you are a Marine, have been a Marine, or are wearing stuff that makes you look like a Marine, why don't you come on up here and join me, please? Everybody will tell you no Marine ever did anything successful by themselves. Now, for everybody else out there, let me tell you a little bit about these gentlemen to my left and to my right. Should get one or two more over here. Even me out a little bit. As a pilot, got to stay level. So these men, I know some of them well, and I'm meeting some of them for the first time today. I don't know every personal thing about them, but spiritually, I know these men like the back of my hand. Why? Because these men up here are the kind of person who choose discipline over comfort. These are the kind of people who will run to the sound of gunfire instead of away from it with a psychotic smile on their face. These are the kind of people that when the sky gets dark and your eyes start to close and the mud is making sounds around you that you want next to you, that you want to have your back and to stand by your side, and the kind of men who will do that until they take their last breath. We have, as I mentioned, proudly been the 911 force, not just a branch of the military, the 911 force of America since its inception. Now, that's saying a lot. The United States, if you don't know this, has tried a couple times to get rid of the United States Marine Corps, to dissolve us, to absorb us into the Army or into the Navy. The United States does not need a Marine Corps. The only reason we exist today is because they want one. The world is a better place when the United States has an amphibious, ready, motivated, dedicated fighting force that can be anywhere in the world with boots on the ground and fingers on triggers at a moment's notice. That is what makes them special. So, from our inception, back in the day, until the great commandant decides that we have earned our way off this mortal coil, as the song says, if the Army and the Navy ever look on heaven's scenes, they will find the streets are guarded by United States Marines. So whether it's the streets of heaven or the gates of hell, you can expect you will see United States Marines there providing security. This is from our inception, from Samuel Nicholas, from the very beginning, all the way through the battles in Haiti, right? The Spanish-American War, the Civil War, they were there, all the way up through World War I, in the forests of the Argonne, World War II in the Pacific, Guadalcanal, Iwo Jima, Bloody Tarawa, Okinawa, Tinian, Saipan, the Marines were there. All the way through Korea, the Pusan perimeter, the landing at Incheon, in Vietnam, at Khe Sanh and Koh Tang, the Marines were there. In Beirut, the Marines were there. Desert Storm, Desert Shield, Afghanistan, Iraq, the Marines were always there with the situation on hand. And the situation was not safe until the Marines were there. That is what these men and their ilk bring, not just to the United States, but democracy, to free market economies, to representation, self-governance worldwide, since November 10, 1775. It's the same spirit that Archibald Henderson had, that Chesty Puller had, that Dan Daly had, that John Basilone had, that Smedley Butler had, that Jim Mattis had. All of these Marines have something in common. And presidents will change, and years will change, and we'll add states, and we'll grow as a country, and policy will change. But these men and our United States Marine Corps does not work for the president. We don't work for the country. We don't work for an idea. We serve the Constitution of the United States, the founding document, the bread and butter, the backbone of what makes the United States of America the United States of America. And we are celebrating our 250th, and as long as there is a Marine Corps, we will be celebrating a 500th in about 250 years after all of us are gone. So, clerk, you can take a bathroom break. I'm reading the proclamation today.
Attention to orders. Whereas, on November 10, 1775, the first of the few and the proud stepped forward, founding a legacy that would for generations protect the honor of a nation, the flame of freedom, and guard the soul of our republic. And whereas, Marines, from their first bold assault at the Battle of Nassau in defense of a fledgling nation, to its steadfast role today as a symbol of strength and honor, the United States Marine Corps stands as one of the most revered and recognizable branches of service in the history of warfare. And whereas the U.S. Marines have consistently put the American people first across both hemispheres and the 7 seas, regardless of the conflict, whether it be war, natural disaster, or even a global pandemic. And whereas the distinguishing spirit that marks each Marine resonates throughout the world and within the very soul of our nation, assuring that the highest traditions of honor, military efficiency, and solidarity remain a proud and enduring hallmark of the United States Armed Forces. And whereas the United States Marine Corps continues to serve as a symbol of strength and honor in an increasingly complex and volatile world, standing ever ready to defend the interests of the United States both at home and abroad. And whereas the brother and sisterhood found within the Marine Corps fosters lifelong bonds, forged in adversity and strengthened by a shared devotion to the Constitution and to one another. And whereas the United States Marine Corps has earned the respect of our allies, the fear of our enemies, and the admiration of the American people for 250 years of faithful and exceptional service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby honor and recognize the United States Marine Corps and proclaim Thursday, November 6th, the year of our Lord 2025, to be United States Marine Corps Day. Everyone! Get in here, let's get a picture. Come on.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Richardson. Well done. Next is a proclamation for Athletic Hall of Fame Day, and the sponsor is, I apologize, I didn't see you, Councilmember. Sorry. Next is a proclamation for Central Unified School District, and the sponsor is Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. This is actually a proclamation for Braj Sikone Day in the city of Fresno. Braj, come on up here. Now, I have the honor of recognizing an individual whose spirit and determination embodies the very best of what Fresno has to offer. And before I say any more, my office has never given out a gold plaque proclamation, but after I talk to you a little bit more about Braj, you're going to understand why we're doing this. Braj received a perfect score on the SAT. Now, I think if you added up all of our SATs, I don't even know if we would reach 1,600 behind me, but I'm joking. But as other kids are off preparing for college, Braj was also helping his father with their computer business. It's a computer recycling business. And so, Braj, you are the very spirit of Fresno. You are exactly the kinds of young leaders that we need to be highlighting. 1,600 is not an easy feat. And so I'm hoping you can give some young people out there some pointers. But you balanced your education beautifully with the fact that you not only achieved this endeavor, but you did so by making sure you put your family first. You made sure the family business was successful. I'm going to give you the floor to say a few words, and hopefully you can introduce everyone else up here as well. But we also have Assistant Superintendent of Education from Central Unified School District, Julia McLennan. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning, Mayor Dyer, Council President Kerbasi, members of the council, and everyone here today. I am honored and filled with gratitude to be here. Having been in Fresno since first grade, this recognition means the world to me. This achievement is a representation of not just my hard work, but the hard work of our incredible teachers who helped build the strong foundation. I'd like to thank Ms. King, Mr. Trejo, Mr. Neves, Ms. Keeney, and all the teachers of Central Unified. The unwavering support I received from them shows the immense commitment and determination that the teachers of Fresno have for their students. Growing up in Fresno, I've seen firsthand the work ethic and determination that defines our community. My family is a part of that community, and I want to thank my family for blessing me with their deep love and encouragement. Looking ahead, I hope to earn the opportunity and privilege to represent Fresno and an institution of higher education and contribute to science in a way that makes our community proud. Wherever my journey takes me, Fresno will always be a part of me. I hope the world will recognize that our community is one with tremendously hardworking people who are all capable of doing mighty things if we put our minds to it. The American dream is alive here, both in me and in every member of our community. Thank you.
And I am Julia McLennan of Central Unified School District and in charge of the academic programs. And this is the best part of my job, is recognizing our amazing students, and Braj has definitely shown that. Braj is one of 7 in 10,000 students who take the SAT. That's 0.07% of students who take the SAT score a perfect score. So he outscored Elon Musk. He outscored Bill Gates by 10 points. So I am extremely proud to introduce him, and I'm going to have him introduce our guests.
So here's my mother, Manjinder Sekhal, my sister, Yuvi Sekhal, and my dad, Harjop Sekhal.
Thank you. Congratulations, Braj. So it's my honor to declare today as Braj Sekhon Day in the city of Fresno. Congratulations, City Clerk.
Whereas Braj Sekhon is senior enrolled in Central Unified School District's Central Online Homeschool Program, has achieved the extraordinary and rare academic accomplishment of earning a perfect 1600 on the SAT, a distinction achieved by less than 1% of test takers nationwide. And whereas he made the decision to pursue his education through online schooling in order to support his family and assist his father in operating their computer recycling business, demonstrating maturity, responsibility, and selflessness far beyond his years. And whereas, through unwavering dedication, Braj devoted countless hours to mastering his studies and preparing for the SAT, taking the exam multiple times and improving with each effort until he reached the highest possible score, a remarkable testament to his perseverance, discipline, and relentless pursuit of excellence. And whereas, beyond his academic achievement success, Braj has shown sincere commitment to service and leadership in the Fresno community, supporting local food banks, helping families gain access to essential resources, and volunteering at the Sikh Institute of Fresno, where he teaches younger students how to read, write, and speak Punjabi. And whereas Braj's story has become an inspiration to his teachers, classmates, and the broader Fresno community, his achievements stand as a shining example of what can be accomplished through hard work, sacrifice, and unwavering belief that education can transform lives and create opportunities. And whereas his humility, leadership, and generosity of spirit reflect the very best of Fresno's youth, we wish him continued success as he pursues his academic and personal goals, confident that his drive, intelligence, and character will lead to many more accomplishments in the years ahead. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, Councilmember Annalisa Perea, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby recognize and proclaim Thursday, November 6, 2025 to be Braj Sekhon Day in the city of Fresno.
There is absolutely hope for the future. Well done, sir. Next, we will have Athletic Hall of Fame Day, and the sponsor of this item is Councilmember Maxwell.
All righty, Gina, if I could have you and our inductees and any family and friends that want to come up to the front, I'll meet you up there in just a moment. Well, good morning again, everybody. I have the privilege today of honoring a truly amazing organization and some individuals here in our community. The Fresno County Athletic Hall of Fame is celebrating its 67th year this year, and is an organization that prides itself on uplifting the stories and legacies and contributions of local athletes and local leaders from right here across Fresno County. I'm sure all of you could think of several amazing athletes that have come from right here in our own community, and we're going to be honoring some behind me here today. I don't know if any of you have had the opportunity to go see the Hall of Fame in person. It is located on the southwest corner of the Save Mart Center in North Fresno, and it is truly an amazing experience. It is an interactive experience where you get to see interviews of athletes and coaches going back decades to hear their stories, hear about how they grew up, their experience on the field, blurbs, news articles, stories, and testimonials, and has been really pivotal in helping inspire future generations of athletes and leaders across our community. And this is an organization that really prides itself in providing a lot of tours and educational opportunities to young folks across Fresno County. So I'm going to hand it over to Gina Strang-Behrens to talk a little bit more about the organization and talk about some of the special folks we have with us here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Good morning. We are thrilled to be here, and we are so grateful to you for allowing this to even happen so we could showcase this incredible talent that we have. I am actually here representing the Hall of Fame as the volunteer president. Our executive director is under the weather, so I'm pinch hitting, as they say. But I'm also representing as an inductee. I was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2005 for softball. And Rod Perry is also here representing the board and also as an inductee. Football, if you are a Rams fan, as you mentioned earlier, you know who Rod Perry is, and we are grateful to have him here. As Councilman Maxwell mentioned, not only do we honor great athletes, we also really want to inspire the youth. Councilmember Maxwell and Mayor Dyer have both been very instrumental in support of Measure P grants, understanding that we are here to connect with our youth and use our stories to inspire that next generation and develop more leaders. Whether they go into sports or not, we're excited to just be able to share our stories with them. So I'd like to recognize, we have 3 out of the 5 individuals that will be inducted tonight into the Hall of Fame. Thank you, Mayor Dyer, for attending. We're excited to have you. First off, representing his father is Willie Wood Jr. His father passed a few years back, but we are thrilled that he came all the way out from the East Coast to be here to recognize his father. Willie Wood competed in football, a member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Wood shot to prominence in 1956 when he was named Junior College All-American while playing at Kalinga College. After 2 seasons at USC, Wood joined the Green Bay Packers in 1960. He played safety for 12 seasons. It was Wood's interception that sparked the Packers to a 35-10 win over Kansas City in Super Bowl I. During his career, Wood was chosen to play in Pro Bowl 8 times. Following his playing career, Wood moved into coaching. In 1975, he became the first African-American head coach in pro football's modern era when he was named to lead the Philadelphia Bell of the World Football League. In 1980, Wood became the first African-American head coach in the Canadian Football League when he was named head coach of the Toronto Argonauts. In 1989, Wood was inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Congratulations.
And he was a cool dad.
And he was a cool dad.
Thank you.
Next, we have my wonderful coach who recruited me to Fresno State. We are excited to honor Donna Pickle this evening for coaching. A coaching pioneer, Pickle arrived at Fresno State in 1967 as a professor. In 1970, she became head coach of the women's basketball team, and in 7 seasons led the program to 2 conference titles. In 1977, Fresno State launched softball as a club sport. Pickle was its first head coach. A year later, the sport received varsity status. Over the next 8 years, she won 4 conference titles and made 8 consecutive appearances in postseason play. In 1982, Pickles Bulldogs were runners-up in the very first College World Series. So that was incredible. Her .886 winning percentage is among the very best of any coach, female or male, in Fresno State history. Congratulations, Coach Pickle. This is special for me. One of my teammates now is being inducted. So, Melanie, congratulations for softball. One of the greatest pitchers in Fresno State softball history from 1985 to 1988. Parent was the author of 7 no-hitters, 2 perfect games, and 59 career shutouts for the Bulldogs. Parent concluded her 4-year varsity seasons with a school record 93 wins and a microscopic .55 earned run average. In both her sophomore and senior seasons, Parent was voted Fresno State's Female Athlete of the Year. As a senior in 1988, she received first-team All-American honors. And I will tell you, it was our sophomore year, we lost one of our pitchers, and she literally threw basically every game that season. She was a worker, so congratulations. And Donna Pickle recruited her. Okay, we did have 2, and I'll just say just a couple of things. Ray Unruh, just a pillar in men's fast pitch softball history, was not able to make it this morning. He will be there this evening. In 2007, he was inducted into the International Softball Congress Hall of Fame. So we'd like to recognize him. And then most of you know Matt Garza, who is a local product. He will be here this evening for baseball. And product of Washington Union High School, blossomed into an outstanding pitcher, played in the majors for 12 seasons. So we are excited to honor him as well. And again, we are so grateful for this opportunity.
Again, if you haven't had the opportunity to check out the Hall of Fame in person, I strongly recommend that you take some time to learn a little bit more about Fresno's history as it pertains to athletics. After the very first time I went a couple years ago, I was so inspired that we started building something very similar up on our 3rd floor because it was just such an amazing experience. And to all the folks here behind me, I just want to personally thank you and your families. In a community like Fresno where opportunity could be hard to come by for a lot of folks, we're always looking for inspiration. The kids are always looking for somebody to look up to, and you've provided that for so many generations of kids, and your parents would be extremely proud for you being here today, and I know he's looking down with a lot of pride, but I want to thank you all for giving so much hope and inspiration to the families and children across Fresno County. And then at this time, I would like to read the last line. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, November 6, 2025, as Fresno Athletic Hall of Fame Day in the city of Fresno. City Clerk.
Whereas, founded in 1958 by John Vionez and Ed Orman, the Fresno Athletic Hall of Fame has for more than half a century celebrated the athletes, coaches, and community leaders who have shaped Fresno County's proud athletic legacy, preserving their stories and enduring testaments to excellence and local pride. And whereas, guided by its mission to recognize and honor outstanding achievement, the Fresno Athletic Hall of Fame serves as a living record of our region's athletic history, enshrining the accomplishments of our most exceptional competitors and reminding us of the determination and resilience that define our community. And whereas, the individuals honored by the Fresno Athletic Hall of Fame are celebrated not only for their athletic success, but also for their leadership, character, and service to our community. They stand as true ambassadors of the Central Valley, whose lives remind us that greatness is measured as much by heart as by victory. And whereas, through this mission, the Fresno Athletic Hall of Fame continues to inspire future generations to pursue their own measure of greatness, teaching that with perseverance, teamwork, and purpose, anything is possible. And that, As in any team sport, our community is strongest when we uplift one another. And whereas the Fresno Athletic Hall of Fame carries this vision forward through meaningful outreach and education, including school and community programs featuring Hall of Famers, collegiate athletes, and Fresno County professionals who enrich young lives through mentorship and character development. And whereas the Fresno Athletic Hall of Fame continues to unite our community in celebration of athletic achievement, bringing together generations of athletes, educators, and families who shared stories of dedication and sportsmanship inspire not only excellence on the field, but integrity, leadership, and pride throughout Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, November 6, 2025 as Fresno Athletic Hall of Fame Day in the city of Fresno.
And we do have Donna Pickle that would like to say a few words before they head out today.
I'm sorry. I just want to say I live in Oklahoma now, and every time I come back to Fresno, I love to hear Mayor Dyer's voice as we walk through the airport.
I wouldn't have handed you the microphone if I thought you were going to feed his ego a little bit more, but let's hear it one more time for these folks up here, everybody. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Our fourth and final proclamation for the day will be, I know the suspense is killing y'all. Sorry, 1 second, I want to get this right. ASC Blue Seal of Excellence recognition to the maintenance divisions of the Department of Transportation, and the sponsor is our mayor, the city manager, and the DOT.
Thank you, Council President. If I could have, they're making their way up now, but all of our Fresno Area Express Maintenance Division come forward. Good to see all you guys here this morning. We had to literally pull the wrenches out of their hands to get them here this morning. You know, oftentimes we get to recognize and demonstrate our appreciation to people that are very visible. Sometimes that's law enforcement, sometimes that's firefighters. But there's so much more that goes on behind the scenes to provide city services. And the folks that are standing here with me today are the ones that are behind the scenes. They're the ones making sure that our buses are operating safely, that they're reliable, and they have received what's referred to as the Blue Seal of Excellence Award for their work. And they actually receive this year after year after year for their dedication, their safety, and their certifications. But I want to talk a little bit about the why agency, our Fresno Area Express, is so needed in our community. And I oftentimes hear about how we have empty buses driving around Fresno. But the reality is, I think we have about 10.2 plus million passengers every year riding on our fax buses. And that includes people that rely on our buses, our public transportation, to get to their doctor appointment, to go buy groceries, to be able to get to school. We have contracts with Central Unified, with Fresno Unified, Fresno State, State Center Community College. So they rely on us to get them to school. And they also rely on us to get them to work. And so if not for the folks that are standing here, none of that would be possible. And so that is the absolute why as to what they do. So the reliability they provide for our buses, the safety, we appreciate it very, very much. And so today as we read this proclamation, I want to say, city manager myself, and she'll speak shortly, I want to say thank you for what you guys do quietly behind the scenes to make sure that our buses are out there serving our community. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple more words to add. As the Mayor said, you guys are quietly behind the scenes, day in, day out, just grinding, getting the buses out into the field to be able to serve our community, keep not only our passengers safe, but our bus drivers safe as well. So thank you. We appreciate what you do day in and day out. It does not go unnoticed, even though it may seem like it, because we only hear about things when they're not working. When they are working, we hear very little. That's unfortunate in our community, but it is really the truth. So thank you so much for all that you do.
Joe? I know Director Barfield is not here, but Joe, if you want to come up.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. Joe Vargas, Assistant Director. I first want to start by thanking the mayor, city manager, and council for recognizing our team of professional technicians. Again, as Mayor Dyer said, we provide over 10.3 or 10.2 million rides annually, and that does not happen without this group of professionals. So again, I want to, on behalf of myself, Gregory Barfield, our director who couldn't be here today, and the rest of the FACTS family, I want to thank you for all that you do, and congratulations on the recognition.
Thank you, Joe. And I'll read the therefore, and then we'll give it to the clerk to read the entire proclamation. But it says, now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, City Manager Georgianne White, and members of the City Council recognize and congratulate the Fresno Area Express Maintenance Division. In witness thereof, we have unto set our hands and affix the seal of the City of Fresno, California, 6th day of November 2025. Clerk?
Whereas the City of Fresno's Transportation Department, Fresno Area Express Maintenance Division has earned the National Institute for Automotive Service Excellence Blue Seal of Excellence. The ASE is a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving vehicle repair and service quality. In the case of government fleet, it additionally honors the hard work and dedication of technicians that provide to police officers, firefighters, public works, and other public sector employees. And whereas, to earn the ASE Blue Seal of Excellence, at least 75% of a shop's technicians must be ASE certified. In addition, there must be a certified technician in each service area, and agencies must annually confirm their professional's certification status. And whereas 84% of the maintenance division's 31 technicians are ASE certified, which exceeds the Blue Seal Award benchmark. More noteworthy, the division's maintenance staff includes 15 master technicians, which represents the highest possible level of individual ASE recognition. And whereas, of the master technicians, 2 are certified in both transit bus and automobile categories, and 2 are certified in 3 categories: 1 in transit bus, medium heavy truck, and automobile, and 1 in transit bus, medium heavy truck, and school bus. And whereas technicians in the maintenance division face significant demands to efficiently and cost-effectively maintain more than 138 buses, and these valued City of Fresno professionals have proven their commitment to the highest levels of automotive service in excellence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, City Manager Georgianne White, and members of the Fresno City Council recognize and congratulate the Fresno Area Express Maintenance Division.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Manager. Great job, DOT. Okay. Next, we're going to move on to council member reports and comments, and we're going to start with Council Member Perea. Okay. We're going to go to Council Member Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank Captain Don Gross, Phil Sky, Steve Montez, and my amazing District 4 team. We put a town hall meeting together last night in the Washawn Elementary School neighborhood. We were able to give folks resources about some of the programs they could get involved with in their own neighborhoods and tell them about some of the efforts that we've been doing to improve their neighborhood. So thank you to everybody who made last night possible and for attending. Last Friday, I had the opportunity of attending an event hosted by our Fresno Association of Realtors. It was the Fresno State Investors Exchangers Housing Symposium, where I got to work with local developers and folks from the City of Clovis Planning Department to talk about some of the ways the City of Fresno can improve housing stock here in the City of Fresno. So I want to thank the Realtors for inviting me to that symposium. Lastly, Mayor Dyer and I yesterday had a press conference where we unveiled our latest initiative, the Utility Art Box Press Conference. If you guys drive throughout the city of Fresno, at a lot of intersections, you'll see those big, clunky, metallic boxes that house a lot of wiring and mechanisms for our street signals. They're not too sightly, they're a little blighted, and so we're gonna open up bids to local artists to paint murals on those across the city of Fresno. So if you are an artist or know an artist that would like to get involved in that project, you could have them apply at fresno.gov/artbox. /mayor/traffic-box-art. And that'll conclude my remarks. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Vang?
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. Just a few items to report. I'm excited to share that I will be hosting my very first turkey giveaway on Saturday, November the 22nd, starting at 12 noon at Greenberg Elementary School, and that's located at 5046 East Lane Avenue, 93727, and that's November 22nd, starting at 12 o'clock noon. And there will be both drive-through and walk-through lines available for the residents to come through. We have two long-awaited grand openings happening in Southeast Fresno at the Fenchurch Creek Shopping Center on Clovis and Tulare Avenues. Tomorrow, 6 a.m. in the morning, Sprouts Farmers Market will be officially open, and I will be there 6:45 in the morning, and hope to see you there. And then the much-anticipated In-N-Out Burger, again at Tulare and Clovis Avenue, will open on Wednesday, November the 12th. So expect that area to be very busy in terms of traffic and in terms of foot traffic as well. And lastly, I'd like to also invite everyone to the Central Valley Veterans Day Parade happening right here in downtown Fresno. And I look forward to participating in honoring our veterans for their service and sacrifice, including the Special Guerrilla Units veterans who fought in the Secret War in Laos from 1961 to 1975. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Moving on to Councilmember Richardson.
Presidente del Consejo, gracias. Ahora, miembro.
That wasn't me.
Okay.
Thanks, Council President. Real quick, thank you to Fire Station 11 up in District 2, who took two of my staffers on a little ride-along, showed them what their water rescue capacity is. Appreciate that. Speaking of fire stations, Fire Station 17, stand by for your brand new hot-off-the-shelf Lucas device coming shortly. As we mentioned, the 10th is the 250th birthday of our United States Marine Corps, and at 11 a.m. over at the Veterans Memorial Auditorium across the street, nice big pretty building, got a marquee out front, they will be having, open to the public, a cake cutting. Every Marine Corps birthday, doesn't matter where you are in the world, they will find something and form it into a cake, find something else flammable that can be formed into a candle, stick it in it, and find something sharp and cut it in half. So this year, they'll be having a nice little cake cutting ceremony at the VMA. If you've never been to one, I would encourage you to attend because no one here is invited to my unit's birthday ball this weekend. Outside of that, you already talked about the Veterans Parade, thank you. Thank you to all the residents out there, constituents or not constituents, who've been reaching out, passionately doing their research, which I love, about the VMT, Vehicle Miles Traveled program. It really shows a lot of engagement, but answering a lot of good, important questions, some good questions, issues, concerns brought forward, and it's really driving subject matter expertise, so I appreciate that. It's a challenge, and I love homework. Also, last thing, Mountain View Elementary School, if you live anywhere in the vicinity of that, get ready for our next quarterly town hall, which will be taking place in the cafeteria over there at Mountain View. And if you're just someone else in the district, in District 6 up there, and you want to come to a town hall, haven't been to one, or are still passionate about something from the last one, please join us. More information about the date and time will follow. Council President, that's all I had at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council Presidents. Last weekend, or this past weekend, I had the honor of attending the Veterans Walk of Honor ceremony over at the VA. I was there along with Councilmember Vang. It was a moving event that paid tribute to the brave men and women who have served our country with courage and sacrifice. And so, standing alongside veterans and their families was just a powerful reminder of the debt of gratitude we owe to those who defend our freedoms. So I want to extend my deepest appreciation to everyone who helped make that event possible. It was an honor to be there to celebrate that just before Veterans Day, and very similar to my colleague, I do invite everyone else to one of my favorite annual events of the year, which is our Veterans Day Parade, happening on Tuesday the 11th, coming up here pretty soon. So join us in celebrating Veterans Day. We start here right in front of City Hall, and it is the largest parade in the largest veterans parade in the United States, west of the Mississippi. So always fun, always an honor to be part of that. As I had mentioned last week during my comments, I participated along with the mayor in a SNAP roundtable with Congressman Costa to discuss the importance of supporting our food banks and nonprofits who, to assist families facing food insecurity. Had a very productive conversation, and what's coming out of that from the city side is one of the items that you see here on the agenda today, which is item 2C, where we will be hopefully expending some city funds to help feed Fresno families during this great time of need and this gap. So I want to thank my colleagues in advance for their support on item 2C, which is on our contested consent agenda. And I hope that the city of Fresno is able to provide that $250,000 to the Central California Food Bank. And I want to thank the administration for their efforts, help throw that together very, very quickly. Really on a whim last Thursday as I was sitting here in the council meeting pondering over what we might do. So, Council President, that'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. Just a few updates from District 1. On Saturday, we hosted a crosswalk painting event at Echo and Weldon. That one was in partnership with the Fresno Arts Council. This effort followed our first ever Dia de los Muertos event at Trolley Park, which was organized in partnership with Dulce Up Front and the Big Red Church. We ended that evening with a special screening of Coco. So I want to thank all the volunteers, artists, dancers, and vendors who came out and helped to make that first event such a success. On Sunday, we continued the celebration of Dia de los Muertos with a community block party in Van Ness Village. It was a wonderful opportunity where businesses, families, and volunteers came together to honor their loved ones and to support one another within that business community of the Tower District. Also want to extend my gratitude to Casita Feliz for recognizing me as one of their community champions. It was a real honor to be there in solidarity with the community that evening. Looking ahead, on Friday, November 7th at 11 a.m., we'll be celebrating the ribbon cutting of Sequoia Brewery in the Tower District. So I want to invite the community out to participate in that milestone. That is going to be Friday, tomorrow, November 7th at 11 a.m. Additionally, I've joined forces with the Fresno Animal Center and SPCA to host a canine vaccination and microchip clinic for our furry friends here in Fresno. So details are available on my Instagram and Facebook pages, or you can also call my office at 559-621-7817, but that is open countywide. Lastly, as we approach Veterans Day, I want to take a moment to just thank all of our military service members, veterans, and their families for their sacrifice and dedication to our great nation. I do look forward to joining the Veterans Day Parade on November 11th. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Council Vice President, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. I'll keep it short today. I want to say congratulations to the voters of the state of California, the county, and the city for voting to approve Prop 50 in defense of our democracy. Thank you to the city attorney for making sure that we police the police during this important election. And to my council colleagues who voted for Prop 50. And in closing, just a simple message to the Republican Party and Republican Assemblymember Tangapaw. If you're going to sue the state of California for making sure Latinos had equitable representation, I look forward to your lawsuit against the city of Clovis and the county of Clovis, who gerrymandered their districts to benefit white voters. Thank you.
Okay, and my comments will be brief. I just want to thank Public Works and the administration for quickly moving so we can ensure on Veterans Boulevard there will be flags, I think, going up today to honor our veterans. And I really do want to appreciate, while I have not served in uniform, I, like every other American, has benefited from the past generations and the current generation that are serving this country, whether they're here at home or they're serving abroad, to keep us safe. Thank you so much for your service. It makes a huge difference so that we can celebrate democracy. So I do want to just say that there's been a lot happening in District 2 in the last week, especially with constituent services, so thank you to my staff. But I do want to just take a moment to express, sometimes, this job, While it's an incredible blessing for all of us, it can be stressful when you're trying to work really hard to ensure your residents' needs are met. And you walk into the building, and it's so hard to be in a bad mood walking into this building because we get to face two people walking into the offices over here that have been with this city for a long time. And one of them is Adrienne Kinney, who unfortunately lost her father. And as Councilmember Maxwell rightfully requested, we're going to honor, adjourn in his memory of Howard Foster Gibson. I'm someone who's close to my father, and Adrienne, when you had expressed to me what happened, I just want you to know that all of us on this council and the staffs and administration truly love you and value you, and we are here for you, and we feel everything you are feeling. So I know you're really strong, and you always have a professional face on, but just know that you're not alone. And your father, who is in heaven, is incredibly proud of you. I don't have to pass a resolution for that. We know it's true. Thank you, Adrienne, for all you do for us, and we're here for you. And those are my comments for the day. So, not for the whole day, just for this portion. And thank you so much, Council, for your patience. We're going to move on to the mayor.
Thank you, Council President. Very kind of you to make mention of Adrienne's dad. That's very, very thoughtful. And Councilmember Maxwell journeying in memory of her father. I think that's more than appropriate. So thank you for doing that. This last Saturday, we had our Beautify Fresno Youth Services Day. We had 900 youth come out from 22 different schools across the city of Fresno to clean up neighborhoods. And it was an incredible showing. I had the opportunity to go out to Roosevelt and to speak to many of the students that were out there and to see their excitement. As Councilmember Banks said, I will be there tomorrow morning for the ribbon cutting. It will be the earliest ribbon cutting I've ever gone to. They asked me to be there at 6:30 in the morning, which I will do. But it is something that's very important for the Southeast Fresno area, especially when you look at the fact that they've been underserved as some of our other neighborhoods in Fresno. So this is going to be a great day. Now they'll have a Target, they'll have a Sprouts, they'll have an In-N-Out, some of the other things that sometimes we take for granted in other parts of the city. And to Councilmember Maxwell's point, the box art, Fresno box art, something we've been working on a long time. I'll tell you how important it is. I've been the mayor now 5 years. My daughter's never complimented me on anything that we've done in the administration until we did box art. And she said because it is a conversation piece for her and her kids. When they go around in San Luis, they see the box art, and it's a time to talk about what's on the box. And so it's an educational opportunity as well. So thank you for partnering and doing the pilot in D4. We appreciate that. This Saturday, I'll be with Nick Richardson at the Marine Corps Ball in Southern California. I hope I come back alive. But Nick has asked me to go there with his wife, Kelsey, and my wife will be there. And we look forward to it, Nick. And I want to say publicly thank you for your service and for all of the military branches, whether Marine, Army, Navy, Air Force, for your service. And I look forward, as Councilmember Esparza said, participating in the parade and speaking on this Tuesday morning. It's something I look forward to very much as well. I'll be there tonight for the Hall of Fame presentation, the awards. Thank you, Tyler, for recognizing those folks who have gone on to do great things in our city. I'll be there tomorrow with Councilmember Perea at the Sequoia Tower, Sequoia Brewery, as they reopen that restaurant. So important to the Tower District, and it's unfortunate of the sudden closure that we had seen some time ago. We're grateful that people have stepped up to reopen that business. That's at 11 a.m. tomorrow. And then again, been an honor to partner with this council and Councilmember Esparza on providing much needed funds to the Central California Food Bank. We've heard about the government closing, the impact that is having. It's incredible. Some of the things that we haven't even felt and seen yet. But when you deal with holding back funding that provides food for our seniors, for our veterans, for our children, for our most vulnerable population, it's unspeakable. And I'm glad we have the opportunity as a city to be able to step up and to do our part and to help out, and I hope others will as well. We know the courts have ruled on this. There'll be some delays in the funding being received, and there'll also be partial funding received, but I hope this council supports that item later today, and I know you will. So thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Mayor. City Manager?
I think everyone covered it all very nicely. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving on. I did have a request. We're going to move things a little bit differently today. I did have a request because of timing issues to allow one of our workshops. This is item 4A, a workshop for the Fresno Chaffee Zoo. We're going to start with that, if the folks like to come forward.
Good morning, everyone. Are we able to pull up the, wonderful. First off, good morning, Mayor Dyer. Good morning, Council President Carbasi, and good morning, members of council and the community members of Fresno. My name is Sean Denbach. I'm the Chief of Education and Engagement at the Fresno Chaffee Zoo. I am joined with Director of Community Partnerships, Amy Avery, and we just really appreciate you all giving us a chance to share what is really core to us. As we, next slide, as we often are thought about as a conservation organization, we want to really emphasize the importance of community. So as we share our presentation today, you're going to hear a lot about the connection with community that the zoo is actively working on building. And if we can get the technology to work, it's always one of those things, right? Technology works when you want it to, but then when it doesn't want to work, it's always going to act up a little bit more than it should be. All right, back one slide. All right. So as I mentioned, today we're here to not just talk about the community's influence on Fresno, but how the Fresno Chaffee Zoo is looking to bridge its gap and really connect with the Fresno community. As you can see on the screen, reflecting on the past year, we've had roughly 249,000 members of the Fresno community visit the zoo. And those are from daytime visits and to our community events. And you can also see some of our most popular community events for the citizens of Fresno has been Black History Month, Lunar New Year, and Party for the Planet. And I want to highlight, for those that are going to the Veterans Day Parade, we want to invite you afterwards to come to the zoo because we are offering all of our veterans and active duty military free access to the zoo. As an honor and thank you for all that you have done for our freedom, we are inviting you to come to the zoo for free on Veterans Day. So after you go to the parade, make sure you come to the zoo. Next slide.
So with the arrival of our new CEO about 5 years ago, John Forrest Dolan, we really started to look at how we impact communities. We started to take a deep dive into our mission, vision, and core values. And the core value I'd like to bring to attention today is gratefulness. We are grateful. We appreciate so much the support of our community, the people that we work with, and the treasures of the natural world. We are incredibly grateful for Measure Z. Measure Z has transformed Fresno Chaffee Zoo into a world-class institution.
And with that, I want to give a special thank you to Councilmember Arias for his support on sitting on the Measure Z Board Authority and helping provide support and guidance. You know, Measure Z, as Amy has mentioned, has transformed the zoo and aquarium in ways that my colleagues can only hope and aspire to. We have this opportunity to offset our capital costs by 2/3, thanks to Measure Z, and 1/3 of our operational costs are offset thanks to Measure Z. And what this does is it enables us to build a world-class zoo, but also helps us ensure that the zoo is accessible to every citizen within Fresno. With that being said, at its inception, Measure Z covered about 50% of operational costs. As we're seeing operational expenses increase for all of us across the globe, that's looking more to 30 to 20% right now. So what that means is that there are challenges that Measure Z aren't able to meet, and we have to figure out ways to bridge that gap. And ways we're doing that is looking at additional revenue sources, looking at sponsorships, and looking at philanthropic support to help bridge that gap. And with that, you know, with your help and continued support, I'm excited to share that we're going to be able to embark on telling the story of California. Next slide. And you might be wondering, you know, why California? When you go to most zoos and aquariums, you hear the story of conservation, which is very important in far-off places. But equally important is a story of conservation right here in our own backyard. As many of you, I'm a proud Californian, born and raised in California, and there is so much to be proud of, and so much of our story that's not being told. From the giants, sequoias, that live in the Sierra, the giant kelp forests found in our ocean, and the beautiful biodiversity in between. There is so much of the California story from the nature, wildlife, and people that we're going to be able to tell as we build this California exhibit.
With that, we are listening and we are learning. It's very important for us to listen to our community. We have looked at how we share our love of animals and wildlife with parts of the community that we haven't engaged with before. We're learning how to welcome the beautiful people of Central California into the zoo in new ways where they can find belonging. We're learning how to work with our community partners to have strong collective impact. And we're also learning how to use trusted messengers and use their voices in the community to build relationships with those that might still have fear and untrusting feelings. Part of our efforts to create accessibility is with our Welcome Wednesdays. Welcome Wednesdays allows anyone with a SNAP card to come into the zoo with 4 family members at $5 each. And we have seen a lot of use out of Welcome Wednesdays. We want to increase our ability to share conservation messaging with the families of the Central Valley. Last year, another one of our campaigns marked the 100th anniversary of the last California grizzly bear sighting. And to commemorate that anniversary, Fresno Chaffee Zoo started a public awareness campaign. And our desire behind starting this campaign that passed at a state resolution and also recently received the Zoos and Aquariums highest award at the conference, our purpose behind it was really to bring conservation awareness to the community in very practical ways. We also make it our mission to work with cities and communities to try to build green coalitions where we are providing tools and education to increase environmental sustainability.
Wherever there's an animal story, there's a people story. And wherever there is a people story, an animal story is sure to follow. As mentioned earlier, we are committed to working with the community. We can't achieve this goal of saving the world or doing the conservation work without the community. And we recently completed our Kings of Asia exhibit, and a big important piece of the design and execution of the exhibit was working with our Southeast Asian members of the community at every step. Really best understanding how do we amplify and tell the story, not just of the animals, but of the people. And we've taken that learning from that effort to continue that advisory group to layer the lens of all of our work through that group. We've actively worked to reach out to as many members of the community to build as diverse of a swath of the voice. We don't have everyone represented. We are actively working to make sure that we have those voices at the table. And this is something we continue our collaboration, whether it's community events, building our next California exhibit, looking at our equity work, or looking at different ways that we can engage the community. Which also means engaging the next generation. We are committed to figuring out ways to support our next generation through career workshop opportunities. We have partnerships with Career Nexus, partnerships with Fresno Unified, which provides not just internships, but paid internships. Volunteering your time is a privilege that most people don't have, especially people within the Fresno area. So we're looking at ways that we can provide paid internships through important partnerships. And this is something we want to invite all of your interns that are working with you. If you haven't already, we want to invite you all to make sure you bring your interns to the zoo to best understand the various careers that are beyond being a veterinarian, beyond being a zoological care specialist. But when you come to the zoo, you'll see there's the marketing team, there's the accounting team, there's the interpretive team. There are so many professions from engineering, construction, that really help make that small city of the zoo operate.
One of the things that we need your help on is at community events, we've started recognizing a community hero. These community heroes can be an organization or just an individual that really are doing the good work in Fresno. And we want to bring them to attention of the public when they're at the zoo, but we want to honor them as well at our community events. So if you have somebody in your district that deserves this kind of recognition, please reach out and let us know, because at all the upcoming community events, we will be recognizing somebody.
So lastly, I want to leave you with a couple opportunities to have an impact with your constituents. Imagine, if you will, sponsoring for your community a Fresno Zoo Day, where all of your constituents can come for free for a day. Or if they can't come for the day, our holiday season is upon us. We have our Holiday Lights Illuminature extravaganza beginning. So imagine sponsoring a Fresno Zoo Illuminature Night, where your constituents can come for free. We are also extending an invitation to continue supporting the Welcome Wednesdays discount, where members of our community who don't normally have an opportunity to come to the zoo can come and visit. And one thing I really want to highlight is that coming to the zoo is not just about learning about animals, but it's a healing space. It's an opportunity to spread joy. It's an opportunity to allow neighborhoods to come together, create lasting memories, and especially on hard times like today, find some joy throughout the day. And with that, I leave up the opportunity for questions. Our QR code is up there. And of course, if you haven't seen some of the fun stuff, we want to encourage you to follow us on all of our socials so you can keep up to date to all the great things that are happening at the Fresno Chaffee Zoo.
We have folders here that I'll leave up at the front that you can grab after.
Thank you so much. Well, Council Vice President, this was your item. Anything you'd like to add?
Thank you all for the time. I'm looking forward to having you guys come back when we have a draft design for the new zoo entrance. For the rest of the council, that's the next significant exhibit for the zoo, paid for by the Measure C tax initiative that our county residents pay. Additionally, just a reminder for those who have not seen the zoo lately, it is a great jewel. And if you are a Fresno County resident, you have a discounted rate of admission since you already pay and contribute towards the operation of the zoo and the construction of new exhibits. So I look forward to the design and having everybody's feedback, as you know, California and this valley is extremely diverse. So appreciate the time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Excellent work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the 9:25 a.m. Like I said, we're doing things a little bit in different order. 9:25 a.m. joint meeting of the City Council, the city in its capacity as a housing successor to the RDA of the City of Fresno and the Fresno Revitalization Corporation. This is an item that will require 2 votes. There is one with myself, the mayor, and council member Esparza, and then there's one with the City Council as the successor agency. So if we can start with the presentation. Just give us one moment to get set up, folks. 9:25.
I think Mr. Sky plans to present this morning. Is he with us?
I apologize. This is partially my fault because we are doing things a little bit different for time. I didn't give a good warning. So here's what we'll do. Let's take a short recess. We'll come back at 10:30.
Okay.
Oh, is he here?
He just walked in. He just walked in.
Perfect timing. Good morning, sir. I wish you delivered pizza so you'd be on time every time. This is perfect.
You, Council President, you surprised me. I didn't know we were doing 9:25 now, but thank you for waiting. Appreciate it.
If you want,
Sorry
we
I
can
was
take.
late.
No, you're not late at all. We can take a few minutes if you'd like.
I'm good.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yep. So, good morning, Council President, City Council. My name is Phil Sky, Assistant Director of our Plan and Development Department. I am here with Marlene Murphy, I believe, is on her way, Executive Director. Oh, there she is. Hello, good morning. Marlene and I have been working together on this project. This is an item that we bring before you, asking you, as the council this morning, to adopt a couple of resolutions. The first one declaring the property at 815 Fulton Street to be exempt surplus land. This is land that is owned by the city of Fresno. Also, a resolution adopting finding good cause and clear and convincing benefit to bypass the competitive procurement for this particular land, for this parcel that we are speaking of, that the city of Fresno owns, and the same would be true for the two parcels. So there are 3 parcels in total on the corner of Fulton and Inyo Streets, directly behind Chichansi Stadium. So again, one resolution declaring the property surplus land for the city's parcel and declaring good cause and clear and convincing benefit with regard to FMC 4-204 to bypass competitive procurement, and the same also for the 2 parcels that the successor agency owns. And then lastly, approve a disposition development agreement between the City of Fresno in its capacity as housing successor and the Park Partners LLC. This is for a project, as you can read in the staff report, that reflects a proposed project that would, if completed and successfully constructed, would result in 160 units. This is intended to be student housing, though I will just note that the only requirements of this project in terms of the housing are that 40% of the units be income restricted. The balance of the units, 60% of them, can be rented at market rate. And I think those are the keys to this item. The other thing I'll just mention as it relates to the disposition development agreement is that, as was read into the record this morning, the agreement before you, there have been a couple of changes made that were reflected again on the record this morning. Most importantly, the performance timeline for the developer as it relates to the conditional disposition of this land really extends only through February 28th of 2026. What that in essence does is, again, conditionally commits all parcels mentioned in this agreement to this developer if they meet all of those conditions by that deadline. One of the most important conditions is that the developer is able to successfully secure all of the financing necessary to construct the proposed project. Ms. Murphy, would you like to offer any additional comments?
No, you've covered it. Thank you.
On the fly, excellent job.
Yeah, thanks.
So for my fellow FRC members, Mayor and Councilmember Esparza, any comments or questions?
Yeah, I have just a few comments. I like the modifications that have been made by Councilmember Arias. I think we've learned from the mistakes of our past as a city where we've provided development agreements and extended them well beyond their useful life. And I think setting a drop dead date of February 28th of 26 is good for them to be able to do the things that they say they're going to do. We need housing downtown in a bad way. Housing of whether it's market rate or restricted income. And I'm very, very supportive of this project. Been working with this particular developers for a long period of time to try to bring student housing downtown. And I think the timing is good with all that we have going on downtown with $300 million for infrastructure costs, parking garages, water sewer mains, as well as the potential revolving loan fund for homeowners. I think this is going to fit right in line. And, you know, we talk about great cities have great downtowns, and what makes a great downtown is vibrancy. And in order to have that vibrancy, it can't be Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. It's got to also be on the weekends and evenings. And for that to occur, we need housing downtown. And so it's my commitment, I know it is this council's commitment, that we're going to do everything we can to build up downtown with housing. So with that, I'm prepared to support and make a motion.
And then before we go to any motions, I'm going to ask the remainder of the council, any questions or comments on this item? Not seeing anyone punched up, so Mayor, floor is yours.
I make a motion to support.
Motion made by the mayor, second by Councilmember Esparza. And this is the first vote where it's just the three of us. Any opposition? There being none, the first vote passes 3-0. Now we move on to the council as the successor. Council members, any motions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Council Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? There being none, the motion, I'm sorry, I did miss something. It's a hearing, correct? I apologize. We have to go to public comment. Forgive me. We're going to have to take a step back. At this time, on the 9:25 a.m. joint meeting, regarding the city-owned property located at 815 Fulton Street, and the housing successor agency to the RDA-owned properties located at 829 and 835 Fulton Street. Any members of the public wishing to provide comment on these items? This will be your time. And Mr. Balch is coming up, and I do apologize for not bringing you up sooner. And you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Yeah, super quickly. Elliot Balch, Downtown Fresno Partnership, just here in support of more housing being built downtown, and on behalf of our organization, look forward to helping incorporate the new residents in downtown into the downtown community. Thank you.
We're so darn eager, we wanted to go to a vote that fast. Okay. Anyone else wishing to comment on the 9:25 a.m. hearing? There being none, we will close public comment, and as the council has had an opportunity to provide comment, we're going to close the hearing and now go back to the vote. So, Mayor, if you would make your motion one more time.
Motion to support.
Councilmember Esparza? You go with that? Okay, thank you. Any opposition? There being none, back to the council. Council Vice President? Okay. Moved by Council Vice President, second by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? There being none, the item has been discussed, action's been taken, and the item passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Great. Sorry for the motion sickness. Okay, we're going to go to item 3E, which is, I'm assuming it's E, it's the general admin item that was moved. It was formerly 2C. This is an item sponsored by Council Member Esparza, the mayor, and the city manager.
Yeah, good morning. So we've spoken a bit about this item during the council comments, myself and the mayor. It is a resolution to provide $250,000 to the Central California Food Bank in our efforts to combat hunger in our community, as SNAP benefits have been delayed or only provided in partial amounts to residents throughout the nation, including folks in our community. Again, I urge support. I am aware that as we were developing this resolution, that there was the court ruling that provided that the USDA must release some of the funds through their emergency funds to SNAP recipients as soon as possible. And the issue with that is that we don't know timeline-wise how fast is as soon as possible. And on top of the fact that it provides a minimum for a partial, but there are folks who are not going to get their full benefits if and when they do receive those benefits. All of that compounded by the added pressure of Thanksgiving this month and just the general crushing cost of living that residents are experiencing, including here within the city of Fresno. So I think despite the court ruling, this remains the right thing to do, and to be part of the safety nets that catches those residents who may otherwise fall through the crack this month. So I think being there to catch them and provide a hand and make sure that folks don't go hungry within the city of Fresno is really the least, the absolute least that we can do. So that's sort of my introduction to the item. I don't know if the administration wanted to chime in. There's a reallocation, $50,000 from my budget. It's going to cover about 25% of this cost, as well as a reallocation out of the general city purpose funds as well.
Yeah, thank you, Council President, Councilmember Esparza, and thank you for partnering with our administration on this. It's no surprise that this council or the city of Fresno would step up to be able to provide this $250,000 in much-needed funding. When you look at our history and what we did during the pandemic, this council took some very, very bold moves of providing a lot of funds from CARES Act, from the American Rescue Fund to organizations in our community that distributed those funds to a lot of very needy people. And this is no different. We may not be in a pandemic, but we have a shortage of funding going to our Central California Food Bank. And when you think about the number of people that are in need in this community, 1 out of 4 families in our city live at or below the poverty line. And so many of the people rely heavily on these SNAP funds for food for their children. And we know that when children are hungry, they don't do very well in school. It's difficult for them to learn. We know we have a senior population out there that is quite frankly, very vulnerable at times. And they can unfortunately die from malnutrition or get very, very sick. And so again, it is the least that we can do is to be able to step up and help those that are the most vulnerable in our community. I think Scripture tells us to do that. It says that we need to step up and help the least of these, and that's what we're doing today. So thank you, Council, each and every one of you for your heart, your compassion, and for partnering on this with our administration. Look forward to hearing your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have Council Vice President pushed up. He did pull this item as well.
Thank you, Mayor. As the Mayor mentioned, you know, in the last several years, we've had an emergency or two, both economic and one centered on the healthcare of this country, specifically the pandemic. And in those occasions, this council has benefited from federal funds, as you mentioned, Mayor, the CARES Act and the American Rescue Funds, which were designed to alleviate the emergency locally. It was designed to help residents everything from pay the rent so they wouldn't lose their homes to, you know, cover the utility cost. We got tens of millions of dollars to pay for people's water bills and garbage bills that were behind for months on end because of the loss of jobs. And now we find ourselves with the federal administration intentionally trying to starve kids and forcing us locally to spend our money for fundamentally a federal responsibility, which is the nutrition program of this country. So I struggle with that notion that we are taking taxpayer money from our local residents to bail out the federal government's complete irresponsibility and tactics to use children, seniors, the disabled, and military families who depend on nutrition programs as a way for political pressure on other factors of negotiations. So, but with that said, I want to be very intentional about this proposed contract, which I just received this morning. As we know, this city and this county has always had a lot of families that need food, emergency food from our food bank. So the recent demand on more food is as a result of the cut to the SNAP program. So now we're essentially doubling the amount of people who already are essentially breaking our food bank infrastructure and capacity. So what I want to understand from the contract itself is, and this comes from a recent conversation from a neighbor of mine who lives across the way. In normal days, there's several networks of sites that purchase food from the food bank and distribute it. Everything from your local churches to your local nonprofits, and they pay for that food at a discounted rate, I'm assuming, and they give it to their target audiences. If you go to Cornerstone Church, you're giving it to the members of the church. If you're at the Rescue Mission, you're giving it to the people at the Rescue Mission Housing Project. If you're a nonprofit like St. Rest, you're giving it to your members and to the general public. So what I'm trying to understand is, how are we going to manage? This contract stipulates that we are targeting the at-risk residents living in the city of Fresno. How are we going to ensure that we are targeting the additional individuals who are having to rely on emergency food because of the SNAP cutbacks versus the already high demand of folks who normally get food from these places? So who can respond to, I guess what I want to know is, Who, how, when, and where. I want details to how that $250,000 will be spent from city taxpayers. So who can address that?
Yeah, Council Vice President, I'll invite the representatives from the food bank on up, and I think they can address that in detail, in greater detail.
Thank you. And I did read the agreement, and it does state that the food distribution plan shall be submitted to the city prior to starting the food distribution services. So I want to know specifically who in the city. Does the mayor, does the city manager, the city attorney, does the fax driver get to dictate location, time, and target audience? How is that practically going to work? And here's why. The demand is significant, but we constantly get requests to contribute to food relief efforts. We constantly get phone calls from residents saying, I went to these 3 locations and all the food's gone by 9 a.m. So I want to be clear on where we're directing the public who calls us and who and where they can pick up the additional food that we are providing as city taxpayers.
Sure. Okay. So there were a couple of questions in there. I'm going to do my best to be able to kind of subsequently go in order. But as to the last and sorry, everybody. Hi.
Hi.
Natalie Caples, co-CEO, Central California Food Bank. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you about this issue. So when it comes to determining where these resources are going to be allocated, Central California Food Bank is going to be the determining organization. And basically, we have been in communication with our member partners over the last 3 weeks or so of the shutdown, kind of anticipating that it was possible that there was going to be a snap cliff on November 1st. And so we have been asking them to detail the number of individuals that they are serving and turning away. Since, for the last 15 or so years, Central California Food Bank has utilized a neighbor demographic platform where member partners are reporting neighbor information. So, very high-level neighbor demographics as well as the number of individuals that they're serving. And so that platform will be able to allow us to see in real time where neighbors are coming to access services, so point of consumption, and it'll also give us the ability to track trends and increases in neighbors served. What we plan to do is take all of that data out of our existing platform and be able to see the trends and increases of neighbors being served or being turned away and allocate the 85% of the funds allocated in the contract directly out to member partners. Central California Food Bank isn't going to utilize that in any of our existing programs or services that we manage. It's all going out to our member partner network. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to look at the trends and number of people served, and we're going to look at the disparity in resources amongst our member partner network. So higher resourced member partners, right, that maybe aren't volunteer driven, that have the ability to raise funds or do raise funds to be able to support their ongoing efforts, they are going to be lower on the priority list. And so it's going to be gap areas in Fresno County where maybe there's less access or resources. It's going to be member partners who have zero or a lower budget to be able to get the donated product and purchase product that we provide. And so it's going to be a combination of those factors. So lower resourced, higher need member partners that have less services in their area, significantly more gaps, and also identifying trends in the increases or the surges in numbers of neighbors that they're serving.
So walk me through my specific neighbor on Monday came by and asked me for, where do I go?
Yeah.
And this was their experience.
Yep.
They went to Cornerstone, and distribution's supposed to start, I think their normal distribution starts at 9 a.m., right? But they start giving out food as early as 6 a.m. sometimes because the line is so big.
Yep.
So it gets there, no more food. He gets referred to Rescue Mission on Dakota. Goes to Rescue
City
Mission,
Center.
City Center. There, by the time he gets there, all the food's gone because City Center prioritizes the people that live in their facility first. So hear me out. Then City Center refers him to Sanger. Sanger tells them, in order for you to get food here, you have to be a Sanger resident. You need a Sanger address to get food here. Understandable, right? So this person's disabled, wheelchair, relies on public transit to get around. 3 sites in a couple days with no luck. So how do we deal with that person who is a City of Fresno resident, who, if you use your existing partners and networks, that's been unsuccessful? Where do we send them, and who's going to have the site? So the reason I'm asking is, in these kind of emergencies, sometimes what we've done in the past is a special distribution site convention center. We process 3,000-4,000 people at one time that normally, wouldn't go to the normal, partner sites.
Sure.
Is that something that's possible, or are we simply going to rely on the existing network and hope that these folks who are not the usual customers of those networks, right, because they have SNAP, are somehow going to get there early enough to access the limited food?
Sure. So first I want to say I'm really sorry that that neighbor had that experience. I understand how frustrating it is when you are in need of resources and you have limited ability, right, to get around. I understand transportation is expensive, money for gas, money for, public transportation, and that's definitely not the experience that we want neighbors to have when they're trying to access additional food resources when they need it. So I'm really sorry to hear that he had that experience. When it comes to how we plan to utilize the funds, we are open to conversation about highest and best use. One of the things that I want to communicate is, we're talking about, the neighbor population, and we're talking about, individuals who are chronically food insecure, and they are relying on the emergency food network to be able to stretch their budget and put food on the table and make ends meet during the month, and SNAP participants, like they are 2 separate groups of individuals, and they are not. The average SNAP beneficiary says that their funding runs out to 2.5 weeks into the month. And so I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but SNAP participants as a whole are relying on the emergency food network, and were relying on the emergency food network before the SNAP benefits cliff come November 1st. And so, but again, we are open to having a conversation about highest and best use, how we deploy the funds, and what types of distribution create the lowest barriers and less stigma to be able to access.
The only 2 other suggestions I have, just for you guys to consider, because I will default to you guys as the experts in distribution of food. But as you know, the vast majority of our homeless population are also SNAP recipients. And how we target them, we know where they're at. They're in 1,000 of our shelter beds. We provide them 2 meals a day, but the 3rd meal is probably being paid for by their SNAP benefits. With that being a cutback, that somehow has to be addressed. Secondly, in my district alone, I have probably half a dozen senior towers with most of the folks have some level of disability, if not severe disability. The vast majority are SNAP benefits. I don't know if it's best to force all those folks to show up to a food line somewhere to be able to benefit versus bringing the food to them. So I just offer that as food for thought as you develop your implementation plan, because we're going to continue getting the phone calls, and I don't want to be in a spot where I'm telling folks go to 3-4 different sites in the network, and those sites are exhausted by the time that person shows up in public transit. So with that, I appreciate your time and your responses.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Punched up next is Councilmember Vang.
Ms. Cable, could you please return to the podium? I want to thank you for being here today, Natalie Cables and McKay Duran from the Central California Food Bank. Thank you very much for being here today. First and foremost, I want to thank the mayor and my colleague, Councilmember Esparza, for having the idea and bringing to council for discussion and possibility of approving this. I am, in fact, in favor of this item as well. The local government is the first, defense when it comes to seeing the residents and how they are in terms of their condition and their health. the federal government does not see the daily struggles of their residents. We do. And so I wanted to say that the people who rely on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, a majority of them are hardworking Americans, and they work part-time, they work full-time, and this is just the assistance on the side that they are relying on. Just imagine if you are on November the 1st, planning your budget for the month and relying on SNAP to come in on November the 1st, and how you're going to budget for the next 30 or 31 days. We are into day number 6 without the budget. And so the people in Fresno City or Fresno County and the San Joaquin Valley is relying on that SNAP to come in on November the 1st. And yes, the court has ruled that the federal government should and must release, but it's going to take some time before that trickles down to, again, the recipients. And so what can we do as the front line, in fact, of making sure that our residents are safe and they are healthy? And that is, at the very least, we can do is to provide some sort of assistance, and in this case, a small contribution to the California Food Bank for distribution to our residents. Ms. Caples, just, I don't know if you know the statistics, or I'm going to ask you again what the numbers are. Yeah. How many people in the San Joaquin Valley on an annual basis come to Central California Food Bank and rely on your service?
We serve about 320,000 individuals monthly.
Okay. Do you, are you able to determine from the number of recipients who come to Central California Food Bank who are from the city of Fresno?
About 66% of our member partners reside within the city of Fresno.
So 66 of the...
66% of our 250 member partners reside within the city of Fresno.
Okay, so that puts into perspective the needs of the people who you serve. And also you serve the Central Valley from Kern County, Kings County, Fresno, Madera?
Yep. Fresno, Madera, Kings, Tulare, and we do also partner with a food bank in Kern County. We provide them support. We don't have any direct member partners or provide any direct support in Kern.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the number. It puts into perspective, you know, who relies on the Central California Food Bank, and that's absent, you know, the withhold of SNAP that was prior to November, October, September, et cetera. And so, given the trend in the last 6 days, do you see that there has been a greater demand, let's say October 1st through October 6th and November 1st to November 6th?
Yes.
What has been the trend?
Yeah, so from the same time period last year, website traffic has increased over 300%. And that is on our Find Food Locator page. That's on our pages providing information and access to Groceries to Go, our online appointment-based grocery pickup program, and First Fruits Market, which is our free grocery store located at City Center. Additionally, we do track call volumes. So call volumes are up similarly. And we are, you know, if you know where our location is located, we are kind of off the beaten path a little bit. You know, off of 99 and North, and we typically don't, because we don't distribute food directly at our distribution center without an appointment, we typically don't get a large volume of walk-ins seeking food assistance, but on the 3rd, which was Monday, so it was the first day that the food bank was open, we had over 30 visitors to the food bank seeking services, and we've had an average of 15 or 16 visitors every single day in our front lobby seeking food assistance.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the number and the statistics. Just one last question for the mayor. $50,000 of the $250 comes from Nelson Esparza's office. The other $200,000, that's from what source of funding, sir?
General city purpose.
The general fund?
Well, it's our general fund, but it's in the category of what's called general city purposes.
Okay.
Under the mayor manager's office.
Okay.
General city purpose is actually a separate department, but yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you.
Next, I do have the city manager punched up, followed by Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to touch on a little bit of what Council Vice President Arias said. This money is not going to replace the SNAP funding. I mean, there's just no way, $250,000. I think certainly the intent of Councilmember Esparza and the administration was to get money out as quickly as possible. It was a mad dash on the last Thursday to get something on the agenda and to get an agreement together. I think the goal was to get as much money, hence the 85% going towards actual, food expenditures, and contrary to admin. And I think the food bank is best equipped to be able to get the most amount of food out as quickly as possible to existing networks. I think if we start trying to create new networks, I think that the cost and the time of doing that could have the potential of taking money away from the food itself. So I think, and I don't know if Councilmember Esparza agrees, that as Ms. Caples described, utilizing existing networks that they have that have been in operation, that have been working, I think is the best approach so we can move as quickly as possible for the people who need food. It's not going to serve everybody. I mean, I know I hate to be the realist, but the thought that $250,000 is going to fix the problem in Fresno is just not going to be the case. So to get as much out to as many people as quickly as possible was the goal, certainly from the administration's perspective.
And my only concern with simply that approach, City Manager, as you know, is I'm pretty familiar with these food distribution sites. So when they have a program on a weekly or monthly basis, they prioritize their membership and their target audience. And that's fair because they're using their money to pay for that food allocation. I don't want to have folks who don't attend St. Rest, who don't attend Cornerstone, who don't attend Rescue Mission, or the Catholic churches not be eligible to be able to get any of this additional benefit because it got exhausted just with the membership of that establishment, which is, it's no judgment, it's just realistically what's kind of has taken place. So that's why I will default to the food bank to figure out how to make sure that this serves a target audience. And I would also, in my closing comments here, suggest a couple of things. That we invite the County of Fresno to also help. They too are the safety net, social service safety net for the legally mandated for the folks. And secondly, I would challenge the federal congressional members that we have in this area to contribute part of their millions of dollars in their campaign coffers towards this initiative too, because it is their failure to find a political solution that has created a humanitarian crisis for us locally. And I know each of these congressmen, and they each have millions of dollars in their campaign funds that they could easily cut a check to help ease the pain that their political failure has, created. So I would just ask others to also help, because they do recognize it's a very small amount, and I'm not asking you to serve an additional 10,000 people. I'm just asking you to consider how we get to that target group that historically has not been at the weekly food bank, sites. But I'll leave it to your expertise.
Yeah, definitely. Do you mind if I just respond really quickly regarding county involvement? So we are in regular conversations with the county. We have standing meetings on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday right now because they are the local implementing organization for SNAP. And we have been in conversations about what the county can do to be able to support the SNAP benefits cliff. So there are a couple of considerations that the food bank has offered up that we have both seen in other counties and resources that are available to us. So the first one is there are state food boxes that are available when any county declares a state of an emergency. So we are in conversations with the county about whether or not that's a possibility to unlock those existing food boxes. And secondarily, other counties have leveraged their tobacco settlement funds to be able to reallocate additional food to the additional funds to the emergency food network in times of crisis. And so those are conversations that we have already started and are under consideration. So we are seeking support across all of our existing relationships.
Okay, I do have Councilmember Esparza punched up, but I'd like to make some quick comments. You don't have to stay up for this, it's fine. You can rest your legs. Okay. So this is the longest shutdown in U.S. history. I think we're at 37 days now. I think every one of us perhaps knows someone or is somehow impacted by it. I have a member of my close family who's a federal employee and hasn't been paid in 37 days. Just imagine if you're someone that relies on SNAP and that there are people literally going hungry today. These are people legitimately that need the assistance. And that's something that's happening. Maybe we don't see that, but it does exist. Now, I think today this is probably going to be, while we have a lot of very important long-term issues on the agenda, probably the most important thing we're going to do today. And I get it's hard. It's really hard to bail out the federal government because they've absconded from their responsibility, but that's reality. I appreciate my colleagues for asking some good, tough questions. I'm reminded of the Churchill quote that perfection is the enemy of progress. We just don't have the time to make something perfect. We have to act now, and I really appreciate the mayor. I really appreciate administration. I appreciate Councilmember Esparza for literally putting his money where his mouth is and ensuring that people don't go hungry. And we're not going to get that money back, and we understand that. The reality is people are hungry, and we're going to do our part to make sure we can feed more folks. And just thank you so much for doing that. That's real leadership. So, and thank you for the food bank for stepping up and providing that conduit.
Yeah, the question was asked, and when we might anticipate getting that check to them. And I wanted Natalie to know that our controller said we could have it Monday.
Great. So. I can write them a floater check, but it'll bounce, so I don't want to do that. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, you know, we built the ship as we were flying it from last Thursday. I mean, it really, last Thursday morning, all week we'd been hearing about the impending doom of the funds not being released last week. And, I was sitting in my office before the council meeting last Thursday. My mom called me and just, she wanted to know how she could help, if I knew family or families who needed assistance. And so all of that just started weighing very heavy. And literally just sitting in this chair, distracted from the council meeting, trying to figure out, what can we do? How can we help? And so this really came together in the last almost exact 7 days. And by the end of the day, I think we had written up the resolution and the AAR and such. So again, we built the plane as we were flying it. We still, in some ways, are doing that. But I trust this organization to be able to put the money out and translate it into groceries and Fresno families' pantries as soon as possible. And we're moving quickly. I mean, a check from Thursday to Monday is a really incredible timeline. So, we may run into some snags here and there, but by and large, we're going to feed families that otherwise may not have had access to this food. So, I think it's an ongoing conversation. I mean, we're not just going to give the check and it's over. We're open to continue to take input. If you see certain sites you think are in need, if you have an idea, I mean, I think the food bank has expressed an openness to working with us as we navigate the crisis this particular month, and we do hope it is restricted to just this month. It remains to be seen. We've seen the federal government, some of these political leaders, they're holding healthcare hostage, and they're holding food hostage from the most vulnerable residents in this country. And some of those folks are found right here in Fresno, which is no secret. So we're doing our part, trying to mitigate this impact, and I appreciate the support of everyone on this council, and we'll continue working with the food bank as we navigate the next step, which is going to be the actual distribution.
I have no other council members punched up, so we have to go to public comment on this item. So on the item that I'm identifying as 3E, but was actually formally 2C on the consent calendar, anyone from the public wishing to come forward, you will have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Okay, not seeing anybody come forward. Back to the council. I don't have any
motion to approve.
Okay, move to approve by Councilmember Esparza. Second by Councilmember Vang. Any opposition to the item? There being none, the item passes 7-0. Thank you very much, everyone. Next is the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? And as a reminder, pulled items will be heard immediately after consent. Another reminder for the public, items 2J, 2M as in Mary, and 2N as in Nancy have been removed from the agenda. They're not on the agenda today. Some of you have submitted cards for those items. Those will be heard at unscheduled communication. So I don't see any council members punched up.
2 Alpha, 2 Bravo.
Okay.
No votes.
On 2A and B? Thank you. Got it. Councilmember Richardson is recorded as a no vote on 2 Alpha and Bravo. Any others? Okay, we're going to take public comment now on all consent, including contested consent, as well as closed session items. Would any member of the public like to speak on items on the consent calendar or on a contested consent item? If so, you'll have 3 minutes.
Council President, we did have someone here, I believe, who was present to speak on 2B, who appears to have just stepped out.
Okay.
To do some childcare stuff.
Okay, well, Ms. Miller will have a couple, Well, let's see if anyone else punches up. Maybe we'll take a little break to find that person. Yes, what's the item? Patience?
Good morning, 2N.
That item has been removed.
Oh, I thought this included contested.
It does. So as I mentioned, the 2J, M, and N are contested that have been removed. And those items, the cards we got, will be heard at unscheduled because they're no longer on the agenda. So we'll come back to that one.
All right, you sure?
Yeah.
All right.
We'll come back. I want to be consistent, so that's why. Yeah, thank you. I do have, let's see, a couple of cards on 2A. One is Jasmine, forgive me, Buenrostro, I believe. And the other is Justin Klassen.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry. That's
Good
you?
morning.
Yes, Mr. Klassen, you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, good morning. My name is Justin Klassen, and I'm a resident of Fresno. I'm currently volunteering with the American Cancer Society. I'm on a journey of chemo, radiation, surgeries, rehabilitation, education, recovery, and ongoing managing side effects from all that. My father, whose name was Don, passed away from lung cancer almost 6 years ago at the VA hospital here in Fresno. My dad started smoking in his youth, and he was a chain smoker as far back as I can remember. My dad mentioned to me at the end of his journey that he never thought it would happen to him. And as a cancer survivor, it's telling your story and being strong in your story, the things that I've learned, attending a support group at Community Cancer Institute is we have to be proactive. We have to be proactive on our exercise, our diet, our mental health, and our connection to community. And so the reasons I'm here today is to connect with the community and spread a message of being proactive. And with the this is American Cancer Society, I'm here to urge the council to reopen the hearing and hold a separate vote on the tobacco retail license ordinance. This issue deserves full consideration, not just as an add-on to the business license. I ask that you delay this vote until the Board of Supervisors' December meeting is reviewed and take the time to strengthen this policy. That includes ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products to make enforcement easier and adding protections for youth, like preventing new retailers near schools and parks, setting minimum prices and pack sizes, and limiting retailer density. Fresno's youth deserve a comprehensive policy that truly protects them. American Cancer Society encourages your ordinance to include a strong compliance and enforcement component. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on any consent, contested consent, or closed session items? And then is Jasmine here by any chance?
She just took off with her toddler.
Okay.
And I don't think she's coming back.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you for letting us know. Okay. So that concludes public comments. So is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Moved by the Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Esparza, with the exception of the 2 no votes by Councilmember Richardson. Any opposition? The balance of the consent calendar passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on in our special order today, we are going, I know we have some folks here for this item. We are going to hear 3B as in Bredefeld. That is the, give me one moment to get to that item. It's several items. Consideration of text amendment application P24-00794 and related environmental finding for environmental assessment number P24-00794, et cetera. This is a second reading of an item that we'd held on the agenda last meeting. Before we start, I'm just going to take a moment to ask the planning director to come on up. I did receive a couple of questions on public comment, and I want to get something pretty clear. There is a vacant lot that has been vacant for a while across the street from the headquarters of United Health Centers. This is the northeast corner of Brawley and Herndon. I did get a comment the other day, and I heard this rumor before, that they don't want a 6-story building being built there. And it's so outlandish, I'd love to know where it came from. But I understand the concern of there being something because I believe there was a sign there proposing some type of multifamily large building. This is in close proximity to the Sierra Sky Park Airport. And I believe we have a map that will outline the area in yellow we were talking about. Yep. That's the map. Director, if you'd give us a little more clarity on the limitations because of the Airport Land Use Commission and assume we don't know anything. So please feel free to give me a very elementary level reading.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jennifer Clark, Planning and Development Director. So this is a great question. Anytime we have a development application in the city of Fresno, it needs to comply with the regulations in the airport land use guidelines and plan. And this includes development standards. So this particular property is located in 2 airport zones. One is Zone 7 for Fresno Yosemite International Airport. There are no major limitations except that physical objects cannot be greater than 100 feet. And cannot essentially interfere with safety of aircraft operations. However, it's also, as you stated, Councilmember, much closer to the Sierra Sky Airport. And this particular area is in Zone 3, which is called the Inner Turning Zone. And there are some limitations as to how development can occur in these areas. There can only be 1 dwelling unit per 2 acres. Any non-residential activity needs to be limited to 100 persons per acre. And there's a required open space or open land area of 20%. There are essentially, it is prohibited from residential development except for the 1 dwelling unit per acre. Now, there are some infill definitions in the plan. However, if you, in our text amendment, it specifically says it needs to comply with the airport land use plan. There are some other restrictions and prohibited uses, including buildings with no more than 3 above ground habitable floors. So if you had an office building, you could not have more than 3 habitable floors above ground. Children's schools, daycare centers and libraries, hospitals, nursing homes, places of worship, adult schools, colleges and universities, etc., are prohibited from being developed on this site.
So right now, forget the text amendment itself. Right now, if I have this property and I wanted to build housing there, because it's in the green inner turning zone, there's a limit to what residential can exist there, correct?
Correct.
And that is single family, essentially.
Very low density.
Very, very low density. Mm-hmm. Okay. If I was to put an office building forget, not residential, but an office building, that could be up to 3 stories.
Up to 3 stories. However, the size limitation would be that 100 persons per acre. So you couldn't make an office building large enough that would exceed that over those parcels.
Got it. Okay. And my other question is, you had mentioned these standards, for example, you mentioned infill. This is not an infill area, correct?
Well, technically this does meet the infill definition of the city of Fresno. However, our code requires that we comply with the airport land use compatibility. And so new development would be prohibited.
And that's what I wanted to get to. The Airport Land Use Commission, which has this standard, we don't actually control them, so we can't take an action saying we can override the Airport Land Use Commission. Is that correct?
There is a process, but I'm going to ask Sophia for what the council could override a decision or a land use or a requirement in the airport land use plan, but it is complex and it takes time. So.
I can't even recall that ever happening. Right.
Yes, thank you, Director, Council President Sophia Pagalatis with Planning and Development. And yes, there is an override process, but it takes there's a 45-day comment period that is a major part of that process. So it is a lengthy process, and the council would need to make certain findings in order to do that.
And that's key. We'd have to actually make certain findings to override them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall this happening in recent history in this area? I can't recall ever there being a... Okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Those answer my questions. Thank you so much. So, great. Okay. So next I have the first person pushing up is Councilmember Perea.
Council President, I think I want to hear from the residents if anyone has any public comment before I make my comments.
Sure, of course, let's do that. Let's go, if the council's okay with that, we'll go to public comments first. So let's go to, I have some cards on this one. If you haven't filled out a card though, please do fill out a card because this is your opportunity for the public to speak on this item. I have one card filled from Pedro Martinez. If Mr. Martinez is still here.
Good morning, council members. My name is Pedro Martinez from Leadership Council, and I'm here to make comments on items 3B. We're a little disappointed that the City Council amended the Ministry Text Amendment to remove the requirement of the zero clearance permit to development permit. The city is required to create additional capacity for 2,500 multi-unit lower-income housing units in high and relatively high resource income areas under Program 2 of the adopted housing element. This would further the city's duty to affirmatively fair housing as required by state law. We strongly urge the city to reconsider the current amendments and revisit the original text amendment, which further revisions to ensure affordable housing and equitably distributed throughout the city, not just in low resource areas, such as the complementary inclusionary zoning ordinance, which will provide the ability to set aside affordable units of market rate housing built in high resource areas. Additionally, mitigated measures also include prohibiting new residential development under vacant or underutilized parcels located in the office district zone, located within 1,000 feet from polluting sources, light industrial and heavy industrial zones, and major state highways. Again, amending the Ministerial Text Amendment is a step backwards and fails to address the Fresno's pressing housing need, improving the efficiency and accessibility of housing development throughout the city, and it also jeopardizes the compliance with the housing element law. So thank you all for that comment, for this time, and hope you all can make the right decision.
Thank you. I believe I saw a card somewhere. Yes, Ms. Nard, I do have your card if you want to come on up. Debbie.
Hi, Debbie Nard, 3550 West Spruce.
Council President, members of the council, I have a prepared speech, But I do want to comment that part of the housing element states that all socioeconomic groups are to be notified, and that massive efforts, and I do have that all written down because I've read that stuff, were made to notify people, but our socioeconomic group was not notified. So I'd like that on the record. They actually went out to affordable housing and asked them where they wanted to live, and if somebody had asked me that during the 8 years that I was living in an apartment when interest rates were as high as 18%, I would have had a lot of ideas of where I would have liked to live. So, okay, back to the text amendment, and we do appreciate that you took ministerial out of this, and we're here today to make sure that that stays out. And also, when this text amendment came out last year at the beginning of the holiday season, we called planning. They told us the height and dwelling units per acre of the buildings covered by the text amendment. There was no mention that the properties that are shown on the map near the airport were subject to FAA guidelines and could not be multi-story high density. We later asked what could be built there, and we were referred to planning. We were told that we should be happy when the properties near the school were taken off the map. We were, but we did not want ministerial approval, and we appreciate your efforts, your support to remove that from the text amendment. We have been working hard, researching, and worrying about the effects of a second multi-story building on such already overtaxed feeder streets. So unfortunately, this whole year has been spent worrying about that. Finally, yesterday and last evening, we provided written information that multi-story cannot be built on these properties. We suggested a 1,000-foot exemption for the historic and unique airport, Sierra Sky Park. The runway is 980 feet from the west side of the Brawley parcel. The service station off the southwest corner of Brawley and Herndon, and now the preschool on the west side of the runway could not be built today. We have now been referred to the FAA. The map for the city text, this property is on the map for the city text amendment. Frankly, after the many problems with an unsecured park for many years, an active drug house for 30 years, the recently approved apartments, roads promised, and rezones without notice, our faith in the city is not good, and so we would appreciate.
Is there anyone else you'd like to have here read the remainder of your speech for you, Debbie? Okay, got it. Got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. We got it. Appreciate that. Any other members of the public wishing to comment on the item 3B, as in boy, on the agenda? Forgive me, Bravo, on the agenda? Okay. We're going to bring this back to the council. Before we go to council members that are punched up, I just want to, I'm sorry. Oh, you know what? Forgive me, Mr. Kalashian. Come on up, I'm sorry.
I'm Bruce Kalashian, and I'm a professional pilot and fly for a living. I think I heard it mentioned that right now it's approved to an office complex would be 100 feet high. Is that correct?
No, it could be up to 3 stories high based on the current zoning and the requirements of the Airport Land Use Commission. However, it would be a bit impractical because it's in the green zone. There are certain limitations. So given the occupancy requirement, you probably wouldn't be able to even build a building that high.
Okay, well, my concern is is there a limit to the height that you can build there right now?
We're going to double check, but I believe the limit is the occupancy. That, in a sense, limits the height because of the occupancy. If it wasn't in the green...
So it would be the height then. Because my question is, what's the slope value you use?
Oh, that's too technical for me. Forgive me. I'm not a planner.
Well, the FAA goes by 50 feet for 1 foot.
I think the best answer to you is that this is within the inner turning radius, so there are limitations on what can be built there. And for the city to find any findings that would overrule that are next to impossible.
Well, my concern is just, the tragedy that happened in Memphis. We don't fly MD-11s out of there, but
right.
accidents happen.
Sure.
And it's the people on the ground. 3 pilots lost their life, but
Sure.
12 people on the ground lost
Right.
their lives.
I
And
think
that's
there's
my concern as a pilot.
fair enough. I've been in that neighborhood all my life, or south of that neighborhood most of my life growing up. I think there's a reason why that parcel's never developed.
Okay.
It's just based on the zoning. Yeah, good questions. Okay, last call. Yes, sir, come on up.
So what this is a...
Sorry, can you identify your name? I'm sorry, we didn't get a card from you.
Oh, Robert, I put a card earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry. On this item?
No, not on this item. but I
Okay,
just-
go ahead. All right, yeah, sorry.
So what this would be is a 3-story apartment block on an empty lot on Herndon?
No, that's not what's happening here. Yeah, that was just a concern. It's not zoned for office.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say, our housing market is very, very bad for people my age, and it's important to build more apartments of this, especially in empty lots or in Fresno. I'm sure it's, because if you got into the game 30 years ago and you've already bought your house, you're sitting pretty, but if you're just getting into the housing market, it's not looking good. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And we'll get to your card when the item comes up. You're here for. Got it. Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to comment on the office to res text amendment item, the 3B? Okay. There being none, now we're going to go back to the council. I do have Councilmember Perea punched up first.
Thank you, Council President. So there was a press conference that was held this morning outside where residents came together to advocate against urban sprawl, correct? So the item before us today, for those who may not be familiar with it, I'm just going to kind of give a general summary of what this housing item does. This is a housing policy that's before the body today that encourages more infill housing construction. It encourages more infill housing along transit corridors so that we're promoting alternative modes of transportation. It permits residential housing to be constructed on vacant office zoned lands. And it permits existing office buildings to be converted to residential units. So it does everything other than urban sprawl. This is exactly the kind of housing policy that I believe community members have been advocating for quite some time, which is take advantage of the land that we have within our city limits today. There is one component that makes everything that I just listed easier to accomplish, and that is the ministerial approval process. That was something that this item originally had, and that was stripped away at the last time this item was heard. It's no surprise that here in our state we are facing a housing crisis. Families are being priced out of the very communities we grew up in. Home ownership is becoming increasingly harder to obtain, correct? And young people are struggling to imagine a future where they can afford to live and stay in our city. And we cannot keep doing things the same way and expect different results here in Fresno. One of the most effective tools we have to meet this moment is the ministerial approval process for housing projects. Ministerial approvals allow cities to greenlight housing that already meets our local zoning and design standards without lengthy, duplicative, and costly discretionary reviews. This doesn't mean we lower our standards or we circumvent environmental review. It means honoring the standards that we have already democratically placed before us on the books here in our city. So when a project meets the rules of the books, we should be able to say yes efficiently, because every month of delay increases construction costs, reduces unit counts, and pushes working families further away from the ability to obtain an affordable roof over their head. Ministerial approvals help us speed up production. It provides certainty for builders and ensures that cities are doing their part to meet statewide goals and, more importantly, our needs. So if we are serious about addressing this housing crisis, and if we believe that every family deserves a stable home, then we have a responsibility to remove barriers that no longer serve the public. Ministerial approvals are the answer to achieve that. And I know that we are here today for a second reading, but I do plan to make some housing-friendly amendments for my colleagues to consider today. So with that, Council President, I would like to make a motion to approve this item. But I would like to add back in ministerial approval of office to dwelling conversions in the office zone district, ministerial approval of multi-unit residential developments in the RM1, RM2, and RM3 zone districts on parcels within a half-mile of an existing bus stop, ministerial approval of multi-unit residential in the mixed-use zones, the CMS zone and CR zone districts on parcels within the city's infill priority area, and ministerial approval of a new multi-unit residential for parcels in the office zone district. And what I'm proposing today is not new. This was originally in this policy. It was just taken out at one of our last meetings. I've listened to my colleagues' concerns, and there has been quite a few off-ramps that have been built into this policy, which does give council members the ability to appeal project approvals. We've added in a radius around schools where this policy would not be applicable. So I think this policy is better today because we have listened to continuous community feedback. Is it perfect? Probably not. And I think no matter whichever way we go today, there's going to be folks that are going to walk away upset. But I think the way it is currently written with these amendments is a good faith effort to finally move the needle where we need it to be when it comes to housing availability and affordability here in our city. So I am asking for my colleagues to consider these changes that I am proposing today. I look forward to hearing any additional thoughts or additional suggested changes that my colleagues may have.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. However, lots of discussion to be had. Before I go to another speaker, you made a couple of significant motions. Just to be clear, this will require City Attorney to come back at a future meeting for adoption if we pass an amended version, correct?
That's what we've advised.
Understood. Fair enough. Okay. Councilmember, I was probably one of the most vehement opposers of ministerial when this item came before the council last time. And, you know, I want to just see if we could find a way to, in the spirit of what you said about wanting to be conducive to housing. My concern was the impact this would have specifically on Northwest Fresno, which is more suburban, because of some historical issues we've had in the neighborhood in the Herndon and Marks area and what they've been facing for a long time. We talked earlier today about the parcel and how that is actually limited, even without this policy, on being zoned and changed. But I also understand that we have an entire city that we don't want to hold up housing on, especially housing along transit corridors. I thought this may happen. In anticipation of that, doing some research, I do have a couple of requests if you'll be amenable to that, so that maybe I can get to a place where, with the safeguards you put in, like council members automatically being notified, there may be a way we can support a version of that that will have the minimum amount of input on areas, like in my district where it's not intended for. So the policy that was passed by the council last time actually created only one avenue. So if it's a vacant parcel zoned for office, it can only be RM3, which is the most intensive, dense residential. I believe your motion included a provision that will actually permit not just RM3, but less invasive RM2 and RM1. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah, to diversify the allowable densities in those vacant lots.
Okay, that makes that a lot easier for me. I think those projects are less controversial and have less of a negative impact on existing neighborhoods. While this law wouldn't necessarily impact this neighborhood, I mentioned in my district that I'm really concerned about because of the buffer that was put in and the Airport Land Use Commission's strict requirements when you're in the inner turning radius of the Sierra Sky Park Airport. I do have one more request because it will concern other parcels in our district that aren't necessarily a major transportation corridor, like Blackstone is, for example. What I'd like to do is, if you're going to permit ministerial I'd like to put in a portion that the maximum height of new residential developments as described, I think in what you mentioned with adding RM1, 2, and 3, will be limited to 40 feet unless, and this is the key part, this is where it helps areas that aren't in District 2 but are slated for more growth and transportation corridors, unless the project is within a half-mile of the intersection of 2 or more major transit stops, as defined in, I think it was Appendix M of our CEQA guidelines for this item.
Okay, so that was to allow to establish a maximum height of 40 feet?
Yes.
Can you say that again, where exactly?
So this is going to be limited to areas where it has to be within a half-mile of an intersection. So the intersection itself, where this project office to residential will be located, will be half-mile within 2 major transit stops. And we can, of course, have Director explain that a little bit better, what that means and what that would look like. I actually had a map prepared for this occasion. And this was in Appendix M of our CEQA guidelines, if you'd like.
Please, Director, yes, thank you.
Before she comes up, I just want to make sure I understood, so making sure she's answering. So you're saying it's limited to 40 feet unless
it's within
the
intersection, the half mile of the intersection
of the 2 major transit lines, then it could be more than 40 feet.
Correct.
Okay. Jennifer, if you could describe what that means.
We'll go over that right
So, council members, in diving a little bit deeper into height and limitations, there are a number of state streamlining bills, and in particular, CEQA identifies areas within a half-mile of the intersection of 2 major transit lines. So essentially, Fresno, First, and Blackstone, running north and south, and Shaw and Kings Canyon, Cesar Chavez running east and west. So if I'm hearing the council president correctly, projects that are on office zoned property within half a mile of each of those intersections would not have the 40-foot height limitation. Anywhere else, an office zone property, if residential was proposed to be built, would be limited to 40 feet.
Yes, and that limits to how many stories, Director?
Yeah.
Yep. Because, for example, the recent item at Herndon Prospect was 50 feet, and that allowed 4 stories. So this is 40 feet, which would allow less.
Functionally, it is very difficult to build less than 12 feet per story because of the all of the mechanical equipment that needs to be in between the floors. So, Councilmember, did that answer your question as to where those would be located?
Can you give me a parcel map of what we're referring to? I'd like to know, is that City Hall? Is that Fresno State?
City Hall would apply. So this particular area in downtown, although downtown's a little different because downtown already has ministerial approval of all housing in downtown. So housing in downtown is
Do we have a map, Director?
I can.
Can you put it up?
I don't. Council President?
Forgive me. We can get that over to them. I did request a map that we did actually have made, but I have not sent that over. If we can take a very short recess, we can get that over to our clerk's office and have that done. Well, here. I'll show it to you now, but I'll get you one. Yeah, we used to have a projector, but it's been a few years since that. Okay, thank you all for your patience. We're going to resume the meeting, and we do have the map available for the public. And Director, I just want to be clear about something. I'm referring to, with my motion, I'm referring to one component of the overall item which the council approved, and that's the part that I was most concerned about, existing, so residential in office, meaning land that's currently zoned office that could potentially become residential. And my amendment, if the council member would accept it, would be to have a 40-foot limit. Can you explain this map and how that applies?
Sure, absolutely, council member. Of the items that the council introduced earlier this year, new multi-unit residential could be permitted in the office zone district. That is the motion on the floor. The limitation that you are describing would require that all new multi-unit residential development in an office zone district be limited to 40 feet unless it was in one of these locations. So these are the locations that CEQA identifies for streamlining that are within a half mile of the intersection of two major transit lines. Then we narrow down to the red little blocks on the map, and those are properties that are zoned office. So in the cases where a property is zoned office and a multi-unit residential project was proposed, it would be permitted with whatever the height limitations are in that current office zone district, right? And not in not the 40-foot limit. So if it was one of the little red blocks, you could exceed that 40 feet, but everywhere else, if it's zoned office and it's multi-unit residential, it would be required to be no more than 40 feet.
So for example, in Northwest Fresno, with the exception of Pinedale, as you go down Herndon, any currently zoned office parcels that aren't within that buffer of 500 feet of a school, and that one parcel we identified next to the Sakai Park, those with my motion would have a 40-foot limit.
Yes, with your motion, yes.
Additionally, with what Councilmember Perea said earlier, the item the council passed required the conversion of residential in office to be RM3, which is the most dense. This will allow less dense options like RM1, lower density, and then RM2.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. Does that answer any of your questions, council members?
I will accept that amendment because it does apply to such a small scope of the overall housing policy.
Okay.
Before I accept as a second of the motion, I'd like to just have that explained to me in much more basic English terms. So if you pull up the map, what the amendment that's being suggested is that the areas in red, so let's take Blackstone and Alluvial, right?
Okay.
That's in red. In that section of red, you can go beyond 40 feet, which is 3 stories, in an office setting.
Yes. So at essentially just east of the 41 along Alluvial, at what would that be, Knees, and then at Friant, there are a number of office zoned parcels that are vacant, and this would allow them to comply with the zone standards of the RM1, 2, or 3, right? Because we're adding that component in.
For my benefit, let's not do the acronyms. The old God Trucks building on Woodward Park, it's office, correct? It's part of this red section?
No, so yes, it is office, but that building already exists.
Mm-hmm.
So that building would apply to the first of Councilmember Perea's motions, which was to allow ministerial within existing conversion.
Got it.
Right?
So say the lot next to God Trucks, if it's empty, I don't know if it is, if it's empty, that lot could go above 40 feet?
Correct.
By right? In ministerial approval?
In ministerial, yes. It would have to comply, again, with every single
Correct. Everything else that applies.
requirement, yes.
All right. So Where are we saying that you could only go 3 floors or 40 feet? Give me an example of what parcels we would be requiring only to go to that level.
Any property that is zoned office outside of those bubbles. So
So basically the rest of the city where
if it is zoned office,
we would, okay. So if we take Manchester Center or Fashion Fair, I'm assuming there's segments there.
Those are both mixed use, so those wouldn't apply.
Give me another office designated area in the city.
Primarily, it's along Herndon, is where you're going to see the, so if you go further east along Herndon, so there is a very large parcel, I believe it might be at Maple or Cedar, thank you. There is a very large parcel of property. It is not within a half a mile of a high capacity transit intersection, right, to major transit routes. That particular property would be limited to 40 feet in height.
So Herndon and what?
What is that intersection? Yeah. Oh, yes, those red boxes. Look at you.
If only we could see
You're
that.
like Nelson with a whiteboard. It's right there.
Us old people can't see that far.
Let's bring it up. Yeah. So again, it's only existing office parcels because this action will give special permission if we haven't before to permit that.
I'm just trying to understand if this body is going to restrict development in office zoning across the city to 3 floors, what are we actually restricting? Because I'm sure these property owners right now have the right to go above that. So we're going to restrict their ability to go.
Only as office, though.
Not for, they can do that for office, but not if they're going to put residential. Right now, residential is not permitted in the office zone district.
But this item would allow them to go to residential.
Would allow them to, it's being added to the use list of all the other things that could be on there.
Except that we are artificially capping it at 3 floors.
Yes, so along Herndon is primarily where you will see a lot of office zoning. There is some along Champlain, there is some along Cedar, there's some on Ashland, there's some on Shields, there's some on California Avenue in Cesar Chavez in southwest Fresno. There's some at near the airport, but again, ALUC guidelines would be applicable. So all other applications of limitations of height, setback, et cetera, would apply. There's a parcel on Temperance, a very large parcel at Temperance in Dakota, so that would be limited.
So what I'm trying to understand is, given the housing crisis, given the fact that we all know we need more housing, why would we artificially say, in these properties, you can only go 3 floors?
I don't know if the artificial, I disagree with that word being used. We have a right as a council. We are the land use
we do.
body.
We have discretion, so we're trying to exercise that discretion. So what's the rationale for exercising the artificial discretion of 3 floors in certain parts of the city?
It's my request. In order to find a way where I can support ministerial, I want to be assured that it makes sense to put those larger, denser housing in certain areas, but along Herndon, where people have already purchased their homes and they know there's maybe some office zoning out there, we're going to basically be allowing, which is good because I get the need, that to be changed after they've already invested in their properties. So by putting some limitations, it's opening the door to having housing when that use is not allowed, but doing it in a way that's sensitive of the neighborhood. And again, we're talking about Herndon, we're not talking about maybe bigger transit corridors.
And I understand if your motion was limited to Herndon, I would entertain the conversation because you and District 6 represent Herndon, but your motion applies to the whole city. I don't know what parcels are being artificially capped at 3 stories in my district. I see the map, but God knows I haven't studied it from this distance. So for me, I'm a little iffy about making such a large citywide decision, kind of, in a knee-jerk reaction.
Well, I respect that, but I think there is a map that shows in red the parcels impacted, so you can know right now what those parcels are.
Yeah,
I mean, I
but-
think it's pretty easy to tell.
I appreciate
Yeah.
that, Council President, but also property owners have a right to know whether we're capping their ability to go beyond 3 floors. And we've never had this discussion in this 2-year process of ministerial approval that we were going to do a citywide cap of 3 stories. So for me, this is the first time we've heard it. So I'm a little hesitant to do that since it's a citywide conversation.
The good news is it will come back for a second reading, and if any property owners are concerned, they can send letters, and I'm sure their residents in the areas will send letters saying, well, why would you want to go 4 or 5 stories? But I think there'll be an opportunity for them to
I
participate.
appreciate that. Director, are we required to notify property owners of this 3-story limitation?
No, again, we are modifying the development code. We are adding permissions to the development code, adding more flexibility to property owners to develop their parcels. It is not a parcel-specific action by the council.
Council Vice President, we're not taking away. I know, I feel like the sense is that we're taking something away. We're not taking away, we're actually giving them an additional ability.
You are.
Not completely unlimited.
We are granting additional authority for them to convert office to residential.
That's one
At the same time, the motion for the amendment is to say, in certain areas of the city, across the city, we will only allow that authority to be capped at 3 stories.
Well, it's consistent. It's areas, again, with the caveat I mentioned about it being near 2 transit stops. So it has to be consistent. We can't do spot zoning. There has to be some kind of standard, and that's the standard we're making.
So your connection is transit corridors?
The
let me get you the
nexus
exact language,
is
but yeah.
the intersection of 2 major transit lines, which is something that CEQA already calls out for streamlining.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Are you okay with the 2 amendments? Thank you, council members. Okay, Councilmember Richardson.
I'm learning way more listening than talking.
Okay, Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, so I want to walk down the path. Given the new version, we're back more or less to the original version, plus the council president's amendments. I want to walk down this path. I know there was a lot of kind of recourse built in still for us as the primary land use body. And I guess the question, it might be to admin, it might be to the attorneys, but let's say that there's a project, let's say this passes, there's a project, they qualify and employ kind of the ministerial process, but then somewhere along the lines, the council member for that district, in response to resident concerns, appeals it and wants to deny it. I guess the question is, are we going to find ourselves in a situation that we just found ourselves in with respect to this Prospect Avenue situation where a court overturned a decision, a land use decision by this body? Are we going to tie our hands by passing this and sort of override our own ability? Because even if there is recourse built in, is that going to preclude us from legally even being able to deny a project if it's not right for the community?
Can I provide some comment on that? Because I was exactly where you were.
And that's why it's so fresh in my mind.
Yeah.
So I don't want to what if this thing to death, but we just experienced that. It's fresh in my mind.
I was totally, and that's why a lot of my residents are here. I'm very much there with you. I was in the thick of that. So on the one hand, there is a provision that was put in last time that the council member has to be notified. Now, I have some hesitation because I have some problems I've experienced in the past where council members have been asleep at the wheel, previous council members asleep at the wheel and let something go through. The problem with the Prospect item is that was by right, so that's why the court overturned us. It wasn't a rezone, so there was really no authority over that.
But are we not creating by right here if it's ministerial?
Yes, correct. But what we're doing here, that's a good point. What we're doing here, where I'm more comfortable with my motion is, even if there's no ministerial, the council's passing an item where that land can be converted to office. I'm putting the height restriction, so at the very least, even if a council member, future council members asleep at the wheel, at least in those areas that aren't near those two transit lines, at least they can have some limitation. Because we're giving a new permission. We're giving something that doesn't exist. This is the council doing that, which is really historic. But we're doing it in a more responsible way. If a future council wants to change that, they can. But this council's putting something very, I think, reasonable.
Yeah. Legal?
Yeah. Chris, do you want to come up for this one? But just want to make, your question is, are you losing your right to appeal as a council member?
Well, no, that's not my question. I think that question is answered here, right?
Okay.
The question is, if we follow this path of logic, right? Because, I mean, we have some recourse built into this. And, it comes to council, this project that was originally entitled to ministerial process is denied. Council says no, it's not right for the district. The residents don't want it. Are we going to be sued into undoing that decision? Are we, just like what we just experienced here recently at the last meeting or two, are we essentially creating by rights and tying our hands regardless of process?
Well, I can't comment, and I apologize, I've got a little something. I can't comment on whether we would be sued, but under a development permit, the only way that you can really deny a project is if it does not meet the standards that are defined in the code.
Yeah, so not sued, but could we be forced to overturn if there was a lawsuit?
It could be.
Yeah, because we'd essentially be, if the council member for that district wanted to deny it, and we did deny it as a body, ultimately we'd sort of, in a sense, be breaking our own rules, effectively.
Your denial would have to be on the basis of the project and whether the project, you'd have to find a way that the project does not meet the development standards in the code.
Yeah, so we're back to square A, effectively. With respect to the ministerial,
good point.
With respect to the ministerial component, yeah.
Is that where we were, though? Because the item we passed last time didn't have ministerial, but it permitted the conversion. So even if I was notified and I was uncomfortable with the conversion because residents have legitimate issues, I'm still limited in how I can successfully appeal it, just like Prospect. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
Yeah, so what was approved in June under your introduction of the bill was that residential uses in existing office buildings, so existing office buildings could be converted to residential uses, and residential uses would be permitted within the office zone districts citywide, limited to the RM3 zone district, which has a 60-foot height limit.
I think maybe where you're right about square one, but what's different here is we're back where we were with the original item that passed. However, we have two things. We are allowing not just RM3, but now RM1 and 2, which is good, more flexibility for housing, but also putting that height limit only on those areas like I mentioned, like Herndon or those areas that aren't within the two. So there's some more depth to it. Does that make sense? I think we were back to square one, but we've actually added some safeguards in there.
Yeah, and I'm speaking more to the original motion before your motion. I think, correct me if I'm wrong. Your motion is with respect to concerns about, I think you would be asking for your amendments even if we were just on the original language as presented today in the agenda, correct? Notwithstanding ministerial?
Potentially, the one with the height limit, potentially, yes.
Yeah, okay. I guess another logistical question as we move toward a potential vote on this. There's a motion on the floor. Could we theoretically bifurcate this language into two text amendments? Is that a logistical or legal option?
Which parts would you be bifurcating?
One would be the original language as written and presented today in the agenda. The other would be all else that was added on and amended today.
I think we need to look to see if that'd be compatible.
So, council member, so this becomes a new introduction today. We will need to go ensure that our CEQA document covers all of the additive information that was provided today and come back to the council for a bill for adoption. At that time, any modifications, again, repeat this process. So the document that was originally introduced was assessed under CEQA, and that is the document that is before you today with the refined or the more narrow, the narrower bill for introduction. It is consistent with the CEQA document. So any modifications you make today would need review. Could you approve what was on the agenda today and come back at a future meeting with an introduction and reading with modifications consistent with that original CEQA document? That is possible.
Possibly, yes. You could certainly come back with a modification at a later time, so a new introduction and approval, but we would have to go back and make sure that those are consistent with the current CEQA document. Otherwise, CEQA may be triggered to add in those extra amendments.
All of the amendments you've heard today from Council President and Council Member Perea, do you believe those to be consistent, just off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, yes, but I would leave it to the experts, which is not
Sure.
me.
Okay, so if we were to pass, say, the language as written in today's agenda, the more narrow version, could theoretically come back with the balance of what's on the current motion in a separate text amendment, or to amend this text amendment, as long as it was consistent with the scope.
As far as not having to re-trigger CEQA, yes.
Yeah, not to re-trigger the entire process.
Right.
It took a while to get here, quite a while. Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, I think I've made my point. I mean, my original concerns stand on streamlining the potential for developments and trading off the potential for community input, tying our hands and putting us back in a position where we potentially, maybe not this body, but a future body, turns down a project and is forced to reinstate it. And I'm not thinking about us. I mean, and everything we're doing right now, the policy changes we're making and rules we're making, I try to take ourselves out of it and think about a future council, future leaders, and who might behave differently or have different priorities, and how that might impact and affect all of us in our our communities we represent. So I'm still not terribly comfortable. If there's support for ministerial component, would love to bifurcate that and take separate votes. I think we delayed the office to residential rezoning because of the controversial nature of ministerial, and I think that could have been done a long time ago if they had come as separate. And in hindsight, it's 2020, obviously. But would love to bifurcate that. Is there an appetite from the original sponsors or admin to be able to bifurcate and vote on these as separate components?
There is no appetite to water down this housing policy at this time. I
Okay.
think we tried to do it at the last meeting, and I understand it's hard to give away influence as a council member. I really do respect that. I think it's a big reason why we're in a housing crisis to begin with, is sometimes some might argue we have a little too much power and influence. And so, ministerial is not something new to Fresno. And so unless you're arguing, let's take out ministerial for downtown housing. If you want to maintain influence over building more housing in the downtown area, then, I don't know if that's the way we're going, which is to strip ministerial away from downtown as well. But, this is not something new for Fresno. We're just asking for the ability to apply it to transit corridors. We're asking to apply it to, office to residential zoned areas. And so This is, we need this to meet our housing element goals, to help us meet our pro-housing designation. The ministerial part is not needed for those things, I get that. But when we talk about building more infill housing, and when we talk about ways to incentivize people to want to build more infill rather than on the outskirts of our city, then I think we need to do what we can to get government out of the way. And I mean that respectfully, because at the end of the day, we are the ones that are setting the rules for how developments in our inner city develop. And so if we want to start circumventing development standards and start throwing in more of our personal bias and influence, that's one thing. But as council, we set very strict design parameters for how we want development to occur in our city. And so I do feel like we have done just that for how we're trying to encourage more infill development along our inner city transit corridors. But there is that ability to still have influence. There is still that ability to retain the power to appeal. And it's not so, Director, correct me if I'm wrong, but there are a number of findings that a council member can make in order to justify an appeal. It's not just whether or not it meets a development code or not. There's also a required finding that says that the project may not meet a general plan policy. So if a council member can make an argument that said project does not comply with a specific general plan policy, that's very open-ended, and that gives a council member a lot of leeway to make an argument that this project does not meet that said specific general plan policy. And so I stand firm in that I do believe there is still influence that can be factored into this ministerial approval if you want to exercise that. If not, then great. We have all these housing projects then that can just be expedited to approval. But if there is that one-off where you do feel like you need to speak out, hold community meetings, and advocate on behalf of your neighborhoods, then this policy does have that ability to allow you to do that still.
Yeah, and to be clear, I mean, I'm trying to navigate this in a way where we're not going to throw out the baby with the bathwater. And as I've said before, it's not about me. I'm not sure I'll have any examples of this come to me in my time. I've got a year and change left here. I'm thinking about the future, and in about 13, 14 months, when there's 4 or 5 of us are gone and there's 4 or 5 new faces having to navigate. So it's not about me or my power. It's about empowering residents and having them retain their recourse as residents who are represented by us, and we act on their behalf. Given your position to stand firm with the motion, would like to make a motion for an amendment. And my amendment is this: the motion to amend the current motion to revert back to the original language that was presented on today's agenda before any of the amendments were made. And Council President, I will commit to you that we can further, once we strip back to the original version, I'd be happy to revisit and add back in your amendments with respect to the concerns around the office of residential, so that is addressed. I don't want to, reasonable amendments. This is primarily centered around the ministerial components, and it's easier motions to strip away all of the amendments that were originally made through my amendment, and then come back and, given that we're back to the original point, go ahead and add your amendments in to keep your concerns front and center. So my motion is to make an amendment to the current motion to revert back to the original language that was presented and the agenda today.
My hesitation with that, because you mentioned, and I appreciate the flexibility, if we had, this is where I'm coming from, if we had passed the original motion again, no discussion, no amendments, the one that we had supported last time, it would pass as is, and it would have the reason why it's a win for my district with changes, yes, it adds a component of ministerial. However, it does, the original version had RM3, which is the highest density project. So it's residential and office, the vacant land, RM3. This will allow RM2 and RM1, which is far less dense. The other thing it does have the height limit. So that, I think, is a big win for the Herndon corridor and areas of my district that weren't really designed for that kind of multifamily while supporting more housing in other parts of the city. But I think if we remove that component, I don't think the votes will be there. That's my concern, council member.
Well, my motion, I mean, I made my motion. I'm not sure if I have a second, but what I'm saying to you is once we get back to that original version, we wouldn't pass it as is. We'd revisit your amendments, but instead implement them to the original language is what I'm saying. Commitment to you. So I made my motion, and if there's a second, take it now, and if not, we'll move on.
Is there a second?
As I consider a second.
Okay. And Councilmember Richardson's been patient. He's punched up too, I think, he has things to say. But yeah, go ahead.
Defer to Councilmember.
I'll do that. Go ahead, Councilmember.
I had some questions before I second as well. Council President, can you speak to your rationale a little bit behind the height limit as opposed to limiting it from RM3? You decided to go with a height limit, which in effect does lower the capacity, right? The housing capacity of it. Is there a reason specifically or something I'm not seeing that pertains to the height and doesn't pertain to occupancy as opposed to limiting it based on the code?
Great question. So just to be clear, right now, anyone that owns an office parcel in this city, they can only build office. They cannot build any residential. So we are giving a new layer of permission, a new land use option. Now, with that, we do have the authority to put certain restrictions, and I'm trying to be as objective as possible. I understand certain parcels are near more transit corridors. They're designed for that. So with that new kind of smart growth strategy along the transit corridors, there's higher density housing. Current policy allows the highest density. We're giving flexibility so the builders out there that would build these things don't just have to pack people in like sardines. They can have other options. And with that, they probably wouldn't need the height limit. But this also gives me some assurance that even if it goes through, when I say the height limit, I mean RM1 and 2 aren't 50, 60. I mean, they don't need to be have as many floors, forgive me for that. And so my goal is to put some bumpers along the road. That way we don't have another repeat. While that was by right of what happened in District 2 recently with the Prospect Apartments.
Okay, so of the issues, if I heard correctly from the constituents, especially from up there in District 2, the concerns were, yes, traffic, yes, visibility, yes, congestion, things like that. But height was also one of them. So this will limit it on just the basis of height, and that's the way that we want to proceed instead of limiting RM3 from going into those.
RM3 can still go in them, but now it allows RM2 and 1. But regardless if it's at RM2 and 1, there's also a height limit on top of that.
And Council President, is that not can you not reconcile that with the original language?
That's a good question. The dilemma I have with that is the council member accepted my amendments, and I feel it would be disingenuous for me to go back on that. That's where I'm coming from.
Final question I have before I turn it over. Is there a chance with this that we could add the height limitation later on after the adoption of this in its original language, that it's just an overarching city policy that could include exceptions in those areas that you've identified by the high transit corridors?
I don't see why we couldn't do that today.
Okay.
My motion, I don't believe is the end of the discussion. It's a step in the discussion. If we were to go back to the original language, and we could continue to build from there.
Okay, I would second on that basis, Council President.
Okay, so City Clerk, we have an original motion, and there is a second, but then there's a motion to amend that motion, and there's a second, so I'm guessing we vote on that one first. We're not done with discussion yet, but I'm guessing that's the way.
Wait, so we had the main motion on the floor, which was made by
Councilmember Correa.
Annalisa, and then Nelson's motion to amend.
Yes.
Yeah, and so we have to deal with the motions to amend first.
Okay, so discussion's not over. We'll do that. That's the order. We'll go right now. I have Council Vice President punched up.
The point of order,
followed by
Council
Councilmember
President.
Correa.
As the seconder of the initial motion, I have not agreed to the amendment yet.
You
Wait,
don't need to, the motion
My
to amend.
amendments or,
Your amendments.
oh, I thought you did. You said it was, okay, so.
I have not. I was
Okay.
waiting for all the discussion to
Okay.
kind of occur before we start confusing each other's motions.
Okay.
So I do have a couple of questions, if this is the right time, or you can just take votes, however you prefer.
Well.
That's fine, I'm not in a
yeah,
rush.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So I finally took a walk over to the fancy map, and a couple of takeaways. One is that the vast majority of office zoning in the city is in the northern part of the city. Herndon,
You mean vacant land?
Northeast Fresno.
Vacant land.
Whatever,
Non-existing office buildings.
whatever red exists up
Yeah.
there is in the northern part and northeast part of the city. So I represent an area that was redlined. For those of you who don't know what that means, it's, poor people of color were not allowed to live outside of West Fresno. And the city intentionally put all the heavy, dirty, polluting industries in West Fresno. And so as a reason, that's the highest polluted and the lowest life expectancy in the city. As a result of that redlining, mortgages were not sold to people if they were folks of color and wanted to live outside of the West Fresno boundaries. So what I'm struggling with is this is starting to sound to me like a modern version of redlining and NIMBYism light, because we're saying we're going to allow 4 or 5-story apartment buildings and existing zoning of office across all of Fresno, except where the most of the zoning exists now, which is North Fresno. The modern version of that is called exclusionary zoning, and we're not supposed to be allowed to do exclusionary zoning. So I struggle with our ability to legally defend this if it's challenged. If we know up front that North Fresno has the vast majority of empty office zoning, and there we're going to say you can go 3 stories, and in the rest of the city, you can go 5, 6, 7, 8 stories. It reminds me of the days in the 1950s and 60s where government would intentionally put high-rise public housing projects in the poorest parts of the city, while only allowing single-family housing in the more affluent parts of the cities across the country. And that doesn't generate discretionary income. Poverty creates a whole bunch of other things that is not good for folks in general and neighborhoods. So I'm a little worried about going down the path of creating a redlining NIMBYism light in 2025 that would be imposed not on us as the city members today. I have a year left, a couple of us have a year left, but on the future generations of council members and mayors, I struggle with that today. So I'm trying to be thoughtful a bit. 30 minutes ago was the first time I saw the map. First time I got to see what we were gonna cap at 3 stories. And we've always discussed as a city, we're gonna invest in public transit corridors and we're gonna let people build up. All the apartments that I've seen build up in the last few years are more than 3 stories. In order for a project to pencil out, you need more than 3 stories of rental income for it to work for the developer to build the units. It's what we build on Blackstone, what we build in other corridors. So to artificially say 3 stories is the only thing you can do on Herndon and Champaign and Perrin and Woodward, but if you're on Blackstone, Shaw, Shields, or McKinley, you can go much further. So I'm, again, acceptable. I'm supportive of ministerial approval. I agree that does take some level of authority from the council, but I'm okay with that. It's, we're building housing. Folks, we have an ability to appeal. Community has an ability to appeal a project and oppose it. So I'm willing to give up power to allow ministerial approvals to occur, but I'm not willing to go and impose a modern version of redlining and NIMBYism as a permanent policy of this city, especially if we're really going to impose on the next generation of leadership. So I struggle with the conversation today. I might be able to get there in a couple of weeks at the next meeting. I know today's only introduction, so there's been a lot of staff work, but just know that if the vote was to adopt today, I would be an absolute no. I'm still an iffy just to proceed down this path today, because 30 minutes to see the impacts of a citywide policy, in my view, isn't the due diligence that we expect of this governing body. So I'm open to being convinced by facts and by planning staff. I also want our legal counsel to have time and our planning staff to have time to advise us on whether, if we get challenged, whether this is legally defensible as we impose these potential limits on additional authority, which I appreciate it is additional authority, but it is also additional authority with limits in only certain parts of the city. With that, Council President, those are my comments today.
No, I appreciate that. And you make a good point. And the good news is we have a lot of attorneys that can answer that question on the spot right here, right now. So I think you use the term exclusionary zoning. I want to be really clear because I never want to make a motion. It's not inclusionary. I think the term you're looking for is, are we spot zoning, maybe? Okay, that's fine. I want to be super clear if we can have the attorneys opine on this. So my motion is, right now this is only for residential in office. My motion was to put a height restriction. Currently, there is no residential. If we're going to add residential, only in areas, very specifically, in areas where they're within a half a mile of an intersection of 2 or more major transit stops. This is not in a certain area. It is consistent across the city. It happens to impact certain areas. Is that legally defensible?
Council President, can we take a quick timeout?
Sure, let's come back at 12:35. No, we're going to finish this, 12:35. Only got the information from legal and clerk. Thank you for working with us. So we're still on the 3B as in Bravo item. So after discussing it with legal counsel, what I'm going to do is I think there were certain terms used that I don't think are appropriate or factual, but rather than relitigate that, I'm just going to withdraw my amendments to the original motion made by the Councilmember Perea regarding the height limitation and the other ones. So we're going to go back to discussion. If there's no discussion, I think we have one motion to consider from Councilmember Esparza, and then we'll go back to the motion from Councilmember Perea.
Council President, just so I'm clear, if we vote against Councilmember Esparza's motion, then we take the original motion
That you made.
That I made.
Yes, without my amendments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so if there's no further discussion, we're going to go to Councilmember Esparza's motion. Would you want to restate that again?
Yeah, I just wanted to, after all the motion sickness, be very clear about what's happening. So the amendments that you had offered was very, very thorough discussion. I appreciate that. You're rescinding those motions. So what was on the table, just to rewind for everyone, was the original language as presented without ministerial. Was what was brought to council today. Councilmember Perea, one of the original sponsors, added in that language in her original motion. And so that motion is live and, sort of on the floor. But prior to that, my motion that we have to take first is an amendment to the original motion. And my amendment is that we revert back to the original language that was presented in today's agenda without any of the ministerial amendments that were made at the very beginning of the discussion. And again, I don't believe that'll be the end of the discussion. I want to bring us back there as a baseline and then move forward and continue to discuss how that might be changed. So that motion was made. I believe that was seconded already by the member from District 6. So again, the motion is to bring us back to the original language that was presented to us on the agenda without any amendments.
Councilmember, just to follow up. So with that motion, and I know this would be an amendment, I made two. One was to allow, because right now the original motion, which we supported last time, only allows RM3 for residential in office. That means RM2 and RM1, which would be less invasive, are not permitted. Would you be open to adding that back in?
I'm open to that discussion. I am. And I made the commitment to you earlier that we would.
The problem is if we approve this, let's say your motion passes, which I'm supportive right now. If that goes through, it's the second reading. It's done. It's the original. So we wouldn't be able to come back.
So yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, because there would be, we passed this exact version. But if we made these amendments,
it would have to come back again.
This would be considered the first reading again and come back the second. I'd be willing to support that, the RM1, RM2. I'm not sure what the will of the council would be. Because right now I just wanted to strip everything and bring us back to plain language and then move forward. I had no delusions that it would be the end. But as I said to you earlier when I was originally making the motion, I'm open to the discussion.
I appreciate that.
Council President, I believe I included the addition of R1 and R2 into my motion.
You did.
So that doesn't need to be added.
I agree, but his motion, if it passes, would not allow RM1 or 2. That's my concern.
Got it.
Council
So
President,
what do you want to state your risk?
From the maker of the motion, is your motion essentially to gut administrative approval from the policy?
My motion is to
go back to the original completely.
My motion is to pass, or not to pass, to revert us back to a discussion where our baseline is the original language that was presented in the agenda, given to us without any
which
council
does not include
amendments.
ministerial approval.
That's
right?
correct.
All right, just want to make sure I'm clear.
So you want to just leave it at that then?
That's clear. And again, my intention here is, I've expressed my concerns. I've expressed not wanting to have another Herndon and Prospect situation, either for this council or the next, or the one after that. So I think we've beat that horse.
Okay. So we're just going to stick with your original motion to go back, no amendments, as is. Got it.
And then we'll continue to discuss after that. If
Understood.
That's the will of the council.
Understood. Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Any opposition to Councilmember Esparza's motion?
No.
And In support, sorry, I wanted to double check to make sure.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. So where does that leave us? Because I truly have motion sickness now.
I believe that means that the
We're back to
motion
this-
is still live.
Okay.
So the motion is live, but the motion now.
Now we're back to discussion.
Yeah, that was now just the original language. So that's our baseline. So if we
Okay.
wanted to change what was in the agenda, there'd have to be some amendments made to the baseline language.
Let me ask you a question. It's 1 o'clock now. How much time do you think we'll need for this discussion? Do you want to come back from lunch? Or do you want to do it now?
I always
I'll
want to
leave
come
it
back
to
for
you.
lunch. You know, I
Yeah.
hate to miss a meal.
Why don't we do, you're okay with that?
I'm okay with coming
Why
back.
don't we come back at, council, do you want 2:15 or 2:30? 2:30. We're going to come back at 2:30. Thank you everyone for your patience. can do that. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for being patient. We're going to resume today's meeting at 2:51 p.m. Before we start with the continuation of the item 3B as in Bravo.
Okay, 3B.
No worries. Do want to clarify, just to add something, City Clerk, we want to also adjourn in memory of James Aldridge, who is a former city manager who has passed away, and I believe his memorial service is tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to resume 3B. We had a very lively discussion, but now that the council members we've all had lunch, let's see if we can actually get some progress here. So I have, just as a reminder, the amended motion by Councilmember Esparza, which basically goes back to what we had discussed last June when this item was forward. That is what's presently on the table. And I have Councilmember Perea punched up. If anyone else wants to speak, please do use your buttons and punch up. Councilmember Perea, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Council President. So I understand that if I make a new motion, it cannot be the same motion that I previously made. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's been a good discussion today, and so I'm going to try to take a couple different elements of from the discussion we had before lunch into consideration when I make this new motion. And so, Council President, I would like to make a new motion to approve the item, adding back in ministerial approval of office to dwelling conversions in the office zone district, ministerial approval of multi-unit residential development in the RM1, RM2, and RM3 zone districts on parcels within 1/2 mile of an existing bus stop, ministerial approval of a multi-unit residential use in the NMX, CMX, RMX, CMS, and CR zone districts on parcels within the city's infill priority area, ministerial approval of new multi-unit residential development in the office zone district, and then the new part of my motion, I would like to include the maximum height of new residential development will be limited to 45 feet unless the project is located within 1/2 mile of the intersection of 2 or more major transit stops as defined in Appendix M of the CEQA guidelines.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second to clarify, council members. So it's like the other motion, but instead of 40 feet, it's 45 feet. But it does permit the RM1 and 2, which are less dense than RM3.
That's correct.
Okay. I have Councilmember, thank you so much. There's a motion and a second, but I do have Councilmember Richardson punched up.
I'll hold my comments until we vote on the motion.
Okay. Presently, I have no other council members punched up. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, just as a point of order, we already had a live motion on the table. Is that not correct?
So unless I'm mistaken, so originally there was a motion by Councilmember Perea, and then you had a motion that passed. So we're back to your motion, but now, like when she had a motion, she made a new motion.
Because my motion passed, we have a live motion on the table with the original version of this language.
Actually, if I could clarify real quick. So there was the original motion by Councilmember Perea and Vice President Arias. Their motion was amended by your motion.
Correct.
So this motion is still the one we're voting on. Your motion simply amended this motion by Annalisa and Miguel. And I think, Annalisa, the wording you should have used, which is what we gathered, is you're amending your initial motion.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay. Any other council members punched up or any further discussion on this item?
I guess my last request was, again, I mean, I'll ask again if we could bifurcate these and bring them back as 2 items, which was my original proposal. We can vote on office to residential and then vote separately on ministerial. And it would not require any additional EIR as long as it's within the scope that we originally had this legislation in.
I have a question for staff, very briefly. I just want to be really clear. The item, when we initially passed this in June, and one thing I didn't realize when we passed it meaning any vacant office land that gets zoned to, that's residential in office, so vacant land that becomes office. The only permissible residential use was RM3, which is the densest form of multifamily housing. Is that correct?
So yes, the action in June simply removed ministerial. It didn't change the requirements and the regulation.
Understood, but
Yes.
but the only housing allowed was RM3, not RM2 and 1, which is less dense.
Correct. The footnote, which can be found on page 17 of your resolution, states permitted for the construction of new residential uses on vacant or underutilized parcels, housing projects shall meet the requirements of the RM3 district.
Got it. This changes that. Thank you. Councilmember, I think you're still punched up.
So, Council President, can you clarify what we're about to vote on?
So we are voting on the amended version of the original motion by Councilmember Perea and Council Vice President, which will also add two provisions. One, which is also allowing RM2 and RM1, which is less dense on the residential to office, and the other provision that is the height restriction at 45 feet instead of 40.
Well, let me clarify a point of order then. My understanding is that, so are we voting on the amendment to be added to the original motion, or are we voting on the whole motion?
As the maker of the motion and as the second of the motion, I agree to the amendment, so the motion is complete. It has to be a new motion.
So you're voting on the amendment. If the amendment passes, this will still need to come back for a second reading on 1120 because it's different from what's on the agenda today.
But procedurally, what I'm trying to clarify is that when we broke for lunch, our baseline was just the original language as presented on the agenda, right? And then what's being proposed here is an amendment to that motion. So what I'm claiming is we need a vote on this amendment to be added to the legislation, and then we need a vote on the legislation as a whole.
That's correct. And voting on the legislation as a whole would need to take place on 1120 because it needs a second reading.
I see. So, but we could vote today on the legislation as a whole.
You could vote it be symbolic.
I see. Okay, yeah, so we're voting on the amendment to be added to the original motion.
No, he's wondering, is it one vote or two votes right now?
It could be two votes.
It could be
No,
two, it could be
today,
one.
not.
Yeah, today it could be one, it could be two. I mean, the second vote would be symbolic.
I see, thank you.
Yeah, so we're sort of back to point A. For the maker of the amendment motion, can you help clarify what are the differences between your original proposal at the very beginning of the item and then this second proposal?
My original motion from earlier today. So
Yes.
the difference is, so we're adding back in ministerial. The difference is we're adding in RM1 and RM2 as development standards that are acceptable in vacant lots that are zoned office, as well as the height limitation. We're increasing that from 40 feet to 45 feet.
Okay, so yeah, so we're basically back to square one, virtually identical except for the RM1, RM2, and that slight increase in height requirement.
That's correct, yeah.
Technically different.
Technically different, but more or less back to the ministerial conversation.
Right, yeah, it's different.
All right, well, I won't beat the dead horse. I would urge
No, we got the Fresno Fairgrounds for that.
Huh?
It's the, literally, we have an item about horses on the agenda today. That's why he's saying that.
Later.
Pun intended, no pun intended. Yeah, so we're back to square. Okay, well, you know, as I have from the beginning of this item, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment.
Thank you. Call for the question, Council President.
Yeah, and I have no other, well, actually, wait, I have one person punched up.
Yes, just a correction, Council President. It's not just the addition of those two things. It is still ministerial approval of just about every one of those. I think we heard ministerial about 7 times as we went through the new amendment.
So just to be clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, it'll be ministerial. However, when it comes to vacant office zones, so it'll be residential on office zone property. There are limitations on that we were passing today. And the item we passed last time did only allow the most dense types of housing. This will allow less dense, less invasive types of housing. That's just a personal opinion. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. No other council members punched up. There was a call for the question. So if everyone's ready, we're going to go for a vote. So any opposition to Councilmember Pereira's motion? Okay. Item passes 4-3. And again, this will come back at a subsequent council meeting because there were material changes made.
The amendment passes 4-3, not the item.
Well, again, is it 4? Are we doing that again? You said 1 or 2. That's why I asked earlier.
No, I mean, it's up to you guys. I'm just telling you that the amendment passed. It needs to come back on the 20th. And if you guys want to do a symbolic
You guys
vote.
want to do another vote today?
That's your
It
call.
passed for the purpose of introduction. We're done.
Okay. All right. So we'll come back. Great. It's going to return the next council meeting on the 20th. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you. Okay. We're going to move on to our next item, which is going to be 3C, as in cat. Charlie. Sorry, as in Charlie. Okay. Director, please
Are
continue.
you ready? Good afternoon, Jennifer Clark, Planning Director. This item pertains to compliance with a court order to decertify an EIR, an environmental impact report, and set aside approvals for a proposed Costco project at the northeast corner of West Herndon and North Riverside Drive. On July 17th, 2025, the court issued an order and the city was directed by the court to decertify the project EIR and set aside all related project approvals, including the general plan amendment, the conditional use permit, the rezone, the conditional use permits, P21-01959, conditional use permit P21-03251, and plan development permit P21-03252, no later than November 14th. Adoption of the attached resolution and ordinance would comply with the court's order to decertify the EIR and set aside the project approvals. And I would defer any other specific questions to the city attorney's office.
City Attorney, before I go to the public for public comment on this item, does this bring us in full compliance with the court order?
In our opinion, yes.
Thank you. With that, is there any member of the public wishing to speak to this item? Seeing none, any questions from the dais, council members? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve? Everybody gun shy? I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion made by the chair, second by Member Pereira. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes unanimous. Right. Staff, are we ready for the workshop or should we go to the contested consent calendar? City Clerk, let's go to contested consent. What is the items that got pulled?
2O. Wait a second, let me double check here. Yeah, 2O is on contested consent. And yeah, it looks like just 2-0.
Do I not to Nancy? That's been removed. All right, 2-0. The sponsors of the item, you have the floor. This is the horse slaughtering item.
Yeah, I was the sponsor of that.
Horse gate. Is there anyone else besides your sponsors? Anybody you want to call up?
No. I'll chat about the item. So bringing this item for your support and consideration today. As you know, this is the first season in a In a long time that Fresno we have not seen horse racing at the Big Fresno Fair. And so there's an effort underway to bring horse racing back to Fresno, which I think would excite a lot of residents and have a very positive economic impact on the city. And so there is a California Horse Racing Board meeting in a couple of weeks from now on the 19th, where they'll be considering a petition of sorts to approve or not approve in horse racing for the 2026 season here in Fresno. And so I thought it was very timely to bring forth a resolution to show that the city as a whole, as our city organization, supports those efforts. So this, obviously is not a resolution where we have any sort of direct kind of control, but I do think us weighing in as a city organization will have an impact potentially on that decision-making process and helping to bring horse racing back to Fresno. So that's the kind of quick and dirty of the item. Love to hear public comment and would love to hear from my colleagues, but I would urge my colleagues to support the item.
Yeah, Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. Who are the sponsors of this item? Is it Esparza and Vang?
Myself and Councilmember Vang.
I understand the economic component of this item, but has any consideration been given to the ethic component of it, given that we had 3 horses pass away here at the Fresno Fairgrounds last year?
Sure. That was a tragedy, but I think that was certainly more the exception than the rule, not a trend here within Fresno. And when it comes to those kinds of issues, I mean, the CHRB, the California Horse Racing Board, is tasked with investigating those types of incidents, which they have.
Do you know what the outcome of that investigation was and the findings?
I'd have to go back and look up the exact website, but I do know that they found there was 2 that I believe were, or at least one that was related to racing itself, and that was not due to our track. So, I mean, I haven't found anything sort of points culpability in any direction with respect to our operation, but ultimately, I mean, if that's a concern, that ought to be considered by the CHRB at this next meeting they're having on the 19th.
Do you know if any actions or precautions were put in place as a result of those findings to prevent another tragedy from occurring in the future?
I couldn't tell you.
This isn't the first time that's happened in Fresno. Obviously, last year was extraordinarily bad as we had 3 horses die in the custody of the fairgrounds last year. Being as it's not really clear what the findings of that study were, or if any measures were taken to prevent more horse deaths at the Fresno Fair moving forward, I don't think I can support this item at this time. Respectfully.
Council Vice President, you're punched up.
Thank you. I just want to confirm, the record today does not include any additional precautions or actions that the fairgrounds has taken or intends to take to safeguard the horses, right? We don't know that for a fact.
I couldn't speak to their action or inaction. All I do know is the data, would suggest that last year was in a very unfortunate anomaly.
Speaking of data, my understanding is that the fair itself had a pretty successful run this last fair. The data suggests that they had record turnout of crowds, that they were able to do other events in place of horse racing that were extremely successful. So is there any evidence to suggest that attendance at the fairgrounds has been reduced and therefore it's been economic, impact for them not having horse races versus having them?
Well, I think the efforts underway are not just for the time period of the fair, but go beyond that stretch.
In what sense? Does horse racing happen beyond the time of the fair?
It does regularly, yeah, in other parts of the state. Yeah, and I think that's what we'd be looking at here.
So you're not only recommending that we just bring horse racing back to the fair, but that we expand horse racing in Fresno in general?
I'm not recommending, well, we don't have the authority as a city council. I'm asking us to consider giving a general thumbs up of support and telling the CHRB that, yes, we as a city organization welcome this kind of economic activities or back to our city.
All right, I might sound like a full-blooded liberal, which I am when it comes to animal care. I mean, we have expended tens of millions of dollars developing our own animal shelter because our cats and dogs were being euthanized at record levels by the county SPCA. In this case, 3 horses were euthanized as a result of, factors at the fairgrounds. We've also seen the level of investment required to maintain quality of care for our zoo animals. We're not expending any expense in caring and preserving the safeguard of those animals. So in this space, though, I am completely void of any evidence or facts to reaffirm that the fair is doing anything above the bare minimum, even the minimum, to care for their animals as they suggest returning to horse racing. So I'm not in a position to simply ask the horse association body to return horses to the fairgrounds without any evidence and concrete commitments from the fair board that they're going to do something different that doesn't result in the same experience of euthanizing horses. I think if we as a city had experienced 3 tigers euthanized in 1 year at the zoo, we would be all in arms demanding reforms, demanding that resignations from leadership, because that's not what we expect when it comes to animal care. If we saw that take place when it comes to our shelters that we run, we would be probably, lit on the stake by the residents if they saw anomaly, as you would call it, occurring in our own animal shelter. So I take that very seriously. I think having horse racing in the fairgrounds is a huge commitment, a huge responsibility, and it should be paired with the same level of commitment to care for them. And I don't see any evidence on the record today that the fairgrounds are doing anything different than they did in the past that led to these tragedies. So absent of that evidence, I would adamantly oppose simply returning horses for the sake of, gambling and not having assurances that their care is going to be a primary concern for everyone involved. Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, there isn't a horse racing experience currently at the fairground to improve upon. And for the record, the absence of that activity here in Fresno has nothing to do with those 3 deaths. There were other factors cited, like the reduced horse population, the CHRB's concerned about the lack of an experienced operator, and just kind of the market restructuring of moving a lot of the horse racing moving down to Southern California. And that's why here in Fresno on northward, up in Northern California, is currently devoid of horse racing. You see a lot of it concentrated in the south right now. So I appreciate the concerns, but ultimately the lack of racing now had nothing to do with those 3 deaths. And again, there's not been an opportunity for the Big Fresno Fair to demonstrate or improve upon because there was not a program, which had nothing to do with those tragedies.
And that's fair, Councilmember. Then I would suggest before we ask horse racing to return, that we then be able to articulate to us as a body what precautions and changes they intend to make if horse racing was to return. Since horse racing did not occur last year, they've had a year to bring forward a plan that would put them in a better position for animal care. I have yet to see any of that. Again, if this was occurring at the zoo, we would not simply be sitting idling, asking for more animals. We would be asking for changes and evidence of those changes. And I have yet to hear from the fairgrounds on what changes, if any, they intend to make if horse racing wants to return.
Well, I think part of that is the conversation that'll be had at this meeting on the 19th. And I think what you're describing, the oversight you're describing, is within that purview of the California Horse Racing Board, which ultimately is going to decide. We're just offering our general sense of support. horse racing and horse death investigations are not really part of the purview of the city, but leading economic initiatives that create jobs and generate revenue and keep money flowing throughout our local community, that is in our job description. So, I appreciate the concerns. I continue to urge a yes vote for the resolution.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have Councilmember Vang punched up. He's been very patient.
This is a subject that is near and dear to all of our hearts, in fact, and it should be. I just wanted to clarify this resolution here. This is in support of the horse racing during the Big Fresno Fair. Just that timeline between, in this case, this past Big Fresno Fair, October 1st through October the 12th. So it does not go beyond the other dates and times and where horse racing may be a possibility at the Fresno Fairgrounds. So this is in support of the Big Fresno Fair and having horse racing during that time frame. That's all it is. Okay. And again, the ability to have horse racing there or not is incumbent upon the California Horse Racing Board. It is not the Fresno Fairground, the Big Fresno Fair, or the City Council's jurisdiction to make that determination. And so, yes, this is just a support in the process to the California Horse Racing Board that, again, tradition counts, but at the same time, we are aware of the history here at the fairground. But again, the limitations and the support of this resolution is limited in terms of time within the Big Fresno Fair. Thank you.
So, sorry, we already had comment for consent. I apologize, not this time. No, sorry. The procedure is if you want to comment on a contested consent item, which this is, that was earlier in the day, you can make a comment on anything not on the agenda when we do unscheduled communication later in the day. But please fill out a card and put it in there. Thank you. Okay, so we have next Councilmember Richardson.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not a huge fan of the horse races. It's usually really hot and uncomfortable. But I also understand it's not for me specifically. I sweat a lot as it is, and out there at the track is just evidence of that. However, I'll point out that, as Councilmember Esparza pointed out, the CHRB is going to decide this. They're the ones who are going to decide whether or not to allocate horses and horse racing activity, and I'd imagine some funds and some interests or sponsorships or whatever else comes along with that. It's not for us. We can be the thing that gets in the way and tells them, just like we've done hundreds of other times in the city on different subjects, no thanks, Fresno doesn't want you, go somewhere else. Which leads me to my second point. I don't think anyone here has ever been to the Big Fresno Rodeo. Has anybody here been to the Fresno Rodeo? Out of curiosity? Been to the Fresno? Yeah, there isn't one.
Yeah, there's a point.
There's a lot of equestrian activity right on the other side of Willow because they capitalize on it. Not only do they capitalize on making money, but it's a cultural staple for them. They've made a whole subculture where people enjoy and look forward to going out there, and there's a parade and there are events and the kids get excited and they're painting faces and it brings economic activity. People are flooding downtown Clovis. So, I mean, we can play the, hey, don't worry about Fresno, we don't want to play part in this, go somewhere else game. Just like we saw during COVID with car dealerships or this or that or whatever else. We don't want your business here, go somewhere else. And I promise you they will. Just like you mentioned, they'll go to Southern California. They'll go wherever else. They'll go find some other place to do horse racing because, again, they will find a market for their activity. Now, look at the horse owners themselves. They don't want to put their horses or their animals of any type out there into harm. If it were an activity or an event and they knew that going to the Fresno Fair was going to be somewhere where my horse is in disproportionately higher danger than it were somewhere else, you bet your bottom dollar they're going to go to Bakersfield or they're going to go somewhere else and take it there. The fact that they want to be in Fresno, or at least that we're an option for the state, not us, right, not the policy folks, but the subject matter experts on equine health and everything else that goes in, the fact that they're the decision makers, I say we don't put ourselves in the way of being that roadblock for them and them decide whether or not they've seen adequate veterinary improvements, whether they've seen the fact that Two-Lane Trist, who is the horse that died from pneumonia, wouldn't have a Two-Lane Trist Jr. also die from pneumonia at the fair, or whatever it is, a race-related injury. I mean, we're not concerned about any other animal when it comes to the fair. Trust me, because I go there and have hamburgers and all kinds of stuff all the time. But I think that us inserting ourselves as the ones who are getting in there and saying, well, veterinarily, I'm not impressed with the improvements that have been made. It's not to the level of my standard. I think might be just another example of us saying, no thanks, take your business to Clovis. And I don't want to see that anymore. Financial interest, yeah, they probably did pretty well. They brought in monster trucks and all kinds of stuff, and they had this slam. And I think it was kind of a proof of concept that we could bring a lot of those things, as Council Vice President mentioned, whether it's monster trucks, whether it's a derby or rally, or a fish fry, whatever it is, that could bring a lot of folks who aren't really passionate about horse races, like me, out to watch those things. I think that was an awesome blend of interests that we brought to the fair this year. I don't think that's enough excuse for us, particularly, to vote to establish ourselves as the barrier to block out something that has traditionally been a staple of fall in Fresno. So that's just kind of my standpoint on it. Thanks.
Council Vice President, you were punched up.
Thank you. I do want to address some of the comments, and I appreciate Member Richardson's point of view. So a couple of points. One, I appreciate Clovis has a rodeo. We have a zoo. We have a convention center. We have a sound arena. We have plenty of other options that are not found in Clovis. So I'm pretty confident that we have plenty of other things to attract folks into the city and to do business here. But you know what we also don't have? We don't have bullfighting in Fresno. And that's not enough of a reason to have bullfighting in Fresno, because it doesn't exist. The other part of all this is, today we have residents here been waiting hours all day for us to discuss the Southeast Growth Area and the SADA plan. That is our core mission as a body, is land use. And in one side, you guys tell us, it's not our place to weigh in on this. It's not our place to stop it. It's not our place. It's the governing body. But yet you're asking us to engage in this conversation. I'd rather not engage in whether horse racing should occur in the fairgrounds. That's not my lane. That is the entity's lane. But since you're asking us to weigh in by expressing support and asking them to return horses, you're asking us to do so without any information on what is the reasons for the deaths of the horses, without any information on what precautions, if any, they've taken, without any, even a representative from the fairgrounds here to address the subject matter. You're asking us to blindly support a return of an activity that is not even within our jurisdiction. So that leads us to ask basic questions, like who, what, when, and how. And when we can't address those questions, it's not it's not enough to simply say, well, we're just saying no. I'd rather not take a position on this because it's not our lane. And again, if this happened at the zoo, if we had these tragedies, whether they were related to existing preconditions of the animals or some virus, we would be having a much different conversation about what interventions we must take and who's going to take them and who's responsible. In this case, we haven't done that because we don't even run the fair. It's not within our jurisdiction. So I'll simply say, I'd rather not have this discussion. I'd rather spend hours discussing land use in Southeast Fresno and not engage in whether we should bring, bullfighting or horse racing to Fresno.
I promise you, Council Vice President, this is probably going to be the headline in media. This is the issue we discussed today. Councilmember Perea. Yeah.
Okay, so in full disclosure, I am a member of the Big Fresno Fair Board, and I did consult with the city attorneys on this, and they did say that it is okay for me to participate in this discussion, which is why I'm here right now. But I do want to counter any notion that the fair was negligent in the care of our animals. That couldn't be further from the truth. It was definitely an anomaly and a tragedy that we did lose horses in this matter this past couple years back. We were put in a position similar to when COVID hit. We had to get creative with how we adapted, how we evolved the fair to meet the moment. And we did that. We got really creative with how we used our grandstands. How we use the grandstands moving forward is to be determined. What we're asking for is the opportunity to simply have a letter of support on behalf of the city of Fresno to ask for the opportunity to have another chance at horse racing. This is not the first time we have brought a letter of support to this body for approval. We do this all the time on state and federal issues, and so This is not anything new for this council. I cannot speak on behalf of the fair, and so I understand there are some questions that the body does have today that possibly should be answered, but I am not in the position in my capacity here today to speak on behalf of the fair. And so I will be supporting this resolution today, but moving forward, if we are granted fair dates for the next fair, there does need to be a lot of hard questions asked and answered before we confidently approve anything on the fair board side with how we move forward. So I do want to thank the council, my council colleagues, Esparza and Vang, for bringing this forward. You do have my support on this today, but there are a lot of measures that we still need to finalize, but that's going to occur on the Fresno, Big Fresno Fair Board side.
Thank you, council member. Any other council members wishing to comment on this item? This is one of our contested consent items. Okay. All right. Was there a motion on the table? I apologize.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. Moved by council member Esparza, seconded by council member Vang. Any opposition?
No on behalf of horses.
Okay. The item passes 5-2. Thank you very much.
Miguel, did you mean nay?
Touche, touche.
Okay, so we're going to go to the item I know a lot of you have been waiting for. I really thought this item was going to be the most controversial. Maybe it's not. So that is our 9:15 a.m. hearing. It's actually a continuation of the hearing because we didn't adjourn the hearing last time, and we're going to continue that hearing. I think where we had left off, I don't think there's anything new for staff to present necessarily, just perhaps lots of questions by the council. I do have council member Esparza punched up on this item. You will have the floor, sir.
So this was a continuation. The hearing's still open.
Hearing's still open.
All that, okay.
Public comment, all that.
Okay, got it. So have we done public comment on this yet?
We did partially. We haven't done it today.
I see. Okay. I'll wait till we hear from the public then.
Okay. Next is Councilmember Richardson. Did you want to do public comment or did you want to ask your questions first?
No, the public comment may actually cover some of my questions.
Okay.
We can do that. That's fine.
Great. Before I go to public comment, any other council members want to chime in beforehand? No. Okay. So I do have some cards on this item, Sophia, so we'll hold off. Thank you for that. Was there anything new specifically you wanted to present we haven't discussed?
Thanks, Council President. I'm fine.
Okay, thank you so much. I have 3 cards. I have Darren Rose.
I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon.
We can make it good evening. No, I'm teasing.
I'm Darren Rose. I'm the president and CEO of the Building Industry Association of Fresno Madera Counties. Our members are both local and national home builders, and we have approximately 2,925 homes in the pipeline with the city of Fresno. These projects are stalled because there is no VMT program in place. Not having a policy in place adds risks and unknowns which complicate financial decisions by these builders. The BIA asked for a VMT program 4 years ago to comply with SB 743 to provide certainty. The alternative of having builders follow the EIR process for each project is time-consuming and frankly makes Fresno uncompetitive. We respectfully urge you to adopt the proposed VMT policy. It gives builders clear, predictable standard to evaluate projects up front, cutting years off timelines and unlocking supply now. More homes means stable prices, attainable ownership, and investment in infrastructure. The VMT delivers that supply. Thank you.
Yep. Next we have Corinne Demetrios. Again, if you want to speak on this item, please do fill out a card. They should be in the back and deposit them in this bin right here. I have one more card after this on this item.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the time you have taken to so carefully consider the VMT program before you. I'm addressing you today in my capacity as the Vice Chair of the Fresno Madera Building Industry Association. The industry is looking for your leadership to approve a program that will provide certainty to the planning process as it relates to VMT and CEQA compliance. The program is a win for the city, for home buyers, and for builders. The city will collect fees that fund transit improvements to reduce the impacts new housing contributes to greenhouse gases. That benefits everyone in the community. The program opens up development, making home ownership more affordable. The program creates certainty for builders by providing a clear path for project approval by mitigating impacts of VMT. Members of our association, as Darren just said, currently have close to 3,000 homes stuck in planning limbo, meaning we're not able to move the projects forward in the current climate of uncertainty. And unfortunately, many of us will have to look for replacement projects that can be built with certainty in other valley communities. The Building Association hopes that you will support the VMT program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Dennis Gabe.
Thank you, President Carbasi and members of the City Council. My observations are going to be global in nature. I represent Century Communities, the Central Valley division of that company, the 9th largest home builder in the country. Over the years, we have built thousands of homes in the city of Fresno. Most, if not all, of the staff members of the Central Valley division live in the city of Fresno, so we're part of this community. In recent years, we've been compelled to allocate and reallocate our capital to other communities throughout the San Joaquin Valley. We build the same thousands of homes each year. We just don't build as many in the city of Fresno. I'm asking you, and our company is asking you, to support the motion before you, the program before you, the EIR and the mitigation fee program, so that we can go to work building homes in this community to solve this community's housing crisis. Thank you for that, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gabe, for your patience. Okay. Next, we have Bobby Basra.
Good evening, council members. My name is Bobby Basra. I own a couple of commercial lands in Southeast Fresno, and I'm also the owner of Station Barbecue. I'm here because the city's proposed VMT program is currently not accurate. And if it passes as written, it will directly stop small businesses growing like mine. I've been planning a second location for Station Barbecue in Councilmember Richardson, your district, investing in Fresno, creating jobs, and expanding in the community I love. But under this VMT proposal, the costs are so inflated and so improperly calculated that moving forward would be financially impossible for me. I will have no choice but to cancel that project and others and leave my land undeveloped. And like many others, I would take future investments in neighboring cities that actually support businesses instead of creating new roadblocks. This VMT model that we have currently in place uses assumptions that do not match Fresno's reality, and it's clear many people, including some on this council, don't fully understand how this version even works. So I'm asking for something reasonable. Delay this for at least a year. Sit down with your local business owners and developers and take the time to understand the real impact. Create a workshop outside of politics. Because if you vote yes on this version today, then we, the people who create jobs and invest here, will vote accordingly when it's your turn on the ballot. We want to grow Fresno, but this version of VMT will stop that growth overnight. Thank you.
Mr. Basser, can I ask you a question real quick, if you don't mind? You're talking about your business as retail? So restaurant?
Well, one of them is a restaurant, the other one's not. That one's in Southeast and South Fresno.
Okay. The restaurant is less than 50,000 square feet or more than 50,000 square feet?
It's more than 50,000 square feet, most likely. A restaurant needs an acre and a half to actually build out and be proper.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next person, Priscilla Presto.
Hello. Thank you for having me here today. I just have one question. It's actually in relation to AB 130. So as I understand it, they're actually going to be implementing a statewide VMT program. I believe it's supposed to be rolling out July of 2026. And I just want to know how this goes hand in hand with this local VMT program, such as if there's going to be any overlap, the mitigation bank that we have with this one, how that's going to mesh with that one. I know there's going to be statewide projects that are going on. How does that overlap with this? So just want to get some clarification on that and see how that overlaps. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make a note and address it with staff. Next person, Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Thank you all for giving us the time. First of all, I wanted to thank you, Councilman Nick Richardson. I had a list of questions, and he provided the answer to most of them. This ordinance is very clear, or somewhat clear for the residents. They didn't really look into that much, but not very clear for the commercial. So a couple of points that I wanted to make out. Obviously, I do want to understand more how it's going to impact us. I'm not really clear on it, though, how the fees and what type of fees and how much they're going to be on my projects. Another thing is that I wanted to point it out, why residents is charged this fee at the occupancy, but businesses at the issuance of building permits. Because there can be a couple years in between. We don't want to pay before the occupancy. And another thing, if we have to adopt this, why we have to adopt it in 2 months? Why can't we delay a year or 2 years, even if it passes? Thank you.
Thank you. The last card I have, and again, if you want to speak, please do speak. Is Mr. Burke been up here yet? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, didn't know if this was clicked. So I have one more card after that.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor, for being here. A lot of you probably have many communications. I mean, our first time coming up here to present something that, as like Raj said, is something that's needed for clarity. You know, we probably invested in Fresno for years, creating jobs, tax revenue, long-term community value, and we want to continue to do that. With over about 40 acres into commercial regional development on many different districts in Fresno, we take pride in what we do. So I'm not here to oppose the VMT. We know it's going to happen. By the way, I had a great conversation with city manager and director yesterday on a phone call that they took very serious with me to help me educate a little bit further on what's happening. Based on that conversation, you know, the VMT flat fee of $295 is just a flat fee based on what citywide, how they came up with it. It was a citywide VMT analysis done by the state or by the COG. So I believe that needs to be looked at on different use types for what's impacting, how it's not. And I know we talked about it, and it's hard to regulate who's going for what. There's 24 mitigation projects that are in this, that are mentioned, but I couldn't see all 24. I just saw areas where they will go. What does this fee typically look like for a 50,000 to 200,000 square foot retail project, right? On 10 acres to 17 acres. Have we done any analysis on existing projects that are happening, or just what the consultant said in theory? This is what would happen. If the project reduces VMT below the city's threshold, should there be credits back if there's a surplus? coming in. And if we can identify a single commercial project that's underway to figure out what the cost would be in dollars per square foot once we analyze it, because as developers, we make average 7% return on our million. Those numbers are very sparse, and we have to trickle those down to rent. Rent will trickle down to your tenants, right? So the tenants will pass up the pricing onto their consumers, in theory, raising prices. The factual points is the program sets the $295 fee. It admits 24 projects. We don't have them. We don't have them listed to where they will go. The commercial projects isn't fixed. It's based on a modeled VMT overage, a complex formula that even I have a hard time understanding. In the city sample table, there's a 100,000 square foot retail project on, I think it's table B. 100,000 square foot retail project would owe about $950,000 in fees before land dedication, street work, or existing infrastructure that needs to be improved. Based on the other fees that were on there, it's about almost a 50%, 60% increase on commercial retail development. Granted, the conversation yesterday stated that if we're doing infill projects, 5 acres and under, which majority of ours used to be, now they're above. Those ones won't have to face it unless you do a 50,000 square foot building. Well, Albertsons, my new tenant, wants to fit on 4 acres.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Last card I have is Darius Assemi.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. Really my challenge as a member of the BIA, by the way, as a home builder, commercial and apartment developer for almost 50 years in this community, is the rollout and the education and has been put out in a piecemeal fashion. There's so many questions we don't know. Last week we found out, there's some commercial developments under 50,000 square feet is exempt. Why did we not do a workshop? The list of projects that you guys have. I actually sent an email to Director Barfield. You know, some of them is adding more buses to an existing bus route. Can you tell us what the occupancy rate is of the existing buses before we go spend, by the way, $1.7 million? That's a tax for the new home buyer on that dollar amount. Before we add more buses. The other projects, $5.5 million has no VMT reduction. Can somebody explain why? The new home buyer is going to be taxed to pay transit marketing plan, mobile ticketing, DTM coordinator, bike and pedestrian trackers. The challenge, you've heard from a few people, some people support it, the BIA in general supports it, I do not. I want optionality. And I'm going to read you a quote from AB 130, which is a state law. It is the intent of the legislator that lead agencies ensure VMT mitigation is achieved through a balanced approach by ensuring a project invests in multiple types of mitigation measures. Which means what? We need optionality. My challenge with this is once this passes, you have no option. People like me that develop Copper River Ranch, we want to do multiple of those all across this city, especially west of 99. And I'm going to be punished. I'm going to be restrained from doing that because I would have to pay the same exact VMT fee if I didn't have a mixed-use project. If you add the 1.7 plus the 5.5 million, the VMT number really drops to 189. There's so many of these challenges and questions, and I'm sure the mayor probably may have other solutions today, but I strongly urge this body to ask for a workshop, not here in an auditorium with all the consultants. I'm not allowed to talk to the city's consultant. Specifically, I cannot talk. So what's secretive about that? You have to look your constituents in the eye and tell them that you did or did not vote for a double tax. Majority of these projects on the project list, from what I understand, are funded through COG or other city measures. So are you double taxing your constituents? And who approved the list of projects that's on the project list?
Thank you, sir. I did get one more card from Rajeep Singh. I don't know. Okay, sorry, I don't know why it was. Okay, I just got the thing. Sorry, didn't see you back there. Okay, those are all the cards we have now. Again, the hearing is not closed. We could take public hearing comment at another time as well, assuming we don't close it today. I have Councilmember Esparza punched up first, followed by Councilmember Maxwell. Oh, did you fill a card, sir? I'm so sorry. What is your name? All right, on the VMT item, I'm so sorry. I didn't. Let me see if we missed that one. Well, come on forward, sir, if you're commenting on this item. Yep, I'm sorry. I don't see a card from you. It must be here somewhere. Our apologies. 1 second. The microphone is not on.
Yes.
All right, there you go, sir.
Yes. 2 weeks ago, 6 policemen came to my business at 1780 East McKinley Avenue about eminent domain.
I'm sorry. Is this about the VMT item, the vehicle miles traveled item on the agenda?
I didn't.
Are you right now we're talking about an item regarding vehicle miles traveled? It's a policy we're passing. Are your comments about that or another incident?
No, about eminent domain.
I apologize. So if you, that's why I didn't call you. I probably have your card here for unscheduled communication. So when we get to that moment, we will call you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Sarabian, correct?
So 2 weeks ago.
No. I apologize. Mr. Sarabian, now is not the time to speak. I will call you during unscheduled communication. Please have a seat and I'll call you up again.
Okay.
That's why I didn't call you. I didn't have your card. Councilmember, okay, if anybody wants to speak on VMT, this is your time to speak. Come forward. Please, you're welcome to speak. You get 3 minutes. If anyone wants to speak on any other items not agendized, you have to wait. She was coming up first.
Okay.
Not agendized, that will be during unscheduled communication that will take place at some point during the meeting. Please. Yes, you'll, state your name and then you'll have 3 minutes, please.
My name is Kanwal Singh. Good afternoon, Council President, Vice President, and Council members. I'm a local investor and developer, and I'm here because the city proposed VMT program that is not accurate and will push Fresno backwards. The modeling and assumptions don't match how people actually travel in Fresno, and the fee structure effectively double taxes projects already carrying heavy costs. If this passes as written, the math stops working. I will leave my land as is and halt the planned projects and move my investment to the neighboring cities where I can build with reasonable rules, not roadblocks. That means fewer jobs, fewer services, and less tax revenue for Fresno. It is also clear many still don't fully understand this VMT as it sits. This is not a criticism, it's a reality. So I'm asking for something simple and constructive. Please delay this for 60 days, study it carefully, and meet with local business owners and developers to fix the assumptions and craft a fair approach. If you vote yes tonight on this version, the community will vote accordingly.
I know, but
So we
everybody
want
has
to
their way
grow
of showing
Fresno,
love.
not abandon it. So please
And
delay,
expressing-
engage, and get the right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, if you want to talk on this is on the VMT item, correct? Okay.
Hi, my name's Nikki. It just sounds like you guys don't know a lot about what's going on, and maybe they do have some good points they've made. And I'd like to see you guys ask a lot more questions because I think you probably could. It seems like people come up here and ask you to pass some things or ask you to do something that they probably know a lot about and you guys don't. So ask more questions, okay? That's it.
Thank you. Okay. Now, any more? Yep, come on forward. Just state your name, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Harry, and I'm with the Bottom Line Group, and I would like to add to what Jay was saying prior to being cut off. As retail developers here in the city of Fresno with multiple projects throughout each district, we'd like to outline practical concerns to emphasize This isn't about opposing the goal, it's about ensuring accuracy, fairness, and transparency. Developers have already made major public contributions such as land dedication, sidewalks, infrastructure. This adds another layer without providing any benefits. Uniform citywide pricing ignores location, access, and design, effectively penalizing infill and transit-connected projects the city says it wants. We simply ask for more time to calibrate this correctly so Fresno doesn't drive investments and jobs into Clovis, Sanger, or Madera. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, we don't cut anyone off, but the mic will go silent because everyone gets 3 minutes. So we treat everyone the same here. Okay. Is there anyone else on VMT? This is like the third call. Anyone else on VMT want to speak on this item? Okay. Now we're going to go back to council. You have the floor, Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council Presidents. I had a couple of questions towards the administration regarding some of the comments I had heard. With respect to, so we've heard a lot at the last meeting about residential. It's clear generally where the residential development industry stands, almost unanimously wanting this to move on with their projects. But with respect to the new concerns about commercial development, can you speak to any of the concerns that were stated today?
Yeah, I'll start. Jennifer, you can stand up and be my backup. I think one of the main points, and it's nothing new, it's always been in the plan, is that neighborhood serving retail, which is less than 50,000 square feet, is exempt from VMT. So if it is, and then in addition, if you have a small corner of property that's less than 5 acres, you would most likely file for a CEQA infill exemption. And if you have a CEQA infill exemption, then you'd be exempt from VMT because VMT kicks in when you're doing CEQA. The formula that is derived for commercial is different than residential. It is evaluated before and after. So if you are building commercial within an area that doesn't have much service, many services, and forces people to drive to services, and you're putting retail, commercial into an area so people have to drive less, VMT would be reduced. So as you run your project through the COG model, and you do, and the initial threshold comes out, it would likely show a decrease in VMT. Now, whether or not it would screen all, you'd get all the way down to a 0. There are definitely design aspects that can be made to get the VMT as low as possible. So there are different formulas, and I'll let Jennifer explain why that is. The fee, and I'll also explain to her why the fee is $295 per VMT, and there are not different formulas. We do believe that this program treats both, the COG screening tool is based on residential, employment generating, and other, and we believe that the program is designed to treat all of those fairly. The mayor said it last time, nobody likes what happened at the state level of requiring us to measure VMT versus level of service, but we are where we are. Obviously we inherited this. We are carrying the baton forward from the previous administration. The council directed the staff to come back with a program, and we believe what we've brought forward is a fair program. It's not going to make everybody happy. No fee is going to make people happy. The home builders aren't happy, but as we've gone through and developed the program, we think it is fair as it can be given what we have to accomplish within a legally defensible program. And Jennifer, I'll hand it over to you as far as the formulas and the $295.
Sure. Council, thank you. So when the city adopted its threshold document per state guidelines, The city, along with all of the other jurisdictions in the COG area, chose a less stringent threshold than the state required. So we did take into consideration the way that people move in our jurisdiction. So the first thing that's really important to note is that VMT calculation for a program on a citywide basis is intended to evaluate and look at our entire VMT in excess of that threshold. So citywide, our excess VMT is 67,000 vehicle miles traveled per capita per day. So the $295 is based on the projects over the 5-year program divided by the 67,000 vehicle miles traveled per capita per day. And then projects are assessed based on their overage over thresholds. So if a project, I think the city manager was stated this very nicely, right? So if it is subject to VMT, so anything that is subject to CEQA, so a discretionary action of the city council, which is subject to CEQA, would require that we actually look at this, right? Because this is one of the 20 resource areas in CEQA. So we would look at the project. First of all, you adopted this really great screening threshold and screening tool when you initially adopted our thresholds. And so we can start by saying, is it a ministerial action of the city? Oh, it's ministerial, goes down its path happily, no VMT analysis. It's discretionary, okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do is, does it screen out? Some of the things that would screen out, depending on if it's residential or commercial. Is it in an area of low VMT? Is it a retail project less than 50,000 square feet? Does it have affordable housing? Is it within a half mile of high capacity transit? There are a number of items that help different types of projects screen out. So maybe it screens out, so it goes down its path. So the next step, we're going to look at the activity-based model. So if it is, as the city manager said, in an area that is surrounded by residential but has no commercial, it could potentially decrease travel patterns, right? So it's providing an opportunity on average for travel patterns and vehicle miles traveled to go down. So it might not trip that threshold. But if it does, if it exceeds the threshold, then the next step is going to be looking at the design of that project. Are there ways that in the design of the project it can become more integrated with the surrounding neighborhood? And maybe that's it has sidewalk that connects to a park, or it has sidewalk that connects to a neighborhood, or maybe it's extension of a trail. It's a way to incorporate it into the project as a whole. If that, then what's called the urban design calculator, that's local, that we use here at the city of Fresno, if that can screen it down to below the threshold, then again, it goes and can produce the project, do its other CEQA evaluations. The very last step would be the implementation of the fee, and that's only for the excess VMT. So depending on the project, it could trigger a fee, and we do not anticipate that we will collect fees to cover every potential project that would reduce our VMTs across the city to below the threshold. And that is why we had to prepare an EIR, right? So this EIR says, even though we're doing our best to reduce that 67,000 vehicle miles traveled per capita per day above the threshold, we still don't know if these projects are going to fully help us comply with CEQA, but it will have a benefit and an impact. So that's how that process and that project assessment works.
So Jennifer, with respect to all of that, let me pivot a little bit, or just sort of broaden the scope of my question a bit. Given the model you described, if we took, say, a master plan, I won't say a specific one, but just a master plan, and you plug that into our model, master plan versus just a housing development attract. I mean, how would those compare? I mean, is the VMT going to be reduced because of the master planning, or equal to if it was just like a housing subdivision? What does that look like, given the model you described?
Yeah, if your project includes multiple types of uses, like residential, commercial, recreation, right? So you're mixing all of office, et cetera, within one project, you could potentially screen out because, or your project might produce below the threshold, the required threshold for VMT.
So no guarantees, but you could move in that direction because of the reductions.
And
in the
that's
use.
the way, you know, SB 743 was written, right? It wanted a more compact mix of uses to reduce GHG emissions. Therefore, the threshold became VMT, or the metric became VMT rather than level of service.
To the point of some of the folks who did speak up, have we, as we develop the tool, have we taken certain projects and plugged them in, either prospective or ongoing?
So there are some sample projects that are in the in the program that say, hey, here is something that could occur if there was a project that was only 100,000 square feet, or that was only a certain number of housing units in a certain location. But again, it is so dependent on the project itself and all of the metrics around the project. It's very hard to say that I could tell you what any single one of these projects today would be.
That you could?
No, I could not.
You could not.
Right. At this point in time, I can't do that on the fly. We'd have
Every
to
project
assess
is
each
different,
problem.
right? So every project has a different aspects, different design elements, but it really is key on the design. And as Jennifer said, right, the state wants to dictate what development looks like so that it's more dense, more compact, more uses to get people out of their cars, right? They've made quite clear, out there in public that want to reduce GHG in this state, and one of the main ways you do that is to get people out of their cars. And one of the ways you can get people out of their cars is to have them have multiple uses within a very confined space, or provide alternate modes of transportation other than cars, buses, trails, walking, etc.
Sure, yeah. Well, that kind of aspiration is a little tougher in a place like Fresno. But, it can be mitigated with master planning. As we've heard from some of the folks, certainly can be mitigated. And to your point, city manager, I mean, this is something we don't really have a choice on. I mean, a version of this has to be implemented. I'm finished with questions, Jennifer. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the item as it is. And that'll conclude my questioning for now.
Can I ask there's a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Can I ask for clarification? Because I heard something that I thought I heard it depends last time. You're saying that if somebody master plans their neighborhood and gets enough points and mitigates the VMT, then there will be no fee?
So the only time there is a fee is if the project, whatever is included in the project, exceeds the thresholds for the use types of that project. Okay. If it does not, if it is master planned in such a way that it does not exceed the thresholds, there is no fee.
Okay. Got it. Okay, next I have Councilmember Maxwell punched up, followed by Councilmember Richardson.
City Manager, I just had one question to see if this is something you could or would accommodate. You have the VMT fees tied to projects.
Okay. If you could put your phone on silent, please.
Haven't heard that ringtone for a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. Old razor.
Marines.
Thank you, sir.
That's to be reviewed on a 5-year cycle. Would you be amenable to moving to a 3-year cycle for review, City Manager?
Yeah, the 5-year cycle is based on the nexus study. Generally speaking, kind of the legal defensibility of a nexus study is no more than 5 years. Could we do 3 years? Sure. I wouldn't recommend a whole lot less than 3 years,
But not
but
either.
I think 3 years would be fine if that's what the council wants to do.
Council Member Esparza, would you be open to that? I just think because council didn't get a lot of time to weigh in on the projects, I don't want to delay this any further, but I think in the future, it'd be nice for council to have more of an opportunity to weigh in, and I'd rather do that in 3 years than 5 years. Would you be open to amending your motion to include a 3-year cycle instead of a 5?
Sure, I'm indifferent to that. I won't be here either way, but you will. So that sounds great to me.
Councilmember Perea, are you? Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Richardson, you have the floor, followed by Councilmember Vang.
Got it, thank you. Director Clark, real quick, please. If I'm not mistaken, specifically talking about commercial properties, not residential, the ordinance states that the fees are paid at the time the entitlements are granted, not assessed, but they're paid at the time the entitlements are granted, or at the time of when they have to go through CEQA.
So the fees are paid at building permit for non-residential projects and paid at occupancy for residential projects.
Would it be in violation of the state's intent with this to consider assessing the fees at the time of occupancy for the commercial as well?
Let me sidebar.
Thanks.
I think the way, and while they're double checking, the reason why it was done that way is because that's the way all of our other impact fee programs are designed. So we'll let them answer on the legalities.
Okay. Not singling out any shirt color, but if we could do just a quick phone on vibrate check, appreciate it. Moto or otherwise.
That moto was a throwback. It took me back, I don't know, teenage years maybe?
Marine Corps birthday week, man. Give him a break. Raj, that's question 1.
Sorry. So that is actually in the Mitigation Fee Act. However, City Attorney's Office is telling me there have been some modifications recently, so we don't know that answer off the top of our head if that is something that could be changed on the fly or not.
Okay, and this is going to come back to us. This is just the first hearing of this.
No.
Understand? This is for decision.
Can we get an answer to that by the time we vote? Because that is something that I'm in full support of, if we can change that.
So our other fees are paid that same way. Building permit for non-residential and occupancy for residential, and I think it is in the Mitigation Fee Act, but is that, I don't.
She corrected that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
If you
So
want,
I understand the City Attorney's Office would need to do some research on that.
That's fine. While they're working and noodling on that one, I got a second one. So is there any way the fees could be divided and paid in phases as each portion of the project is constructed? So you talked about the building permits. As these different permits are applied for, since it would already be assessed, is there any way they could spread that out? And the period between entitlement approval and the start of construction can often be close to a year, during which no vehicle trips are generated, obviously, until they're occupied. So is there any way that payment could be spread out for the business who is heavily impacted by their VMT assessed fees?
So what you're thinking about is a shopping center, perhaps, that's larger than 50,000 square feet, where there were different tenants, and as each tenant moved in, that the fee would be paid based on that VMT.
That could be one example.
That building permit. I think that's a question on how we could roll that out. I don't see that it would be based on the building permit, based on the fee associated with that specific use. I think that would comply with the program as written, but that's, I can't tell you that for certain that I would be legally allowed to do that.
Or a more accurate example, if the total fee for a 20-acre project, say, amounts to like $1 million, and the project's going to be developed over a 10-year period, would the full amount still need to be paid up front at their building permit period, or could the payments be progressively made as the construction advances and portions are occupied?
So Jennifer, we don't have building permits that last 10 years, right? So building permit is for how long?
Typically, a building permit, once issued, is for 180 days and can be extended through the construction period of that particular project. So that would be a single building permit. The fee associated, I'm worried about making this on the fly. It is very logical to do it that way, right? So the 50,000 square foot anchor tenant, they pay their share when they pull their building permit, and then the next pads pull their share when they pull their permits, but I don't know that I can do that.
But if it's a shopping center, when we say building permit, are we talking about like the infrastructure for the entire shopping center? Or are we talking about the building permit per space, for lack of a better?
The building permit for the vertical construction. So the space that's the building that is being built, not the site work, not the infrastructure.
So if you have a large scale, we'll use Fancher Creek. It doesn't apply because it had a development agreement, but for instance, first there was nothing. Then there was the Sprouts. Then the Target went vertical. Then the In and Out. So at each point is when the fee.
A building permit is due. So the question is, can that be divided fairly across the uses and the building square footage of the site?
I think Fresno and Fry would be a more accurate example of that.
It's a great question, and I don't know that I have enough information to answer
right,
that.
because council member, the fee is calculated at the entitlement level.
Sure.
And so let's say it's a $300,000 fee, and there might be 10 tenants of different sizes. How do we allocate that $300,000 fee amongst multiple tenants of different sizes, different types? That's not currently contemplated in the plan.
And the type of business is really not considered when assessing the fee. It's the land use, right? So whether or not it's generating more vehicle traffic or less is really inconsequential when it comes to the assessing of the fee.
It would be a retail use, an office use, a residential use, not a hairdresser or a shoe store, right?
Okay. That's all I needed, Director Clark.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm opposed to the bones of the plan. I think that when it comes to the merits of it, I think there's some solid foundation for this. The level of information to the public, I feel like, isn't there based on what we've heard. I think we can always do a better job at informing people. I think certain things, we've done a really good job of getting out there and holding workshops and making it really, really digestible for folks like me who don't have backgrounds in land use planning, or folks who are just out there to develop or open a business or occupy a business or run a company or whatever else, that everyone can understand it. It seems like that level of information is just, whether or not it's good, I just think our ability to market it, if you will, could be a little bit better. And final question, you're fine, you can sit down, Director Clark. I mean, that's all I had for you personally, at least. Mr. Bosser, just a question for myself. Where's the station barbecue going in District 6? Where? Where is that? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, Council President. That's all I had for now.
Councilmember Vang.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. For those of you who are here today and were not here at the last council meeting, this item was moved from last council meeting to today because members of the community wanted to move to at least for the next council meeting. The vehicle miles travel issue is very complex. It's very technical. It's very difficult to understand. And I want to thank the Director Clarks and her team for providing several meetings with my office to ensure that I understand from the very beginning to the end of what VMT is and what it's comprised of. Basically, in a nutshell, it is to, beyond reducing the miles traveled, is to make things as close to your house as possible in terms of your retail needs, in terms of your shopping needs, in terms of your medical needs, et cetera. And so that's the idea of the vehicle miles traffic. In addition to the benefits that the community has, pollution is reduced in terms of traffic on the freeway, on our streets is reduced, damages to our streets is reduced. And so basically that's the idea of VMT. And now I've heard from both sides of this issue, the people who believe that this is a good idea and those who want to delay in terms of having more opportunity to study what VMT is, but personally, I believe I have enough information in front of me from day one, from the department and from the community, to make a decision today. It is just basically, in addition to make things accessible in the real world, is to also to streamline the building process, to make it faster for people who wants to do business with the city of Fresno. Instead of perhaps 3-4 years down the road, it condenses that timeline to perhaps even 1 year. And so if you are doing business and you want to do business in the city or in any jurisdiction, I believe time is of the essence, and VMT was shorten that time period. There was one comment that was made, and Director Clark, please clarify this. In the last 5 years, how many permits were issued to a building permits that exceeds 50,000 square feet? I know that this would have been part of the presentation, but again, I just wanted to clarify this in public.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Vang. According to our data, there have been 2 building permits issued in the last 5 years for retail over 50,000 square feet.
And that is within the city of Fresno?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if this agenda is passed today, when will it be implemented?
60 days.
60 days, okay. And my understanding is reduce the 5-year, as earlier stated, to 3 years. Is that correct? In terms of what VMT is?
I believe that the makers of we're fine with it, and I believe the makers of the motion were fine with it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Next, I have Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. Jay, I think you said it best. VMT is here whether we like it or not, and so for me, it's just trying to get to a point where it's palatable for as many people as possible. Councilmember Richardson asked my question about the timing in which these fees would need to be paid, and it sounds like we're waiting to hear a response to that. But I want to talk a little bit about what projects are exempt from VMT. And so the list that I have in front of me, VMT will apply to all projects unless it has a vesting right, so like a vesting tentative map. Is that correct, Director?
Right, so assuming that a project is discretionary, the program itself has several areas where it wouldn't apply. So if you already have a vesting right, so a vesting tentative track map or final track map, if you have a development agreement, and additionally, the resolution that you would be considering today says that if you have already completed CEQA and it has been circulated for public review, it would not apply because you've already done your VMT assessment prior to the adoption of this program.
So if a project is already in the pipeline, it's been deemed complete, it's in the processing stage, we kind of have to put a pause on it, go back and kind of restart CEQA all over again?
If CEQA has not already been completed and publicly circulated, then VMT would need to be reviewed under the lens of the program, correct?
Okay. And I know this is the first time I'm bringing this up, and so I apologize, but would we be able to approve this item today, but add an amendment to exempt projects that are in our pipeline that have already been deemed complete for processing?
So I don't know if I would have to defer to the city attorney's office. In discussions previously, that was not the preferred method. However, I don't know that impacts the program substantially.
You don't believe it would impact the project or the program substantially if we were to make an amendment to exempt projects that have already been deemed complete?
Because you're not changing a
Complete?
Deemed complete,
If
right?
we have applications where applicants are submitting projects, they're submitting with the understanding that these are the rules. They have an application that's been deemed complete. They're in the processing phase, and we're kind of turning things upside down and putting new rules on them, and basically saying, let's start fresh.
It would be a modification to the resolution, not to the program. So I think that's kind of a definition of, it separates that. So a change to the resolution in terms of when it is applicable is different than changing the program. So instead of if projects had been circulated had completed CEQA and circulated for public review, the question is, could we modify the resolution to state that projects that are currently have been accepted as complete for entitlement review, could those also not be applied, have the program applied?
Our recommendation is that we'd have to look into it, and the item should be referred back to staff so we can take a look.
Director, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
I don't have any other council members punched up. I do have some questions, but actually, Councilmember Maxwell, go ahead.
Just needed to make a clarification to the motion I made earlier, friendly amendment rather. I requested that we move to a 3-year cycle instead of a 5. City attorneys have advised me that while we must revisit every 5 years, we're not precluded from visiting it earlier as long as we also visit it every 5 years. So I just want to amend my motion we will continue a 5-year cycle, but we will also visit this again after 3 years have lapsed. Does that make sense?
I understand.
Is that consistent with the advice I was given? Yes, an interim. So I just need to make sure.
Yeah, amenable to that.
All right. That was it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, sir. So I think we had a lot of public comment earlier. One person said they've been waiting 4 years. So has the council. I got to tell you, I've had 2 long meetings. I'm more confused at this moment than I was ever before. And I think a lot of folks that have been learning about this are even more confused. This is dense land use policy. With the exception of one of our members, most of us on here don't have as much land use experience, even though we've been doing this for 6 years. There's lots of questions I don't feel are answered, but I can feel where the winds are going now. I think we're on the verge of this passing, and I think it's going to pass as bad policy where we're going to get complaints later. Why did you do this? Why didn't you take these things into consideration? And that's why I worry. I had the goal of passing this by the year's end, but I had the goal of passing solid policy. So I have some questions. We just talked about changes to the policy, so I want staff to make something very clear, or city attorneys, because we did get a legal memo about this. I know it's confidential, but to the extent that we can disclose this. We're going to pass this. I believe the memo mentions a 5-year policy on what does that actually mean, every 5 years?
So state law requires us to do it on a 5-year basis. We have advised Councilmember Maxwell that we could theoretically do it on a 3-year and then another 3-year cycle after that, and then also doing it on 5 and then 10. But there is legal risk there. There is. and I don't want to get too far into it because you have the legal memo that explains
Well,
the
I think his intent is good. So I think the idea is, we approve this today. The law requires us, is it at least every 5 years, or it has to be every 5 years?
It has to be every 5 years.
So if we did it in 3 years, can anything be binding? Can we make changes in 3 years?
We would recommend no.
No, I want to be clear because
Yeah.
I actually support the intent of what the councilman is doing. I think it's very smart, especially with a new policy. But I think what's happening is it's going to be every 5 years. So we're stuck with this until, gosh, the tail end of the next term for some council members.
I mean, you could do it every 3 years. It's just we just want you to know that there is a risk there.
If we, so we could do it every 3 years, I'm sorry, and make changes, but there is a legal risk to that.
Correct. I mean, I will refer you back to the memo. I don't want to get into legal stuff here on the dais, but there is a risk that all that money has to go back.
So let's say we pass this policy now, and that's what the council does. And then best intentions, it doesn't quite work out. We're getting inundated with concerns. Hey, this isn't quite work the way we thought. Change it. In reality, we can't change it for another 5 years. So until 2030, assuming this passes.
Council President, I really think that we need more detail to answer your legal question, and I'm really reluctant to do this on the fly.
I don't blame.
And we've tried our best to provide a legal memo in advance, but there's just a lot going on, and as you mentioned, this is dense stuff.
No, I understand, and I don't blame. I'm not trying to hold you on the spot.
Right.
I worry the council is gung ho about moving forward with this, and there are questions that need to be answered. I appreciate that, City Attorney. Okay, so SB 743 many years ago was the enabling legislation, and since then we've had AB 130. Can anyone tell me if anything in AB 130 made changes or created more flexibility for how the city implements VMT policy? Did it give any options or anything like that?
So AB 130 directs the state administration to come up with a VMT program statewide that places that didn't have a program or projects that needed a program could utilize. The anticipated dates are that the rollout of potential draft language would start occurring in 2026, with completion and final rule sometime in 2028, more likely in 2029. But their goal is to have a final program by 2028. It is intended to be non-binding and options for essentially places and jurisdictions that didn't have another way to mitigate for VMT.
Okay, that's very helpful. Follow-up question, Director. Earlier, I had asked a question, statewide VMT program, okay, about master planning or planning a neighborhood in a manner that could help mitigate the VMT impact and reduce the fee. But just to be clear, can we use land use as a tool to mitigate VMT? Is that essentially what you're saying?
So the if the area around a project is not developed, but it has a planned land use, is really what you're asking. What if next to a neighborhood there's a plan for commercial land use, right? Is that what you're asking? So that is baked into Fresno COG's activity-based model. All of our general plans are in the activity-based model. So it will evaluate that, but it's also going to look at the fact that it's not constructed, and we don't know if and when it ever would be constructed.
Okay.
So projects that are complete, that are surrounding the neighborhood, would have a greater impact on the VMT than a future potential project which may never get built.
Okay, then maybe this is where I'm a little confused. So basically using that, can a person master plan around that and mitigate everything.
If they're incorporating those other land uses as
Okay.
part of their project and they were analyzing it in totality, yes.
Okay, got it. One question that came up, I don't know if it was in a letter or an email or just discussion, was the need. So the benefit of VMT is if someone does their own environmental work, do they have to adhere to this policy? Is there any optionality to VMT at all? Is there VMT or something else?
So, again, this is a CEQA mitigation for an environmental impact. Once a lead agency like the City of Fresno determines that there is a feasible mitigation program, it must be used. The only way a project could not do it, an EIR couldn't undo it by itself. They can, actually there are two ways. One is the project could identify its own mitigation, which through substantial evidence in the record shows that it can mitigate all of the VMT. Typically that's what the urban design calculator is for, but maybe there's something else that a project could come up with that isn't in that. So they could do an EIR and propose alternate mitigation that the city council would have to determine is sufficient and there's substantial evidence in the record for that. Or the project could say it is infeasible. So you can, through an EIR, say that a project that a mitigation measure is infeasible. In this case, it is a fee. Therefore, there would have to be a financial analysis showing the project
Right.
and essentially opening up the books of the project. Here is why it is infeasible.
So that, I'm glad you mentioned that. So there is again, going back to the legal memo and trying to be very careful about this, there was a question raised about a statement of overriding consideration. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
Where basically, would the council have authority in certain scenarios?
The council, CEQA allows for, if a project cannot mitigate all of the impacts to below the thresholds of significance, it can and does, through EIRs all the time, adopt a statement of overriding consideration. So that explains what is the overriding consideration, what is the reason that it's okay that we're not going to mitigate to below the threshold, and how is that a public benefit?
In those scenarios you just mentioned, not with VMT, is the investor required to open up their books?
It depends on the mitigation measure. What is the mitigation that you're not going to do? Is it a physical mitigation? Is it a financial mitigation? In this case, it is a financial mitigation. You're paying a fee. So the evidence in the record would have to be a financial analysis of the project.
I hear what you're saying. I worry that the remedy is so impractical that it may not be an actual feasible option to expect a private party in that case to open up their books to a bunch of politicians. I'd be very uncomfortable if I'm sitting out there. That's just my take on it. Okay, well, there's that. So there is a way for the council to potentially have, in certain scenarios, be able to the power of a statement of overriding consideration. But in order to do that, the investor would have to open up their financials to the city. That's the current method with this program.
To determine
Right.
that a fee is infeasible, there
Based
would
on the
have to be a
finances.
financial analysis.
Okay, fair enough. At least we know that, and I think I appreciate that. It's clear, it's on the record, so we know that. That answers that question. So we have a lot of projects in process. I think that number sometimes gets inflated. There's thousands of houses apparently, and it's somehow it's the council's fault all of a sudden that they're in the pipeline. But I'd like to understand what is exempt that's currently in process and not subject to VMT because it's far enough in the process, and what is not. At what point is a current project not have to adhere to the, I think we have 60 days, is that correct? What's currently in the pipeline, give me an example of where in the development process a project it will not be subject to this VMT policy.
In your resolution, I believe it's page 9 of the resolution. So Page 9 of the resolution outlines one of the metrics. So first of all, any project that is currently vested, that has vesting rights, this project does not, the VMT program does not apply. So that would be a vesting tentative tract map, a final tract map. The VMT would not apply because they have vesting rights. Okay. Another way to have vesting rights are projects that have development agreements. So development agreements are a type of vesting right. Those development agreements, any projects within the development agreement would not be subject to the fee.
Is that even moving forward or just up to the 60-day mark from today? Like, let's say it's next year and someone enters into a development agreement. Will they be subject to this VMT policy?
If the council adopts an EIR with a statement of overriding considerations that says entering into this development agreement is in the public interest, and the public interest says it's better not to pay the fee, then theoretically it could become vested. But this is as of today. The projects that are currently, you asked what was currently vested, those in the pipeline.
Yeah, that
those
was
in
my
the
question.
pipeline that are currently vested would not be subject to the program. It's
Including
just
those
looking
already
forward.
under it.
The
Okay.
additional piece that is in the resolution is on page 9, and it is for projects which have completed their CEQA and circulated for public review their analysis. Those would not, prior to the effective date, those would not be subject to the VMT program.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yep.
You answered that question perfect, thank you. So, in how we determine the fee, if I take a vacant piece of land, we talked about several vacant pieces of land today. Can I say as a council member, okay, this parcel is going to be developed, this is going to be commercial, tell me what the fee is? How does that, I know there's a tool for that, but how long does it take? I mean, is it predictable enough to where we have a tool, someone who's an investor can go online and say, okay, I'm going to do this, tell me how much it's going to cost. How long will that process take? We covered this a bit last time. It's the certainty I'm looking for.
Sure. So it depends on if you have all of your information. Have you run the activity-based model already? Do you have the design of your project complete, and we can walk through the urban design calculator?
Let me take a step back. So let's say
If it's a sketch on a napkin, I'm not going to be able to do that right away.
Right.
But working with their expert, their traffic engineer or their planning consultant, they would be able to like mix and match and play with a project. But in terms of if someone has a fully baked, hey, here's my project, it has the activity-based model said it was this much, here's what the site looks like, here's where it is, we can run those numbers, and it's obviously we're gonna have to we haven't done this before, but I would say within a couple of weeks, we would be able to either sit down with the applicant or provide them with the information.
Okay, so I'll put it this way. Let's say I have a vacant parcel. I own this piece of land. It's zoned commercial. And someone wants to put in a larger grocery store, not one that's exempt. Based on just that information alone, without specifics, I would not know what the VMT fee will be. I mean, maybe we can reduce it, but there's no way to know this is what the additional cost is going to be because of this program?
Right.
And I want to go back. If we didn't have VMT and we were under the LOS model, you'd still would have to go farther along because you'd have to do a traffic study to figure out what the impacts would be. So you'd still would have to take a few steps either way under the old process or under this process. So you can't just take it from zero. It would have to be baked to some level.
Okay, I think maybe because this is that's a very good point. So there is a way to move further along and get some answers, as it is presently. I just think this is so new. I think it's a new thing that investors, whether it's a small person or a larger person, has to consider, and they don't know. They can do a pro forma. I don't think they're going to know how much the VMT mitigation fee could be, and that's the trouble I'm trying to see. Like, how will this is where I don't have that land use experience. How will a bank give someone a loan when they don't know how much it's going to cost? I mean, how much do they have to spend before they can actually predict?
Well, I would say a bank's not going to loan on a concept of a grocery store.
Sure.
They're going
But-
to want to see a site plan and some preliminary
which,
work.
which costs some money. So basically, those are upfront costs an investor has to pay for before they can even get financing.
Typically, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so there is a way to find out. It's just not going to be from, this is a parcel, it's zoned for this is the proposed use. We have to get a lot further in the process before, as we do now, before they can get answers.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's this mention of it being a $295 fee. Is that still the case? Where does that math come from? Why is there debate on that?
And if you exceed my mathing level, we'll get Amberish on the line. So in the VMT program, it has a very good analysis of the area, how the unmitigated VMT was calculated for our region based on our land use, based on the activity-based model, and it identified that there were 67,000 unmitigated vehicle miles traveled per capita per day. So that's the analysis that is VMT, is
And
per capita per day.
I want to reiterate what you just said. That number is not a number that we came up with. That number comes from the COG. 67,429 unmitigated VMT for the city of Fresno.
Right. Yeah, it's tough to be
Yes,
beholden to
per
it,
day,
I think.
per capita.
Sure.
Per day.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It comes from them, but we're stuck with it. That's unfortunate.
So the fee comes from, it is on page 31 of the proposed program, and our consultant is online if you'd like to ask him more intense questions. But the total cost of the project list was just under $20 million over 5 years. So again, as the city manager said at our last meeting, she wanted us to make sure that we could have good quality mitigation measures for VMT, but at a reasonable cost, right? Not every single project that could ever be built to reduce VMT and a bus that stops at everyone's house. So the total project cost is $19,891,686 divided by 67,429 total unmitigated VMT, which gets you $295. That is where the unmitigated vehicle mile traveled comes from.
So
Jennifer, is it per the VMT, the 67,000 miles, is that per capita, per person per day? Refresh my memory.
The 67,429 miles is per capita, or is our total for the whole city of Fresno, our total unmitigated VMT.
So not per capita.
Not per, I don't
I'm trying to
drive
picture someone driving 67,000 miles a day, and
I
that's
don't drive halfway around the world on, right, yes. So the 67,429 total unmitigated VMT is based upon the citywide activity, the Fresno COGS activity-based model, and their projections based on the general plan, right, based on the horizon year, and it was estimated, it was calculated for the general plan scenario, which is the exact land uses that are on the ground, where they are, how they interact with each other. And that's our total unmitigated VMT. And once you divide that, that gets you your $295 per unmitigated VMT.
Got it. Thank you.
Is that reasonable?
Yep.
And again, if you want more detail, Amberish is on the call.
No worries. Okay, so that is helpful. So the city attorney's office gave us recommended options. Now, many of those options include certifying the EIR, but there was mention, I think there's a stomach from the council to have the flexibility to be able to make changes as needed, but it looks pretty clear based on what I've been told. In reality, we're going to be married to this for 5 years. I don't know how long the average marriage lasts in California, but I don't think it's 5 years. Like a bad joke, I'm sorry. Bad joke, I'm sorry. No. That is really difficult because we don't have the ability to make any changes. We're kind of stuck to it. So one of the options, though, if I can share, was option 3, was to certify the EIR, which will give us some progress, and then refer the resolution adopting the program back to staff to make any requested changes. We've talked about, for example, making it more equitable so commercial and residential aren't treated differently, and how we collect the fee. Did we get an answer to that? I may have missed that.
Question?
Did Councilman Richardson, did you have a question earlier about how we collect the fee from residential versus commercial? Did we get an answer to that?
The answer was that we can't give you an answer today.
Okay. Yet the council wants to support this today? I mean, you want to just do the EIR and then get some, that's a pretty important thing, because if we can change that, that would be a huge support to our commercial development that creates a lot of jobs.
If there's part of this that can move forward while we wait on the rest of it, the questions that we still have pending and everything else that need to come back that are clearly going to influence a lot of the business owners and builders in the city, and get some more finite detail on that, maybe with some changes ex post facto, I think that's probably better than just one lump sum.
Okay. Now, the motion was made by Council Member Esparza. I mean, how do you feel about that? And then we have other council members as well. I think you were the second.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that particular course of action helps the builders who spoke up today kind of get back on track.
Sure. Yeah.
But I'm open to hearing from everybody else if that's the will of everyone. All right.
So is this the question of trying to apply the fee to multiple different tenants? Is that what you're talking about, Councilmember?
I think there were other questions, but one question that came up that I'm still curious on is like I asked a question about how often we can make changes. It seems pretty clear that it's every 5 years, but maybe they're going to work on that. But the question of collecting fees from at the point commercial projects pay their fee versus residential projects. I believe it's time of occupancy for residential. Is that correct? Which, in my opinion, that means the consumer pays for it. It's VMT. We didn't create it, but that's not the developer paying for it. It's passed on to the consumer. That's a whole other issue. I got to get off that soapbox. So it doesn't affect them, but it sure affects a lot of other people. So I'm trying to get clarity on if we have the authority to amend how a commercial project will pay the fee to make it more on par with residential. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I totally get that. And as I stated previously, this is a impact fee just like all of our other impact fees, and we're trying to treat all of those equitably and to have consistency amongst our fee programs. And so we built this one upon the way we implement the other fee programs. But I hear your point.
I hear you. The problem with this one is like the impact fee, for example, for fire or that you would think benefits the area, but this impact fee is going into a fund that benefits a whole different section of town.
No, all of our impact fees are citywide. Parks impact fee, fire impact fee, police impact fee, traffic signal impact fee are all citywide fees. They are not directed to the geographic area of where the project's being built.
So thank you for that. So the west area, for example, there's no regional park fee or anything like that?
No. We have a park fee at a citywide. So it goes into one pot and it can be spent anywhere in the city. So if the project in Northwest Fresno pays into the fee, theoretically, if you followed that exact dollar, you put your signature on it, it could be spent in Southeast Fresno because it goes into the pot. It's a citywide impact program.
Got it. Okay. So going back, do we have an answer to the question, though, about we won't have an answer today, correct, on if we can change how we collect the fee?
I think I need to defer to the attorney's office on that. I believe I heard they couldn't, but I'll let them answer for themselves.
I'm sorry, City Attorney. The question was, that was raised by Councilmember Richardson. When we collect fees from residential, it's at point of occupancy. It's different for commercial.
Oh, this is the one that we're going to have to research it.
So
please provide it to us in writing.
Yeah,
it'll be the easiest way.
We'll do that.
Thank
So
you.
my question then for the council was, we still have 3 more meetings this year. We have a meeting coming up on the 20th. Is there a stomach to pass the EIR and get that going, but also wait before we pass the program for it to come back to council?
Well, Council President, to your point, it says here that, this is going to go into effect 60 days after pass. So in theory, if we just pass everything today, 60 days later it'd be put into effect. Now, within those 60 days, if we don't change anything that is formative or a load-bearing piece of text in this legislation, something like, hey, your commercial properties now can be charged at the point of occupancy, or something like that. Are we able to make those changes within that 60-day period, since it won't even go into effect for 2 months?
Well, the point is we passed the program already, so we have to amend the program.
Yeah.
That's a good question, but I wonder, yeah.
We would probably have to start the entire process over, send it through staff and all of that.
Look, I think
And
there's
we
a-
would not recommend it, by the way.
I
so
think
it
there's
just-
a desire to pass a VMT policy. We have to, and I think we want to. The question is doing it right or doing it quick. I say quick because the council hasn't had 4 years. So
I would be in favor of taking a recess for as long as it takes to pass this today, to give you guys enough time to research this so we could come back and have a final vote on this tonight.
okay, I'll take a recess to the 20th.
Yeah, at this rate, we're eating dinner here anyway, so let's just.
So I have a question,
figure it
just be clear, just to clarify. I know the residential guys are getting what they want, and they're putting pressure on us to do what they want. Now, they've been waiting 4 years. Don't give in to the pressure of we're stopping 3,000 housing units. We are not doing that. SB 743 did that. We have a responsibility to advocate for good policy. It is clear this policy isn't ready yet. If you guys want to do it and give in, I will respect that and we just move on. I don't want to waste anyone's time. I'll be a lone no vote. I'm happy to do that. I will stand on principle. But I don't see why waiting 2 more weeks to get considerable important decisions is a bad thing. But that's your call.
Let's give these folks some time.
Should we take an
When I
actual
asked
recess?
this question earlier, I was told that payment of these impact fees would not be considered a substantial change to the program. So I don't understand why now we're hearing that we'd have to start all over again.
I don't know. That's a good question. And to be clear, this is not like a park impact fee that goes to a park. This is an impact fee that goes to something different, but that's another
Right,
issue.
it goes to a bus route, it goes to sidewalks, it goes to trails.
But not directly in that neighborhood where that project is paying the fee, not in the area, going wherever.
Council President.
You're right. You made the point. It goes to the city. You're right. You did make that point.
Okay, noted.
Okay. You want to take an actual recess then? Well, it's a hearing, so we can always come back. We can do the SEDA presentation, and then maybe in that time you can get the main question was going to be, at least for me, was do we have the authority to, before we pass this, to amend at what point we collect this impact fee from other land uses, not just residential, but commercial? Okay, and that's why I said the option that was given to us in the memo is we can support the EIR, move forward, and then wait for you, give you guys the time to come back to answer more questions we have, but it's up to the council. So
I'll make a motion to move this or to recess this item or to table the item until after the workshop and then come back to it.
I don't think we need a motion. I appreciate that. What we could do is we'll just have the workshop. It's still an open hearing. We'll come back. Is that permissible? Okay, but I appreciate the spirit of that. Okay, this hearing is still open. We're going to come back to this. We're going to do the workshop on SEDA now, please. 3, what is this?
So we're going to do the SEDA workshop?
Yes.
Okay, why don't we get it teed up and then we'll wait for the council president to sit back down. Do you have the PowerPoint? Okay.
All right, I'm going to test it real quick. You ready? You ready for me to test it? Is it the right? Oh, got it.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and proceed, Director Clark. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Council. Good afternoon. Again, Jennifer Clark, Director, Planning and Development. And we are here to give you an updated workshop on the Southeast Development Area Specific Plan. This presentation is a follow-up from the workshop that we presented to Council on May 1st of this year. As you may recall, staff provided background on the history of the SEDA plan and touched on various myths and heard through the public comment periods that we heard through the public comment periods for the proposed project. Today, we will provide a quick update on the background of SEDA, so we're going to walk through that quickly as a refresher and for the benefit of the public who may be listening for the first time. Share some regional context about development that has occurred and is occurring in surrounding jurisdictions, and provide responses to concerns raised during the May 1st City Council workshop, and share updates on next steps. Oop, that went too fast. Wow. So development in the Southeast Development Area and planning in the Southeast Development Area is not a new idea. The Fresno 1958 General Plan, which was the first general plan for the city of Fresno, identified the SEDA area to accommodate growth and forecast residents living between Easton on the south, Clovis to the north, Belmont Country Club to the east, and Kearney Park to the west. And that plan estimated that population would increase from 160,000 to 400,000 population in 1978. In the 1960s and 70s, Fresno and Clovis began collaborative planning for the metro area, and there was additional discussion and refinement of the southeast area as a growth area of the city. This included the city extending as far east as McCall and identifying Temperance Avenue was as within the path of growth. The 1974 Fresno-Clovis partnership continued with the 1974 Metro General Plan, which included additional standards for growth management, including adopting a 5-year urban growth management plan to control the pattern and timing of growth on the city's outer edge. The 1984 General Plan was the first to identify expanding beyond the city limits to meet the city's need for planned growth. And this General Plan also identifies SEDA within it and identified a holding capacity within what is now the Southeast Development Area Specific Plan of over 30,500 new residents. In the 2002 General Plan, the Southeast Growth Area was formally depicted as a new proposed growth area in order to accommodate a projected population increase. The area was approved by LAFCO for incorporation into the city's sphere of influence in 2006. During this time, Assistant Director Keith Bergthold led the SEDA planning efforts, which included hiring Calthorpe and Associates as consultants. This included expansive engagement and meetings so large the convention center was needed to accommodate some of them. Aside from large engagement, Keith spearheaded small, on-the-ground interactions with neighborhoods, associations, and agencies to ensure he listened to each one and included their ideas in the plan. However, the plan was left undone due to cost overruns and was mothballed in 2010 during the recession. Shoot. Land use concepts from the draft SEGA specific plan were intentionally incorporated into the city's current general plan, and the area was renamed the Southeast Development Area. This effort was also spearheaded by Keith Bergthold, but was funded from recovery resources which prioritized sustainable development. The SEGA plan was a natural fit because it had been designed to incorporate new ideas not previously used in Fresno. The meat of the SEGA plan was translated into the general plan land uses and goals to closely resemble the previous plan. Like SEGA, the SEDA-specific plan has a total capacity of up to 45,000 dwelling units on approximately 9,000 acres. The general plan identified approximately 1/3 of those units to be available within its horizon year of 2035, with the remaining capacity to occur after that time. Based on population projections, the current general plan included a housing capacity of 76,000 additional units by 2035 and a total additional capacity of 145,000 units at build-out after 2050. At the time, existing population of 495,000 was anticipated to accommodate 226,000 new residents by 2035. And 425,000 total additional new residents by sometime after 2050. It is important to note that while the Department of Finance numbers are the official population estimates used in general plans, the estimates have not and do not reflect the reality of Fresno's growth. Fresno has consistently seen a normal growth rate of 0.67 to 0.85% per year, which the Department of Finance numbers range as low as 0.2% to as high as 1.25%. The inaccuracy of the predictions has led to misunderstanding of the estimates versus reality. While the Department of Finance said that Fresno would grow only 0.2% in 2024, it actually grew by 0.77%, which is within the middle of Fresno's normal range. Additionally, Fresno saw the 5th highest raw number increase in the state, a 4,281 total population increase in a year, again, well within our normal year of year-over-year population growth. At 2.99 persons per household, that is a demand of nearly 1,500 new housing units each year just to keep pace. Current vacancy rate was listed at 4.5%, which is a constraint since normal vacancy rate or a healthy vacancy rate is between 5 and 10%. A better vacancy rate leads to better affordability and better availability of housing. So, while the city of Fresno has paused its options for welcoming new residents, growth has been happening around us. So, for context, here is the city of Fresno's sphere of influence, which has not changed since 2002, which includes the approximately 9,000 acres in the southeast development area. Next, we have included the city of Clovis. The lighter red shows the existing city boundaries, and the darker red shows a mix of existing and planned growth, such as Heritage Grove, with portions recently approved as a sphere of influence expansion, Vista Ranch and Loma Vista. Since 2005, upwards of 7,000 acres and 15,000 residential units have been approved for development in Clovis's existing city limits and growth areas. This map shows development occurring in Fresno County, including Friant and Millerton. In addition to the Fresno County Special Study area adjacent to the Highway 180 and Trimmer Springs Road, which includes 7,000 acres for future urban residential, educational, office, and commercial land uses, and the business industrial campus, which includes nearly 3,000 acres for future urban industrial, office, and commercial land uses. The next map shows growth occurring in Madera County. New developments in Madera County include upwards of 30,000 acres, 24,000 units, and 4.3 million square feet of commercial and office space. All in all, our final map shows a comprehensive overview of growth occurring in Madera and Fresno counties. This demonstrates that the demand for planned developments, including residential, commercial, and jobs, is real. Returning to SEDA, the plan was designed to be an integrated area with opportunities for jobs, housing, commercial, and recreation. It was ahead of its time when it was envisioned, but it actually reflects what consumers are seeking today. The proposed SEDA land use map proposes a variety of town centers, maintains a rural cluster residential agricultural buffer to the east, and concentrates flexible research and development uses toward the southern portions of SEDA. As part of CEQA analysis in preparing an environmental impact report, alternatives to the proposed project must also be analyzed. In addition to the no project alternative, the city prepared 2 additional alternatives which can achieve similar goals but have a lesser environmental impact. To refresh, the no project alternative is simply the general plan land uses which exist today. It does not mean that no development would occur. As shown here, the consolidated business park alternative was identified as the environmentally superior alternative. This plan accommodates 2,100 fewer homes and 1,000 fewer jobs compared to the proposed land use map. In addition, this alternative consolidates flexible research and development land uses into the southern portion of the Southeast Development Area, otherwise known as South Seda. South Seda includes the area generally bound by Minnewawa on the west, North to the south, and Temperance to the east, and Jensen to the north, with additional portion here shown on the map, which includes neighborhood residential, mixed residential, neighborhood and community town centers bordered by the Briggs Canal. In this proposed land use map, South Seda primarily includes flexible research and development and office center designations, such as light manufacturing, product testing, and office development, south of Jensen. Going back one slide, the alternative consolidates the flexible research and development uses south of Jensen and redistributes some and redistributes some of the residential uses north of Jensen and east of Temperance. The Seda EIR also analyzed a farmland conservation alternative. While slightly less in land use intensity and development as the proposed project, the farmland conservation alternative conserves an additional total of nearly 650 acres of farmland in the Southeast Development Area, which is an increase from the proposed project. This would limit uses that occurred in the buffer area on the far eastern boundary. After the May 1st council workshop, staff and the administration have spent considerable time listening and understanding comments and concerns raised. And the comments can generally be grouped into 3 categories: environmental concerns, timing concerns, and financing concerns. Under environmental concerns, the staff heard comments and questions regarding air quality and greenhouse gas emissions, as well as a result of the project. The land use alternatives identified in the EIR represent options which have lower impacts than the proposed project. In addition, the consolidated business park alternative was identified in the Seda EIR as the environmentally superior project. This alternative accommodates 2,100 fewer homes and 1,000 fewer jobs than the proposed project, which results in development at a lower intensity. Land uses such as office and flexible research and development are consolidated in the area south of Jensen and west of Temperance in this alternative, leading to a reduction in impacts. Concerns were also raised regarding the timing of future development, in addition to the need to develop all 9,000 acres within the Southeast Development Area. The general plan never assumed that any area of Fresno would develop all at once. Southeast Development Area is a planned growth area which is intended to accommodate future demand. As stated earlier in the general plan, it was assumed that 1/3 of Seda's capacity would be needed by 2035. After hearing this concern, staff and the administration have evaluated an option to phase Seda starting from the south, where access to utilities and built infrastructure is the most robust. In this scenario, South Seda could occur as phase 1, with major infrastructure installed prior to development. The specific plan would need to be revised to include thresholds that would need to be met prior to development occurring within areas identified as Central and North Seda. Additionally, areas zoned currently as rural residential could be maintained under a future reserve if demand exists after Central and North Seda are developed. This map shows the environmentally superior alternative in South Seda. However, any of the alternatives, when selected, could be phased in this way. Concerns were also raised during the May 1st council workshop regarding the financing of SADA and cost burden to existing city residents. As you all may recall, the recent renegotiated tax sharing agreement with the County of Fresno sets a 51% tax split for the Southeast Development Area to the city, a significant increase from the previous 38% that is applied in the remainder of the city. The city is committed to run a fiscal impact analysis evaluating long-term operational costs and resources. Staff is evaluating the option of converting the financial options report into a nexus study with options for an impact fee or an EIFD to fund essential city-installed infrastructure. Staff will also bring an accompanying development code to council, which will further codify phasing and financing. The Southeast Development Area Specific Plan does not rezone property, and it does not annex property. Only a development proposal submitted consistent to the plan and its accompanying development code could apply for annexation. So what are our next steps? So our next steps are to present and provide staff recommendations to the Planning Commission and the City Council to include, but potentially not limited to, a financing analysis, infrastructure costs and how to pay for them, updated specific plan, and potentially evaluation of environmental impact report alternatives, along with the final EIR, an update to the public facilities financing plan for consideration if an environmental alternative is selected, and a fiscal impact analysis comparing ongoing costs to provide services with ongoing revenue from CFDs, as well as increased property taxes. So the next step is a hearing and consideration by the Planning Commission, followed by City Council, and staff recommendations may include consideration of those alternatives as they were presented today. And that concludes our workshop.
Thank you, Director Clark. We'll take it up here to the dais. First up is Councilmember Perea.
All right, Director, just a few clarifying questions. You mentioned that this project, this plan, when or if it comes before us, would not include any requests for annexation. So if this council approves whichever phasing priority as part of this plan, no annexations would be attached to that, correct?
That is correct. Just like the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan that we considered a few weeks ago, no annexations, no projects, just a plan.
And if the council denies SADA altogether, just denies it, those 9,000 acres can still be developed, correct? It would just happen in sort of a piecemeal approach. We would have more leapfrog development. And I guess what I'm trying to get at is there's been a big emphasis on, I don't know if it's no more growth or just no growth on this side of town. And as we saw with the West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan, part of the reason why folks were saying we needed this plan 20 years ago was to mitigate a lot of that leapfrog development that quite possibly could end up occurring in the SADA area with or without the plan.
So when LAFCO adopted the Sphere expansion in 2006, it did so and required that the city adopt a specific plan or a community plan before it could annex in this area. So annexations would not be able to occur without either a specific plan or a community plan, without amending that LAFCO resolution, but development could occur in the county consistent with city land uses that are identified in its current general plan. And again, there would be no opportunity for the city to mitigate or benefit financially from that development.
Okay, so just so we're clear, if we deny SADA, the specific plan, if we vote it down, any of those landowners can still develop on their property. It would just have to go through the county permitting, and
Correct.
The city would reap no benefit from that. Okay. Okay. Those are all my questions for now, Director. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, we have Council Member Vang.
Thank you very much, Council President Karbasi. And good afternoon again, Director Clark. And thank you very much for the presentation. This agenda has been evolving, and thank you very much for the regional and historical context, all the information that is presented in your workshop. I will not go over that. But I wanted to just look at pages 16 and 17. The last time SEDA was presented to this body was in May, and the map on page 16 and the map on page 17, in particularly the South SEDA section of those two maps dramatically are different. The current one, South SEDA versus the map that was presented to this body on May 1st. And you mentioned in your comments that the department and the administration listened to the comments, and in particular also your department has been briefing me and listening and having conversations with my office multiple times since May 1st, and so I am appreciative of that. It's almost like a monthly meeting updating me in terms of what the landscape out there in Southeast Fresno feels about SEDA or South SEDA. But I wanted to draw your attention to what is termed South SEDA. And the new map of South SEDA indicates that before the new map, there were flexible research along with the mixed residential and office centers. And then moving to the current map, we see that the residential is missing. It's gone from South SEDA, that is south of Jensen, between Temperance to the east and Minnewawa to the south, and then north to the south, and then Minnewawa to the west. And so in place of the old map, we have the new map. And I want to
Councilmember, but before you keep going, I just want to, it is an alternative that is
Correct.
identified in the EIR, in the project CIR. The project still, that is, the project is still this map. This is what the plan identifies.
Correct.
Right. So we're just showing what the alternatives were that were evaluated. So that's the change. Yes.
And not only one alternative, my understanding is there are two alternatives to that. And the alternative on map 17, I wanted to address something that I believe is very prominent, but is missing from this map. And I want to reference Calwa Elementary, which is about 3 miles west of here, surrounded by in terms of development there, research and development. And if you look at the history of Calwa in that area, particularly Calwa Elementary, there's health issues, environmental issues surrounding that school site. And so I wanted to look at the microscopic analysis of what is Lone Star Elementary on Fowler Avenue, south of Jensen. There is a school site there. That school has been there for almost a century. And based on the alternative here on page 17, surrounding what is now Lone Star Elementary is the flexible research and development, along with on the southwest part of that institutions and the office center, but a huge chunk of that area south of Jensen between Minnewawa and Temperance is the flexible research and development. Now, having the concern that the people in the Calwa area has, I also have the same concern about Lone Star Elementary School. That school site, as it is, the alternative as it is now, will be surrounded by flexible research and technology. And not only, for disclosure, my area is about half a mile from there, and my house, if I have an elementary school student, would attend that school. So this is for disclosure, but I do not have an elementary school student. But if I do, he or she would be attending that school. And so it is a concern of the residents there. It's a concern of the students and the parents who are currently attending Lone Star Elementary. I was wondering, and I hope that their concerns would be considered in if there is a final product of SEDA, that the city considers some sort of buffer zone around this elementary school. Again, we have historical progression to look at in terms of progress and in terms of health and in terms of environment for the students and the residents nearby. And so I don't want to have Lone Star down the road, if SEDA becomes a reality, be surrounded by research and development or other build out that is not environmental or health conducive to that site. And so I hope the administration will listen to the concerns of the people in that area. And I am listening to them, and that is also one of their greatest concern. And also the school district, Sangha Unified, has reached out to me and voiced their concern about that particular school site. As it is right now, the research and development is a concern for the health and safety of the students attending that particular site. And I believe currently there are between 650 to 700 students attending that site. And if progress is it's a way to tell growth, it will continue to grow in terms of student population for that site. I also want to bring attention to the, again, alternative site west of Temperance Avenue. Again, the map on 16 indicated that the research and development flexible area comprised a majority of that site west of Temperance, north of Jensen Avenue. And then the new map on page 17, again, kind of flip-flops the site south of Jensen. And so the majority of that area, the yellow area, is neighborhood residential. And so basically what the alternative is doing is moving the residential south of Jensen to east of Temperance, and then flip-flop the research and development east of Temperance, north of Jensen, to south of Jensen, between Temperance and Minnewawa. And I think this map, hopefully the alternative map and SEDA in itself, will continue to evolve and to change. It's taking us since 2014 when SEDA becomes officially SEDA, but the infant of that was SEGA, and then going back to 1994, 1984, even as far back as the 1960s. And I'm hoping that we can grow, but we can grow smart. We can grow according to the wishes of the residents in Southeast Fresno, how they want to grow, and that should be the case. But my concern today is I would like to appease the concerns of the students and the parents at the Lone Star site to perhaps incorporate a buffer zone around that site. And I know it is also a suggestion, only an alternative, but what that will look like in terms of the map to have a buffer zone around Lone Star. And if the department is willing during the next council meeting on the 20th to bring this modification back for the public to view as it has been perhaps as a possible alternative to that particular site. Because again, it's just one small in terms of the 9,000 acres part of SEDA, but then again, it is impacting the most vulnerable citizens in Southeast Fresno, which are students. And so that concludes my comment, but I would like to have another quick workshop, if not the next council meeting, to see what the feasibilities are on having the buffer zone around Lone Star. And for the record, the superintendent for Sangha Unified School District is present today. Thank you.
I'd be happy to do that, council member.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next is Councilmember Perea, followed by Councilmember Richardson.
Councilmember Vang, I hear your concerns, and just so you know, I would not support putting intense uses next to a school. And so whether it's a buffer or whatever that may look like, I just want you to know that I would support you in that. Director, can you share a little bit more about what is flexible research and development? That's not a land use designation that we hear a lot about. So can you just give us some more information about what kinds of uses are permitted in that zone? Or in
Flexible, so again, the development code would need to come in the future, which would more refine exact uses, how they could present on a site, height, setbacks, parking, lighting, landscaping, etc. However, currently, as presented when we did some workshops, flexible research and development is intended to contain uses such as research and development, light manufacturing, product testing centers, and office development. The area could also include compatible commercial uses such as restaurants, coffee shops, cafes, printing and publishing, dry cleaners, and supporting businesses.
Okay, so would these be considered industrial type uses?
I would say it is more similar to a business park use that we have, say the North Palm Business Park, which has a variety of uses in that particular area. It has a lot of tilt-up buildings. It has some with offices. It has some with manufacturing. It has some with like warehouse storage kind of uses. So it's a combination of those uses in this area, and then any supporting commercial and retail and office uses.
Okay. One of the biggest concerns that I hear from my constituents on is why grow when we can barely take care of what we have here within our city limits. And I think that's a fair statement to make. And I think hopefully in future workshops, we're gonna hear more information about what exactly is the financing plan for what we're gonna be proposing ultimately as part of SEDA. And so I hear my residents and I hear these concerns, and these are real, and we're spending over $100 million as it is right now to fix the infrastructure that we have today in our city limits. And so any conversation about possibly expanding our city's footprint should come with a conversation about how is that going to be paid for. And I think that's very fair, and I do look forward to that conversation. I will not be making any decision on SEDA until I have a firm understanding of what the fiscal impacts will be and how that will impact our existing neighborhoods. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Richardson, followed by Councilmember Esparza.
Just one quick question, Director. Let's say it were somewhere in the flexible research and development. If there was a business owner or developer who came in there and wanted a different use, even if this gets adopted, the EIR and everything else, would it be possible they could come in and ask for a rezone? That rezone application would come to the city. We would decide to rezone it as something else, and that business would be acceptable there if it were to pass Planning Commission and here at the council.
So once annexed into the city, any applicant, any day of the week can come in and ask to rezone their property. It is a general plan amendment, in this case also a specific plan amendment and a rezone.
So just for the public and everybody else, just because there's a certain usage that is portrayed in a certain color on the map, that doesn't mean that it's guaranteed to be that. That is always subject to a potential rezone at some point down the road.
So yes, these are the planned land uses. Planned land uses, applicants consistently come in and ask for a modification. Sometimes you grant those, sometimes you don't.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I think that's all I had for now, Council President.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. How you doing, Director? Lots of land use issues on the agenda today.
A lot of them. I wore my tennis shoes today.
You ate your Wheaties this morning. Yeah, good. I just have some pretty general comments. I mean, I think it's not that much of a secret. I've had concern about SEDA and been opposed to it categorically. and taking a look at some of the alternative you presented, that does intrigue me. The prospect of having that South Seda portion be developed and all the potential economic activity we could generate, and that is a pathway that takes us kind of a different future than the dicey prospect of residential developments that has traditionally in the city not been a real net generator of revenue for the city. I think we've kind of moved away from those models over the years, but I got to admit the alternative kind of softens me up a bit. I know we still have some residential there, and that's just north of it that could be considered. And talking to the mayor about this over the last several months, we've had some ideas about what we could do to help mitigate some of the impacts. And ultimately, I'm open to discussing what we could do to either make sure that this is all net neutral to the city, which I know you've been saying over and over, but I have not believed you. not you directly or personally, right? But just believe in the numbers. So that's really what it would take. The bottom line is what matters. I mean, for too long, the inner city residents and just city residents in general have subsidized the development on the edges of the city, and so that's really what it's going to take to pull me into the yes category, is a firm understanding and assurances that this will either result in net generation of revenue to the general funds, and or at minimum be neutral. And so I'll be looking closely at some of the financing models, ensuring we're not utilizing general fund dollars, again, to subsidize this development. If there were, say, a private party who wanted to come in and pay for this infrastructure and lay that foundation, who are we to say no? That would be tremendous. So this is really about how do we plan for our future without effectively taxing our existing residents and putting this on their backs like we have for many, many decades. So again, you have to forgive my cynicism, but I think there's some potential here with the alternative, given the focus, very tremendous focus on that commercial activity that could be generated, and I think proved to be very much a net generator of revenue for our general funds. So just very, very general comments, and I've got some ideas that I'll be sharing at a later time as we flush them out, right, to help kind of put some parameters around this. Ultimately, the entirety of SEDA, I don't think we're anywhere near that. And again, I think if we were to leave that open-ended, could be this council, could be a council down the line where, again, we begin to pull back to our old habits of pulling money from existing residents to subsidize the larger development of the entire area. But I think that southern portion and potentially the limited designated area for housing, we could maybe get there. So that'll conclude my comments, Council President. Just very brief. I didn't have any questions. We've been talking about this for quite a while. It's just going to really boil down to the details of what is presented to us.
Thank you, Council Member. Next is Council Member Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. I think the city has a long history of growing irresponsibly, that so many folks have been afraid to grow, period, even though the housing crisis that our state and our city faces pretty much necessitate that we grow as a city, but I think we have an opportunity to grow responsibly. I know I've had an opportunity to meet with a lot of the folks here in the audience today and express to them that, my time on the council, I have no intention of expending the resources or time in developing infrastructure in the areas in the northern part of SEDA, which is what I think we're all trying to avoid, and interested to hear more about what Councilmember Esparza's parameters might look like to ensure that we could continue to grow responsibly as a city while still giving us flexibility. Can you talk a little bit about what a CFD is and how that might benefit future neighborhoods as we consider building more housing in Southeast Fresno?
Sure. The city has used community facilities districts for several decades. A community facilities district is a way to pay for the ongoing maintenance and operations of neighborhoods and of commercial areas. So the city has a number of CFDs, and they cover from the landscaping around a neighborhood, the lighting, the paving, so they include repaving and sidewalk repairs and all of those kinds of maintenance things that would typically be more of a general fund function in an older neighborhood that doesn't have a CFD. So new neighborhoods are required to pay for those. We additionally have our public safety CFD, which pays for the additional cost to provide public safety, police and fire to new neighborhoods that are developed on in our growth areas in Fresno. So they're a mechanism that the city has used for a long time that most cities in the state of California utilize.
Pretty common nowadays.
Yeah.
Whereas my district, where you have older neighborhoods, I have to go ask for money from the general funds to subsidize a lot of those repairs. That wouldn't be the case moving forward if we were to build out these neighborhoods responsibly. They'd be self-sustaining, so to speak, when it comes to a lot of those infrastructure projects you just mentioned.
Right.
And when it comes to the research and development portion that you're proposing, is it your administration's opinion that the monies we would receive from taxes from that could then be used to go back into surrounding neighborhoods, residential neighborhoods around that area as well?
So not through a CFD.
Not through a CFD, but through the taxes that we collect,
Right.
that we could reinvest that money into existing parts of the city.
Because of the more beneficial tax sharing agreement in this area, it will allow us to collect a greater proportion of the property tax. Flexible research and development is an area where they have very high property values, which could provide additional resources to the city to reinvest in its existing neighborhoods through the general fund.
Okay, I appreciate it. I appreciate the presentation and the administration's thoughtful approach to this. Again, I look forward to collaborating with some of my colleagues to figure out a way we could plan this out responsibly, that we could grow in a responsible manner. But I find it preposterous that some leaders here on the local level would propose to hamstring the city of Fresno through a ballot initiative that would not allow us to grow as a city when housing is the #1 need across California and is the #1 need here in the city of Fresno. So I think that's totally ridiculous that that would even be floated in a time such as now, when we have folks that desperately need housing. We have a city that's in desperate need of tax revenue to keep up our current levels of service. So I look forward to working with the administration and my colleagues as we move forward, but appreciate the presentation.
Director, you don't have to stand up for my comments. I don't want to make you do that, even though you have your running shoes on.
I have my running shoes.
Okay. I'll try to be as brief as possible. We've talked about this issue a lot before, and it's kind of a tough situation because we've listened to folks express concerns, and we've taken a lot of what they've said, and actually we've taken action on that. One of the concerns was it doesn't pay for itself, so we negotiated a historic tax sharing agreement with the county that actually in an unprecedented fashion, incentivized development in this area. But that wasn't enough. There was a press conference today where a lot of things we've heard before are being said, and some of them are so incendiary and frankly misinform the public about our intentions. It's very, very sad that people can't look beyond the past. And the problem with that is, in the past, previous administrations, long time ago, decisions were made that were very anti-growth. The result has been growth and jobs have gone to other communities, and you have leapfrog development, which is detrimental to our environment. We talked about vehicle miles traveled today. Well, when people drive to Madera, which is a great county, and they go and sleep in Madera, but they work here and use our services, we are paying for that, but their taxes go to another county. And I think that's the worst thing. And then there's the false choice argument that it's either or. It has to be, existing neighborhoods or the West area or SEDA. That's not true. We shouldn't be limiting ourselves. Everything is on the table. I really applaud the administration for their work here. They presented a unique plan that opens that area up to very unique industry and jobs, so working families can have a fighting chance in this community. We had a young man come today and talk about frustration with his generation not being able to afford housing. The best, most pro-housing thing we can do is to increase supply. That reduces costs. It's also a great thing we can do for our environment. And the best thing we can do for jobs is to encourage the kind of growth and new opportunity that this project wishes to do. So a lot of great creative thinking. I'm looking forward to what comes next. This is not final. This is just a process. This is a workshop. But I would say to those skeptics out there that have concerns and want to, in good faith, negotiate, of course, we're going to listen to you and work with you. But give us some credit. This is probably the most sensitive council to community needs. That's why we're here so late debating issues, because we take your input into consideration, and we'll stay as long as it takes to do that. So good work to the administration, and looking forward to seeing the opportunities this is going to create for Fresno. Mayor, do you want to add anything? Oh, before you do that,
yes,
we have a very special guest in the audience. I'm not going to say anything beyond that. This person knows who they are, and they're very welcome here. So go ahead, Mayor.
She's not even looking up. She's watching a movie on her iPhone, I think.
Well, welcome regardless.
I'll pay for that later, too. I do want to say a few things. First, I want to thank Jennifer and her team for all the work that they have done on this. She has worked tirelessly. Her team has. We're dealing with VMT. We're dealing with SEGA, and I know Tower District last night, Planning Commission. Her team has just done an incredible job, so I want to say thank you, Jennifer, for that. And then also for the council, I want to thank you for your attentiveness to this. And over the last few months, I've had the opportunity to meet with each and every one of you to be able to hear your concerns that you've expressed to me. I want you to know they didn't fall on deaf ears. Obviously, Councilmember Vang, thank you for your comments. This is in your district, and I appreciate your concern for the schools, and we have those same concerns as well. And it is our commitment as we go forward to make sure that there is a proper buffer in and around Lone Star School. And I've made that commitment to you. And so, and Councilmember Esparza, thank you for your input early on about making that south, that area that was between Jensen and North Temperance and Minnewawa, flexible research and development. And we know what that will bring to us. So I want to say this. I think all of you know, and you saw it on the maps, what you saw on the maps was really tied to housing. And we have lost our competitive edge in Fresno. We've lost our competitive edge to Sanger, to other jurisdictions, certainly Madera. You saw the growth north of the river. And with that growth north of the river, the traffic congestion that is occurring on 41, both in the morning and the afternoon, it's really, quite frankly, not fair to our residents. I hope that sometimes we can have a toll lane on 41. But we hear a lot about vehicle miles traveled and the attempt to reduce vehicle miles traveled in our jurisdiction. Unfortunately, we have increased the vehicle miles traveled because we have not had the smart growth in our city, the ability to develop. And so people have gone, developers have gone to Madera to build. And we know that there's plenty of demand for housing. And so they've gone north to Madera. But we've also lost our competitiveness to places like Visalia, where they have a ministerial development, and not only for housing, but also for industrial development. So industrial development in Visalia is exploding. And we know that a lot of people that would have come here, light industry, areas at flexible research and development, they have gone to Visalia. So we know the way that in order for us to counter this is that we need to open up growth areas, but we need to do it in a very smart way. And I know this council will do that. What we're hoping to do is to have job creation. We want people to have good paying jobs in our city, and we're going to provide that to them through the Southeast Development Area. We also are going to be able to meet the housing demands. Under this plan, we'll be able to have 4,800 more units. And we know that in order to keep rent stabilized and housing costs stabilized, we need to increase the supply to meet that demand. And the other thing it does, we always hear about the lack of opportunity for home ownership. This plan will provide that opportunity for home ownership in the state. So, and lastly, I want to say thank you to this council, Council President Carbasi, Councilmember Perea and Maxwell, for the work that you did with Fresno County on the tax sharing agreement. Because as you know, and has been mentioned, that 62% 38 split on property tax, where we as a city got 38%, it was not going to allow us to be able to build without subsidy. But getting 51% of the property tax from this development in the Southeast Development Area is a game changer. And we know without a doubt, we'll do the financial analysis, but I am very, very confident that the return on investment is going to far outweigh the cost. We are going to generate property tax, sales tax, and at the same time create jobs, which stimulates our economy and create homes for the people in Fresno. So thank you, and we'll be back in the very near future with to receive direction from the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mayor. Well said. Thank you for all the hard work you've done in the administration. Thank you. Okay, this was a workshop, so there is no public comment on a workshop. We do have to continue. The hearing is still ongoing regarding the 9:15 a.m. item on VMT, but I don't think we're at a place yet where we have an answer. I do want to specify, though, the city attorney's office has been diligently, whether it's the council or administration, for the last several years, provided a lot of input. We're asking them very nuanced technical questions on the fly. It does take some time. I want to make it very clear, city attorney, this is not a sign that you're not prepared. You guys have always been very fast to respond, but these are just very technical questions. And typically we don't ask them during a council meeting. What we're going to do right now, because we still have 2 items in closed session and we're still waiting for an answer, I think the council wants to make a decision today. To respect that, we're going to go to closed session. We only have 2 items, come back, and hopefully as soon as possible we can get those answers and then have a vote and move on. Yep, there will be unscheduled communication will come afterwards. Yes. So we're going to break to closed session. City attorney, if you would please read what is on the closed session roster. And we will come back for unscheduled communication.
Today in closed session, we have item 5A, conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Item 5B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Josephine Eva DeShalvers versus City of Fresno.
Just for the benefit of the public, if we do get an answer while we're in closed session, we'll come out of closed session to resolve this and then go back into closed session. So we'll get that as soon as we can. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to resume. I did receive some cards for unscheduled communication. This is the time for anyone that wants to speak to the council. I have Mr. Terzian, if you're here. Okay. I have Kevin Romero. Okay. I'll tell you what, let's make this easier. If anybody wants to come speak for unscheduled communication, if you fill out a card, please do come up. You'll have 3 minutes.
Was there a few people
This is your time.
who turned in the cards?
We do have cards here, yes. This is your time.
Yeah, I'm probably the only one left, though. Yeah, I'd like to know why do we have to stay here all day to get, like, the privilege to talk or ask or do public comment? And why wouldn't you allow it at the beginning and, like, after lunch? As long as you're not this, what is it, doing one the beginning and lunchtime, like one per meeting or something, if it was more convenient for them. Why? Because you guys could do it in the morning, right? Sometimes if you choose to. Is that true? You don't want to talk, say anything. Okay, but yeah, I guess me sitting here could hear some things pretty interesting, how some of these things work or don't work, and I could see where like a lot of, problems come from. So I will be at other meetings, and that's about it. I hope you guys, while you guys do ask legal counsel to make decisions, some things are pretty clear to see, and I love reading, so unless you guys like, when it comes to policy, and there's a lot of things missing here. So, yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else for unscheduled communication? This will be your time. Okay, there being none, that'll conclude unscheduled communication. Back to the hearing that we are considering on the 9:15 a.m. item. So, City Attorney, we did ask a question specifically on when we collect fees for residential versus commercial. Do we have a resolution on that yet?
Yes, we have a preliminary resolution that I'm going to stand by today. And so we combed through the entire Mitigation Fee Act, and it covers residential pretty extensively. What was curious is that commercial was almost entirely ignored. And so we were not able to find anything in there requiring collection of fees at any particular point in time. However, what we were able to do was extend our research to other municipalities of like size. And what we saw there was that unanimously in all those other cities, the permits, the fees were collected at the point that the building permits were issued. And so it's going to be our recommendation today that we don't deviate from what other cities are doing, because clearly there is some sort of practice or law that we might have missed today in just this short research. And so if other cities are doing it, I think that we should follow their lead as well. And so my recommendation would be to not deviate from collecting them at the point where permits are being issued.
I'm going to give you one warning, please. This is not, you've had your time to speak. We're going to continue. Go ahead, Andrew. That concludes your comments?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So we have no one else punched up. I think there's a motion and a second. Unless other council members want to speak on this, my comment is going to be, it was a preliminary decision. I think that this is very significant. And I know it's frustrating because, I mean, I do appreciate the administration for reaching out, and we had requested you meet with large developers and home builders, and you've done that. And you did do that at our request. But we get new questions that come in. And I know it gets frustrating, but this is part of the process. This is a dense policy. Some people may not known. They provided questions. We got a good one today. We did get an answer that's not satisfactory to me, but I'm grateful that we got the response. I think the best course of action is to support the EIR and get that moving and give us more time to pass a better policy. That's how I feel. That's my comfort level. I really do believe we're going to get later on, if this passes, folks are going to say, well, this is the unintended consequences. But we'll see what happens. I'm not prepared to pass this today. The council will do that, and that is, of course, their right as the council majority. Councilmember Perea, you're punched up.
Council President, given the city attorney's statements, I would like to, I don't know if we need to amend the current motion to include our ability to collect the fees for commercial projects at the point of issuance of building permits, or is that just an administrative?
That would not change my
That's
decision
current.
because the city manager said earlier about worrying about being consistent in how we collect the fee versus
I'm
other
sorry,
fees.
at certificate of occupancy.
Oh,
Maybe I misunderstood you, city attorney. You're saying like cities.
I recommend
collect
you
them.
not do that. So my recommendation was to continue current practice.
I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, that's why, again, that's my hesitation. Yeah. So, thank you. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Motion maker was Councilmember Esparza. The second was Councilmember Perea, correct? Okay. Any opposition to this item?
Yeah.
Passes 5 to 1 to 1. Thank you.
2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just
I didn't
to
see
clarify
that.
also, City Attorney, that wasn't judicial precedent or legal precedent, it's municipal precedent based on cities of like size.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
2.
So, 4 to 1. Thank you. Okay. I think that concludes the balance of the agenda today. Is that correct, City Clerk? Yes. Okay. City Attorney?
Just to clarify, there's nothing to report out from closed session.
Thank you. Meeting is adjourned at 6:11 p.m.